All right, guys, we're going live. Had to leave that live of Aaron. I mean, the vacuum scenario, especially the scenario he gave, that is absolutely disgusting. I mean, in a vacuum, I would still say certain things are wrong, probably. Absolutely. You should basically see that live for yourself. I had to leave that live. I don't want to. What he basically was saying in a vacuum, if there's nobody else, right? You don't want to entertain pedos in any way, shape, or form. Um, I don't
Why
leave
is your
that.
screen black?
Oh, I didn't put up the prompt yet. Yeah. Which one would it be? Okay, let me create a new one. All right. New prompt right here.
You
Hello, Mr. Man.
going on, buddy?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Not too bad.
What up, bro?
How you doing, De Niro?
I'm good.
So I ordered my chairs today for the D&D
Chair?
room.
Oh, nice.
Not that too fancy. They're like the wheeled office chairs with arms. They're comfortable.
That's pretty cool.
So little by little, I'm getting there.
That is pretty cool.
I'll tell you, I've been getting hate. I've been getting hate.
For Dungeons and Dragons?
No, for I've been accused of misogyny. You know me.
Oh, that's kind of cliche. You get that accusation so many times. It means
I
nothing.
know. But I'm getting it from like my people I thought were my friends because I happen to. I don't want to talk about it. Never mind.
What'd you say, bro?
Well, one of them was a doctor, and I have feelings about doctors, okay? So I asked some questions that when doctors answer these questions, they kind of out either themselves, their profession, or whatever it is, they can't answer them honestly. Because if they do, they're admitting something. And I don't even think legally they can admit these things. So, but hey, they want to spin it that I was just mean to women. But no, I pointed out some very clear problems, and no one can really address them. Anyway,
They
you know
want
how I like to get to the principle of things.
yes.
It's a different topic. It's not an A-B topic, so I'm not going to
Yeah.
take over your live with it.
Speaking of which, don't let Glory in here if you ever see him.
Who?
There's a pro-choice debater. I've seen him before. I think there's like a Michael Jordan profile picture.
Why? What was his BS argument to drive you insane?
He was in Aaron's live and he was debating Christina. In a vacuum, it would be okay to give a child with anencephaly to a pedo in a vacuum. So there's no society, nobody knows. Yeah, that's obviously immoral. I don't care if it is in a vacuum. Why would you basically give into a pedo's desires in any way, shape, or form? Or like, would you give a doll that looks like a child to a pedo in a vacuum? Even if there is no other people, we shouldn't indulge in said things.
It's still wrong
Yeah.
in a vacuum.
Yeah, that's what Katie was arguing. It's just inherently wrong. Yeah, I would agree. I mean, we could use Christianity for that. But yeah, I would agree.
I agree too. The most absurd hypotheticals. Why do they always have to be so absurd? Where it's in a vacuum.
Well, that was what KD gave him, right? And he answered that, and yeah, it wouldn't be wrong in a vacuum. But it just shows how morally bankrupt these people are. They're fine with unaliving babies, right? So of course they would have no problem with indulging into a pedo's desires. I don't know why that's surprising.
It doesn't surprise me. You would think that's just under schmurdering a baby, molesting one.
Yeah.
You know?
Hey,
So
the
you
back
won't-
one isn't showing when I'm off the in the comments.
That's weird. Does anybody else see it?
Hold on, let me get off and see. Wait, are you talking about when you're typing? Or just
The prompt.
hold on.
I see the
I can
prompt.
see it, fine.
Yeah, but you're on panel.
Okay, yeah, let me see, hold on.
That's weird. I may have to do a restart. Can anybody else in the comments see the prompt?
I see the prompt.
Oh, in the comments, if you're in the comments.
Oh. Do you want me to type something in the comments and then answer?
No, I think you have to be like you can. I think what Stitch is saying is if you get to see, if you're from the comments.
Well, yeah, the Mr. Man from the comments was able to see it.
No, like if you're on the panel right now, I think you can see it. But like I think Stitch is saying.
I completely just exited out of the live and left and came back in. So I mean, I was able to see it, but maybe it's glitching for some people. I don't know.
I think Stitch may be tweaking.
Mort direct messaged me a very eloquently put P1, P2, whatever it was, and to try and show how my human shield analogy, hypothetical, doesn't apply. And I responded showing how, using his exact words, showing how it applies directly. Never got a response.
Yeah, it's pretty heated yesterday. It ended abruptly because my internet, for some reason, was like, "Oh, we had to end the live because of that internet connection." That was very heated yesterday.
That happened to me a few times in spread barring.
Yeah.
Pretty rare, but still annoying.
Again, I know a lot of people don't like that I had pro-life on pro-life, which I think is kind of ridiculous. I think iron sharpens iron. It gets a little bit too heated, but I mean, we're on the same side, obviously.
Yeah, I like hearing other people's premises that lead to a pro-life conclusion to kind of, sharper mind, but that's fine.
So you learn and make it stronger.
Yeah, exactly. I've changed my view in quite a few ways since I started.
If you have the pro-life view at any level of it, by arguing with abolitionists, you're eventually gonna come over to our side.
Right.
It's just a correct, logical conclusion.
Stitch, are you causal?
No.
Yeah, I would say no.
Okay.
I mean, I hold to property principle, but I wouldn't say it's causal.
Yeah, I wouldn't count that as.
A property principle. Will you
Why not argue is along the same lines, though?
A property principle. You like an evictionist? Don't tell me Meatball got into your head too.
I want to debate Meatball again, actually.
Yeah, I would want to see that.
Considering that, actually, I don't know. I think I'm up to, I don't know.
Would you be willing to do a formal debate?
Yeah, I always do formal debates with Meatball.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, considering that, like, a whole lot of pro-lifers just dropped me. I need to up my game a little bit.
Yeah. We're having a debate tomorrow too. I think I might have seen this Brody guy before.
What debate's happening tomorrow?
Mr. Man and Darth Why Not here.
You know, people always want to challenge formal debates and stuff, but I don't think anybody would accept one of my challenges on my with my rules.
What would that be?
Warhammer 40,000, 3,000 point,
Oh yeah, I heard the game was really fun.
full stratagems.
Is Esmond pro-life or pro-choice?
She's pro-life. You know, I could have sworn there was two of you.
Yeah, I have 2 pages.
Because I'm like really confused. It's like, wait a minute, are you like live at the same time? Like, that's weird.
Do y'all come from that KD debate with, like, Dean?
Yes, I was just there with Glory. We were just talking about that. Yeah.
Wait, what happened?
I don't know. KD kind of embarrassed me a little bit, not gonna lie.
I mean, the vacuum scenario. I mean, do you really think it's permissible for that to occur, even if it's in a vacuum?
Well, it's not even that. It's just like she didn't really. I just wish another pro-lifer would have presented us up there. I'm not even saying me. I just think it should have been someone different. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think Link should have done it.
So it was Katie. I didn't see it, but
Well, Katie is not a Norman abolitionist, but yeah, he's an abolitionist.
yeah.
I just saw the part where the vacuum, like I said, they thought it was okay to give a child with anencephaly to a pedo, which is in a vacuum, which is absolutely disgusting and immoral.
Wait, who unalived on that hill? Was it Pushy?
No, it was Glory.
It was Glory. Okay. Wait, Meatball's here. Can I debate you?
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
I was really embarrassed on how KD represented. I'm sorry. I have to say it.
well, I think Katie's very good at the medical side. But
Yeah, I was gonna say she's good at that side, but maybe.
Yeah, but like, oh man.
I mean, I'm not a debater either, so I can't really say anything.
A lot of pro-lifers were upset in the comments. I'm not gonna lie. They had the same feelings that I did.
What live was it on?
It was Aaron's.
Yeah, it was there. I don't know the kid. I barely met him today, or I didn't meet him, but I barely saw him today. I don't know the kid, but
I've spoken to him a few times. I try to help him out with his stance a little bit.
Protect why?
Hello, Angie.
Why?
Hello, Esme.
Why?
Oh, anybody want to talk to this guy?
yeah, Duncan.
Hi.
The debate has
Hello?
happened, Duncan. It just happened just now.
Hi,
Hi,
Steppen.
if I
How
could just-
old are you?
I'm 43.
Okay, cool.
Are you pro-choice?
Or pro-choice?
I'm pro-choice.
Why?
Well, there's a lot of reasons why I think I'm pro-choice. I think one simple reason is that it's just more pragmatic. If you wanted me to give you my argument, I could be more than willing to give you an argument as to why
Please?
I think it's more pragmatic.
Could you do
Yeah,
that?
of
Could you
course.
give me the argument that leads to a pro-choice conclusion?
Yeah, of course. Simply put, I believe that forcing a mother to give birth to a child. Well, let me say the first premise should be that a society should lower the risk of threats to the society by all means necessary. That's the first premise.
Your mic is very static. Like, I'm not sure.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I will fix this real quick. Give me 1 second.
Also, Steppen. I definitely mean to trigger people when I say this, but definitionally, abortion is going to be forcing birth. You know that, right? Definitionally.
An abortion is forcing birth?
Yeah. Do you know what the definition of birth is?
What is your definition of birth?
Basically, the emergence of young from its mother. Okay.
Okay, well, I think we all know what birth means when I speak of it, so let's not get into semantics here, please. But essentially, my argument is that a society should by all means necessary reduce the threat towards society. I believe that abortion reduces that threat towards society by allowing good parenting. And what I mean by that is forcing a woman to give birth to a child increases the risk of bad parenting. And bad parenting leads towards improper beings flourishing in society, and that increases the threat to society. I can put it more simply if you guys like. I put it through a syllogism. I thought that would help you all.
Well, bad people be unalived preemptively before they've done anything wrong?
No.
Should they be sterilized? Should we just sterilize these people
No,
before they
I don't
can
know
have
where, I don't know where you're
children?
getting. This is all irrelevant from my argument, but no, I don't think so. No.
Well, no, it's not irrelevant to your argument because you're making an argument that says, oh, well, because of the type of parents they'd be, they should be allowed to have abortions. Why don't we just sterilize them before they can create life?
Well, because that would be improper towards their consent. They should have the consent of whether they want to be sterilized or not. We can't force sterilization the same way we can't force someone to give birth. It's for the exact same reason.
Well, no. In abortion, the birth is happening regardless. So actually, the forced birth would happen due to abortion, not due to pregnancy.
Okay, but the process, the
just said that.
operation, the
Wait, Andrew
abortion.
just said that too. Yeah.
Yeah, well.
Said that.
Yeah. Well, that's your guys' definition of birth. What I'm saying is that the abortion is an operation, and that the woman should have the ability to have that operation done whenever she so pleases, instead of forcing a woman to raise a child or to have to deal with a child, whether she raised it or not.
Nobody appears arguing that, Steppen. Nobody appears arguing that there's an obligation. Well, Steppen, I'm interrupting you because no one here will argue that there's an obligation for guardianship, as far as I am aware.
Yeah, well, you're interrupting me and you didn't even let me finish because I was about to get to that point. What I'm saying is that we can't force a woman to deal with a child. That doesn't mean that she is forced to be a guardian, but to give it up to some sort of guardianship. The fact that she has to deal with the child and give it up towards an adoption clinic, which also is another argument where adoption clinics are really terribly run. I mean, I work with these kids hand in hand. These adoption
they're
clinics,
not.
They are. Trust me, they are.
100%. Wait, no. 100% of children are adopted out of the infant adoption
but
system.
when it comes to my argument, though, the adoption clinic doesn't improve the rate of the quality of life for the child. Adoption clinics are usually. I've done the research. I work in adoption clinics. I volunteer working.
What's your source for that?
Well, I don't have the exact source, but dude, I come on here to debate. You think I have sources from you? Come on. If just
That's
because
not the whole point.
that's not
I mean,
my
one
argument.
would say, one would say that you need to have your sources. I could give you the sources I use.
Not when it's a formal debate. Yeah, but if I'm going on TikTok live to debate about something, my argument.
Wait, what happened?
He teacupped. But no, sources are necessary. Like, I may not have the exact website definition, but I know how to say, like, according to the NIH, according to Guttmacher, according to the Lozier Institute in which this aggregate of data was compiled, I know how to use the sources even in a casual conversation.
Make the claim, and you're going to cite a statistic
if it's just an anecdotal, like, oh, I've seen these kids at these abortion, what is it, the adoption?
Well, are these kids adopted or are they foster? Are they
He said
adopted
that
or are they foster kids?
He said that he's worked in several adoption clinics. I don't even know what an adoption clinic
I
is.
don't know
Does anyone
either.
here know what that is?
No.
No, I was trying to.
I don't know.
figure
There's
that
an
out.
Italian deli clinic down the block from me that has some great gabagool.
This is the reason why we don't entertain anecdotes.
No, for real.
Anecdotes don't make it. No, there he goes.
So I'm just going to
That is-
reject every single claim he made.
It doesn't make sense. Like, he's saying that women should have this exclusive privilege to unalive their offspring, but he wouldn't extend this outside of the womb. He wouldn't necessarily say that this is a good or bad thing. Like, he was making no claim.
Well, here's the thing. I would reject his premise. I would say if you get an abortion, you're by definition a bad parent. So he says like, abortion prevents bad parenting. It's like you're already a bad parent by unaliving your child.
No, that's
So-
what I put in the comments, bro. I was just like, wait, good parenting equals unaliving your child now?
Right.
It's like it just doesn't logically track. Like, if what you're saying is that abortion prevents bad parents from parenting, so does CPS. Like, and actually, Angie, I have modified my stance a little bit. I'm actually far less pro-adoption than normal.
That's fine. I'm
for it.
with you, but I still think that it's more acceptable than unaliving the child.
I agree with that, but I would say that parents are obligated to raise their children and not put a burden on others. So, like, the exceptions that I would give to this is probably grape,
Yes.
and other cases in which the eudaimonia of the parents are affected so negatively in which they would not be able to properly uphold this obligation. And then this is where adoption would be useful. But I would say that in most cases, you should be obligated to the children you created.
Okay,
I-
can you give me
I
the
would-
necessary and sufficient conditions for that argument?
I wouldn't agree.
Conditions, so then I can better understand where he's coming from. I understand the argument as well, but if I have the necessary and sufficient conditions, then I feel like that will clarify even more. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
also
so
agree.
I would say that 98% of abortions are done by consensual actors who have consensually decided to take part in an act that can create a child, in which case they're obligated to this child. While they may be able to pass the obligation off at a later point, I would actually hold that this is just pawning off what they're responsible for, much in the way that welfare or other social contracts is pawning off responsibility for your own things by relying on others.
Okay, WU.
I don't disagree.
I don't either.
I don't think we should like opt out of a responsibility in every single case. I think adoption is done for the betterment for the child, not necessarily for the parents. At least not in most cases. I don't just think just abandoning your kids that you created should be the norm in all cases. I think trying to keep their original families is what we should do, or try our best to do.
That no fault divorce shouldn't exist. I don't think that you should be able to leave the partnership in which you've either A, created a child, or B, agreed to be inseparable, should be as simple as going to court and signing some documents. I think that if you agree to marry somebody and you agree to be one with each other, that you have created a union that should not be able to just be broken by a simple matter of we don't love each other anymore.
You see, us Catholics, it's supposed to be a till death do us part, but story for another day.
Well, it's not even a story for another day. Like, we actually see lower divorce rates among Catholics and high church Protestants and Orthodox
Well,
We see a lower divorce rate because there is a higher level of authority. So like it's kind of very similar to the way that we saw lower divorce rates when, it wasn't legal
well,
to just divorce your spouse for any reason at all. And this is where the church came into play, where they'd go beat up your spouse if they were beating you. This is how the church worked.
right. I think, well, the traditional Catholics, because we got a lot of liberal, so-called cafeteria Catholics. I would say the traditional Catholics would be a minority of, people. But yeah, definitely in those communities, less divorce rates.
Compared to the secular world, it is much less.
Yes.
Even with liberal Catholics, the divorce rate is still much lower than even like what we would consider in the secular world.
Right. For me,
In fact, what we see by the statistics is that the divorce rate amongst what we see in the statistics is about 34% of religious people get divorced. That number drops to like 22% if they go to church weekly.
well, for me, I would say like liberal Catholics are almost indistinguishable from secular people. I would say they're just Catholic by name, or like, oh, I just was raised Catholic. Well, they don't really believe in any teachings of Rome. But I'd say they're indistinguishable.
Yes. The reason I would disagree with that statement is that there's a difference between saying that you're Catholic and saying that I was raised Catholic. And I have plenty of people who say they were raised Catholic. I don't have many people that say I'm Catholic and they don't go to Mass every week.
Right.
Mr. Mann, who are you debating tomorrow? I'm out of the loop.
Darth,
I-
why not?
I didn't hear you.
Who are you debating tomorrow? I'm out of the loop.
Darth, why not?
Darth, why not?
Oh, okay. What's his stance?
He wouldn't tell me. That's what this is about.
No, he holds a negation to the proposition that women ought self-sacrifice.
Wait, is this pro-life versus?
Yeah.
Wait, you're going against Darth. Why not? You guys are on the same side. Why are you...
Well, no, Darth, why not? A lot of pro-lifers think the woman is not obligated to self-sacrifice. Mr. Mann does. So that's what the debate's about.
The self-sacrifice debate.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, what's your argument for that, Mr. Mann?
What's my argument? That
Yeah, no. Like, what? Don't. If somebody's spying in here, don't give me too many specifics, because.
Oh, I don't care, dude. Listen, let me explain something to you about this.
No. What's your position? What's your position?
This debate is for him. He wanted to have this debate because he didn't just want to have it with me on the spot. So I don't know, maybe he's got a whole big plan that he's setting up. I don't know. I don't care. This is for him. I'm just trying to appease him. I don't care.
Okay.
Do you want to know
But you
what
hold
my
it-
argument is? My argument is that every parent has a natural duty and obligation to maintain the health, safety, and well-being of the children in their custody. Therefore, if there was some extreme circumstance where you had to choose between the woman surviving or the child surviving, you would by default choose the child to survive. Because if you don't, well, then you're opening up this sick, psychotic idea of narcissism in women that puts them above our most precious assets, our children. So we could investigate this with a very simple hypothetical of an active pew-pewer at the mall, and the woman's holding her child, and he points his pew-pew at her with his one pew-pew bean left, and she has one choice: either cower over her child, protecting her child, and sacrificing herself, which is every mother's natural duty, or she could hold the child up as a human shield.
Okay.
So
Okay.
to
But
say
the problem
that
is-
she ought self-sacrifice, but she need not, is to say, well, oh, so she could use a child as a human shield,
Yeah.
and that's
Well, wait,
okay.
Mr. Man, I already kind of gave you pushback on this hypothetical the other day, though.
But you never
Because
disproved it.
well, no, but when you gave me the hypothetical and you said, okay, let's say that it's her disabled sister who's watching her 4 other kids,
Yeah.
and she took her youngest kid to go get shoes at the mall.
Yeah.
Should she jump in front of the bullet for this youngest kid? And
Yes.
it's very easy to say that the obligation, in fact, would be to protect the interests of the other 4 children.
How is
From
that?
both,
How
yeah,
is
from
that?
well, no. So you could say this from a utilitarian ethic. I'm not going to, but you could also say it from like a Kantian ethic. You could say that you have a duties-based obligation to sacrifice the life of your child in order to uphold the obligations to your other children.
No, I'm sorry.
You
All right, we're
easily
I
could.
totally disagree with you. I think that is counterintuitive. It
Well, just
totally
saying, wait, but
dissolves-
just saying that you
dissolves natural
disagree is not an
obligation.
argument.
No, but what
No,
I'm
no,
you didn't
just
let me
saying you
finish.
disagree
Yeah,
is not
well,
an
if
argument.
you,
How
if
am
you
I
talk
wrong?
over my
Well,
explanation, then yeah,
Well,
obviously.
guys, we're gonna have to explain this after. Then we have a knock on the panel. So, Mass, what is your age? What's your stance?
I'm 24. I'm pro-choice.
All right,
Why are you pro-choice?
I don't think women have to carry children if they don't want to.
Okay, what's the argument for that?
What's the argument? Their bodily autonomy.
Okay, and so is body autonomy absolute?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Is body autonomy absolute?
What do you mean? Is it absolute?
Meaning, is it something that is always,
the case.
always the case?
Perhaps not, but in this case it is.
Okay, so why in this particular case does the mother have body autonomy, but not in the case in, for example, if I was to put it to a scenario outside a womb?
Outside of a womb?
Yes.
Because the child is inside of her and therefore feeding off of her.
Well, it's not. Well, do you know how biology works?
Yes.
Then you would know that the child is not directly feeding off of her. So I just want I want to
It
understand.
quite literally is.
What is the placenta attached to?
Listen, it's unnecessary.
Okay.
You don't
Well,
desire to have a child, you don't have to have the child.
okay. Well, then what's the argument for that then? That's kind of like what I'm trying to get to. If the argument's body autonomy, then I would just ask you, okay, so like, how does this work? Do you believe this is a right that women have,
I
or
believe it's a
are they
right
just
that every
entitled to
living
this?
human being has, yes.
You think it's a right that every human being has?
That they inherit by being born.
Okay, so let me ask you, what is a right?
What do you mean, what is a right?
Yeah, what's a right? You're saying it's a right that everybody has. So what is a right?
Something you're born with.
Wait. So me having an appendage in between my legs is a right? Because it's something that I'm born with?
You having the ability to exercise your bodily autonomy, that's a right.
Okay, yeah, but what's a right?
What is a right?
I'm asking you.
Are you asking me my definition of a right?
Well, am I talking to Casper the Ghost or am I talking to Mass Spec?
No,
Who am I
like
talking
a
about?
book definition or my definition.
Your definition.
Just for example, let's say I don't know, you can be given them or you can inherit them by being born.
You can inherit them or you can get them by being born. Okay, but what is that? Like, what are you talking about? You can get them. So what is the them describing?
Them describing, for example, gay people were afforded the right to get married, right?
Okay.
Okay,
But what makes that a right?
you can be given them or you can inherit them by being born. Bodily
Okay,
autonomy
wait,
is
okay.
limited
No,
to
okay,
being
wait.
born.
Wait, Stitch, can I try to clarify for you just so the conversation can move along? This is
Yeah, go ahead.
stupidly circular. Okay, so what Stitch is asking is what that is. So, yes, you can say or you can assert that a right is given by being born. That's fine, but you're not telling her what a right is. Him. You're not telling him what a right is. Sorry. Sometimes I get confused. I forget.
You're fine.
But you're not telling him what a right
Yeah, I understand
is.
this is like one of those debate things where you say a word and someone demands
No.
that you define the word. I don't do that.
Okay, so Mass, would you just agree with this definition for the sake of the argument so it can continue? Would you agree that a right is a legal or moral entitlement?
That's literally what I just described it as.
No, you did not.
You did not.
You just worded it another way.
I defined it.
Right?
I did
Yep,
not
you
use-
agree to you agree to that definition? Great.
Yes.
Go ahead. It's back to you.
Entitlement. It's what you agree with. Okay. So I would just fundamentally just disregard this definition, this implication of a right, because I would say we're going to say that this is something that people are just automatically entitled to, but in the same breath agree to the fact that it's something that can be taken away. Then how is this not just an entitlement rather than it being a right?
Then we'll call it an entitlement.
Okay, so it's an entitlement that women have. Okay, so what would make it immoral if I was to say, if I was to just go out, men were to rise up and say, women, we don't want you to get abortions anymore. We're going to restrict you from doing this. What would make it morally incorrect if it's something that we put into law in which women aren't allowed to do this anymore?
Well, ironically, I don't think it would be morally correct or morally incorrect. It would just be something that happens.
Huh?
Huh?
Yeah, huh? Like, what are you talking about?
I don't define it as morally correct or morally incorrect.
What are morals?
What are morals?
I'm asking you.
Why are you asking me?
Because you said
Did he give you an objective definition?
You made
You
the
said-
statement. Would it? You asked
No,
me the
you
question.
said-
Would it be
No,
a
you
moral
said
right?
you don't believe in morals, so now I'm confused. What do you take morals to be?
No, I never said I don't believe in morals. I said I wouldn't define, per your question, I wouldn't define the woman's right being taken away to get an abortion. I wouldn't define it.
Okay, that's fine. You didn't say okay, so you don't take this to be morals. Okay, so what is a moral?
I mean, I just said that I don't do the thing where you ask me what is a moral and I define it. I don't do
Okay,
that.
so Mass, let me help you again.
Bro.
A moral, like morals are just the framework in which you operate inside of society to determine.
Right, I
what's
know what a
right or
moral
wrong.
is.
Well, then just answer her question. If you could answer it that quickly, you would just move on to the next part of her critique of your position. His position.
I'm really confused. I want to interject. I'm really confused by your answer. I mean, if you have no contentions of it being illegal by the government, like, can you explain this answer?
Explain it how.
Yeah, so you'd have no contentions, like Sif said, if they made it illegal to get abortions.
Well, I don't necessarily. I'm more of a pragmatic person, so it's like
Well, pragmatically,
right.
what do you-
It's something. It's a right that women currently have, and I'm happy that they have it. If they didn't
Okay.
have it,
This right isn't universal. It doesn't exist across the entire world.
well, it
Or
exists
countries.
here where I live. So
No, but even
Okay.
with this, it wouldn't be like you still wouldn't be engaging with what I'm asking. Because if you're just gonna say, well, I mean, they can make it illegal, I won't care, right? But then you're saying, in the same sense, you're saying, well, it's a right that women currently have, and I'm happy they have it. So then, what is the conversation that we're having?
right.
Because-
So if it were
so I-
to say it becomes illegal, I would be the kind of person that helps them get one illegally.
Okay, so you would be the one contributing to the unaliving of children.
Yes.
Okay, so now, because I know you would do the action, I know you're discussing, and you would do the action.
Right.
I want the explanation why this would be morally okay.
Because I consider it to be.
That's
you
not
can-
an
Bro,
argument.
holy shit! So no argument. No argument. So what would make it wrong if men were to like tie up women and force them to have these children?
That's rejecting their bodily autonomy, correct?
I don't believe in body autonomy, so
Why not?
I'm asking you.
He just doesn't believe in it.
Don't burden shift. I'm not.
How's
We're
it
not talking
burden
about
shifting?
me. We're talking about you. So what makes this morally incorrect?
See, I can make a statement about myself and you ask me why I think that, but you
What
make a
makes
statement about
this
yourself and I
morally
can't ask you why you think that.
incorrect? What
I'm
makes
sorry?
this morally incorrect, bro? Just answer the question.
Like I just said, you're rejecting their bodily autonomy
Okay, why is that bad?
because that is something that every human inherits by being born.
Wait, what the fuck?
I mean,
This
that's a
is
really
circular.
cool assertion. Wait. That's a really cool assertion. Do you believe that bodily autonomy is absolute?
We did ask that.
No.
The special pleaded this specific scenario.
Yeah, so if you don't think that it's absolute, then you're special pleading to pregnancy. Why is pregnancy unique to bodily autonomy?
Why is pregnancy unique to bodily autonomy?
Yeah, because you don't hold that bodily autonomy is absolute. So what special quality about pregnancy grants women the unfiltered right to
The fact that
unalive
it's
their offspring?
optional.
Most
The
of the
fact that it's
male.
optional.
But if you live in a state where it's not optional, it's no longer permissible?
They'll just get them through other means. Correct. That happens.
Actually, we see a marked decrease in abortions in states in which it is impermissible. It's almost like if you put people
It
in
wouldn't be
jail for
long
doing
if they're
bad
having them in
things, people
secret,
don't want to do
right?
bad things as much.
But
It
they're
wouldn't
not
be
com-
logged that they're having them. There wouldn't be any statistics because they're having them in secret. Correct.
No, we wouldn't see this though in the same way that we wouldn't see a decrease in population over time. Everybody likes to use this backdoor abortion argument that it did. Well, back in the day, women were just getting backdoor abortions left and right. This wouldn't actually translate to the fact that up until pretty recently, we did not have an extreme decrease in our own population. Like, this just doesn't track, logically speaking, at all.
Can I investigate her idea of these things she's calling rights?
We kind of are doing that.
Yeah, I want to know what it is, like what the properties of these rights are.
Slavery was abolished in 1865, correct?
What? Nobody brought up
64.
slavery.
No, it's a question. It was abolished in 1865, correct?
No, it was abolished in 1863 with the Emancipation Proclamation, in which Lincoln used it to get reelected.
Right. So using the wombs of unwilling individuals to bring forth life you deem to be valuable would adhere to the definition of enslavement. Slavery
How
is
so?
quite literally forced.
Wait, no, how so? Wait, how so?
Slavery is quite literally forced labor. You would be forcing women.
Yeah, a biological process is not forced labor.
If you're forcing women to endure it when they don't want to, that would be forced labor.
No, I would disagree
listen,
with
I
that
really want to ask
definition.
her about
It quite
rights.
literally
You guys
would
off on a
be.
tangent here, and
Hold on.
she's dragging you through the mud.
Tangent?
Wait, hold on. Let's address the point that you said.
How is it a tangent?
Let's address the point that you said. I mean, yeah, I don't see how you be forcing labor, as you would say.
If they don't want it, but you make them do it, is that not forcing them?
No.
The process of pregnancy is going to happen regardless of whether they want it or not. The same way digestion does.
No, because they
You
can
can't.
stop it.
No.
What
You
abortion's
can't.
for. Get it?
You cannot consent to a biological process. And in fact, if you were to equate abortion to, let's say, inducing vomiting, you would say that person's mentally ill
You're not getting
in
it.
most cases and should not allow it.
Right.
So why should you allow abortion?
Again, because if a woman does not want to have the child, she could stop it by getting an abortion.
Okay, so if the
Magic legs.
anorexic wait. If the anorexic doesn't want food, should we allow them to unalive themselves by vomiting up all of their nutrients?
That's a different set of circumstances.
It's not. It's actually perfectly analogous to the biological process. Yes.
It's not.
How is it not? Give me the symmetry breaker.
Just isn't.
You gotta explain.
Yeah, you
You
have to give me the symmetry breaker.
you can't make it like just say something with like no reasoning.
So, like, what I'm asking is, what's the symmetry breaker between somebody who is anorexic and eats food, but then forces themselves to throw it up before they can digest it? What's the difference between that and a woman who starts pregnancy and then terminates it preemptively?
Okay, so then let the person throw up the food.
So let the anorexic unalive because they don't want to eat food.
That's their choice, correct?
If you see
I
somebody, hold on, I got a question, Mass. If you see somebody who's about to jump off a bridge and you could easily stop them, would you like not stop them? Like it's their
Would
choice, but would you not like want to stop them?
would I personally stop them?
Yeah, like would you it's like make an attempt because it is their choice. You don't want to infringe on their rights or whatever. Do you see like any problem with that?
I would probably try and stop them. More likely if it's a woman.
Wait,
What if
I'm
it's a
more likely
child?
with as a woman.
Yeah, I mean, what if it's a child too? You think that we should allow a child because it's their choice to just jump off a bridge?
How old is the child?
Why is that relevant?
It's a question.
Let's just say 17.
Okay, I would try and stop the child.
What isn't that like infringing on their rights though? Because
Yes,
you said
perhaps.
perhaps. So okay, so there are some instances where infringing on rights, quote unquote, is like right.
Right. My empathy compels me to attempt to stop them.
Your empathy.
Wait a minute. Wouldn't that apply to this pregnancy?
Yeah. So
Not
same thing with
my-
like the fetus.
See, the mother doesn't have empathy for the child in question. That's why she wants to abort it. Get it?
Wait, but we do. Just like you have empathy for the other person.
Okay, you're not the one carrying it.
Why is that?
Well, no, but that's irrelevant. Well, no, that's irrelevant.
Perfectly relevant, right?
No, even to
Why? Because
his
she's holding the
hypothetical-
hostage.
Well, no, even to the hypothetical of him saying like, "Oh, should you allow this person to jump off a bridge?" It's not their empathy that matters. It's your empathy.
So you're correct. So I could stop them the first time, right? They can go back and just try it again, and I won't be there the next time.
Yes, but
All right,
we can
then.
stop them the first time, yeah.
And they can try again.
And then wait, what do we do with people who are mentally ill? Do we put them in a jail? A
it a
special little
jail?
jail with nice padded cells?
That's not a jail. It's rehabilitation.
If you think mental institutions are rehabilitation, I have news for you.
That's how they're supposed to operate in a perfect world.
That's never how they've been supposed to operate. No. That's not even remotely true.
Right.
No, in the majority of cases, like even up into the 80s, the mentally ill were placed in their own asylums due to the fact that they were not compatible with society. Not because they were going to be rehabilitated. Yes, in those institutions, they tried methods that were scientifically questionable. They did human experimentation, essentially. But
Insane. They were trying anything they could.
Exactly. Well, no, exactly. They were doing whatever they could, but the point of these institutions was not to rehabilitate. It was to remove them from society and give them a safe place, and to ensure the safety of society. This is why we see so many homeless nowadays.
Criminally insane homeless.
Right.
Can I ask her about her rights claim?
Man, I wanted to ask about the rights claim, but I was taking a different avenue this time. I was trying something new. I should have just stuck with what I know.
I'm not
Oh,
sure why you guys
You made the
are
claim that you have this right to bodily autonomy,
I
correct?
mean, we can give
It's
it back to.
something every human inherits by being born.
I mean, we can give it to. Like,
Ma'am.
I mean, that's very peculiar definition.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about that. Could we find out some of the properties of this? Could you describe rights? Or like, are they equal? Are they universal?
No,
Maybe
obviously
inalienable?
not, because not everyone has them. My people didn't have them not too long ago.
Oh, you didn't. So then, how did they claim them?
They were given to them.
We given it by whom?
By your people, I assume, because you're white.
Oh, so my people gave you these rights, so that my people could take these rights away, I guess.
Correct.
Wait a minute.
Interesting.
That's the case. That's the case, and we just can grant rights to the unborn children. Then that.
I mean, you
Yeah,
can
so
try.
then I hereby,
You can try.
on behalf of my people, the Sicilians and Italians, I grant all fetuses, embryos, and zygotes due rights.
Yes.
So it be written, so it be done, it has been declared.
I mean, that's kind of what's trying to happen in some states. So I guess it hasn't happened yet, but in some states we could get to that point where they would have rights. I mean,
I kind of
I
like
mean-
this lady's argument now. I didn't realize that.
I mean,
had
it's
such power.
it's a really bad argument because you're saying my people. Like, do people in Africa not have rights?
Are you dumb?
There's actually like slavery in Africa.
Yeah, that doesn't mean they don't have rights.
Yeah, that's
And
exactly what that
some
means.
Africans don't have rights.
Well, no, one. So the argument of rights comes down to a moral conversation. So, like, moral or legal entitlement. This is the definition I gave earlier that
Slavery-
you agreed to.
Illegal. Do you define slavery as illegal or immoral?
I would deem slavery as immoral.
Okay, then.
But again, if you agreed to my definition earlier, which you did, of moral or legal entitlement, basically, if there is slavery in Africa, we should interfere against peoples who would enslave others. Because it's wrong to enslave others.
Okay.
But
People, despite the law, have these rights, right?
and that's what I'm trying to say is they have this right absent your quote unquote white man's benevolence.
Well, I mean, can you just say the other way?
They have it regardless.
Well, I mean, can you just say the other way around? If slavery is legal, wouldn't that mean the slave owner has a right to own somebody as property? So, like, by law, they have the right.
Law doesn't go hand in hand with morality.
Oh, I know, but you're saying abortion because these are things are granted because when you're born, you're okay. Some
Yeah,
points,
bodily autonomy. Yes.
yeah. Then okay, in some points, you can just grant bodily autonomy to the unborn.
Not really,
Why?
because the unborn is dependent upon the born.
Why is that?
Born is dependent. Wait. The dependent is also born on the born.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, the newborn child is still dependent upon the parent.
Yeah,
What's
they
the
were until like they're like
relevance?
2 or 3 years old or even older.
If that child's
Yeah,
born,
it's older.
it's because the mother decided not to abort the pregnancy.
I mean, that's you said it's dependent, so why would that matter? It's still dependent.
The argument is if you're basing it on like dependency on the born, then that would apply to people that are already born.
The whole point is that that's not a symmetry breaker in your argument. You're saying that a woman, prior to the child coming out of the magical meat curtains, gets to yeetus the fetus,
Yes.
or
Yes.
deletus the fetus.
Well,
And what we're saying is that there is no moral difference between a child 8 months in the womb and a child 1 day out of the womb. There is no difference. They have the same moral difference.
How so?
Well, that's what
What?
we're asking you for. What we're asking you for is the distinction. You're making the positive claim.
So you
That
have the
there
chance
is
to
a
abort your
distinction.
pregnancy while you're pregnant. Killing the child
Yes, but
after it's
what's
been
the
born.
distinction? What's the distinction between the child in the womb and out of the womb? What's the distinction?
Well, the child is out of the womb. That's the distinction.
so there's that's the only
That's just
difference.
that's just descriptively true. That's not giving me a moral difference.
Can I ask you a question? Do you think that like third trimester ABs are okay?
Sure, why not?
So what about like 5 minutes before like birth? You think we can just unalive the baby right then?
That'd be weird.
That's not what I was asking.
I'd consider that weird. You're breaking up.
Immoral or moral?
I would consider it immoral.
Why? Why is that immoral?
It's just immoral to me.
Why though? You have to like kind of have reasoning.
He hasn't
Why?
been born yet.
Why?
Okay, I don't have one. It's just how I feel.
Why should we care how you feel? Why should we subscribe to his view?
I mean, this is how you guys feel, right? You're pro-life.
Yeah, but we can have like
We have
reasoning to
wait. I love the burden
But your
shift. Hold on.
reasoning is that you prioritize the life of unborn children
Why
over.
we didn't give you an argument? You're not giving us.
Nope. None of us gave you our position fully. So you can't make the positive claim that that's our position.
That is the claim,
But
though, right?
no, it's not. No, it's not.
It is. It is.
No, it's not. Not even remotely.
It is.
No. But again, we could also give reason. Every single one of us up here could give a reasoning outside of my feelings.
Okay.
I could do it from both a religious perspective and a secular perspective. So again, what is it besides my feelings that tells you things are wrong?
I mean, our feelings are just to go against your feelings. So, like, why should we care?
Exactly. Even if it is just our feelings, you're not telling us how your feelings are more important than our feelings. This just becomes a majority claim, and believe it or not, the majority of us are men, which means we're the majority of the enforcement arm in society.
Are you?
Yes.
Most of the military, law enforcement.
And
firefighters and EMTs and basically everything that makes society function, such as pipeline workers, truck drivers, electrical workers, basically every job that makes you get to sit on TikTok right now having this debate with us.
that's incorrect.
The majority of it is ran by men.
Right. Okay.
You said that was incorrect. How is that incorrect?
I'm not gonna elaborate. If that's what you think, that's what you think.
I mean, do you have empirical data?
No, this is just statistics.
Okay.
I said military, obviously.
This is it doesn't make me incorrect. It's just the way statistics work.
Right.
The majority of these job fields are ran by men, and always will be.
The worst part is people have this type of mentality when they go
It's
vote.
interesting you guys willed this like it's some sort of like I'm just confused. And
What?
so what?
I mean, you just disagreed. You said something that was just not true, and we kind of called you out on it. But this is what I'm saying is like people have this type of mentality when they're going to the voting booth. Like, oh, I just feel like this. I have no reasoning to think this, but I just believe this, and they go vote for the wrong person
You
without
don't
even
know who I
thinking.
voted for.
Well, I didn't say that I know. I have a strong feeling, but
I'm not
that's
I'm
that's the
not
type of
saying
mentality.
Well,
That's the type.
well, besides the points, you haven't given us reasons why we should subscribe to your view. It's like just
I did give you the reason. It's slavery. You're enslaving women to have children they don't
no,
deserve.
you can't slate again. We're not the ones. Number one, we're not the reason why these women are pregnant in the first place.
You're right. Men are.
No, I'm not the one. No,
Yeah, you impregnate women, correct?
No, I didn't cause you to get.
It
pregnant.
takes two. So
Wait, I myself did not cause you to get pregnant. So
Hold on, I've actually got a point. I got a cool point. What? Mass, do you support men paying child support?
not specifying on any other topic.
Well, I mean, it's like kind of important for the conversation.
How
You
so?
say it's like the child is the mother's, and the mother has like full responsibility, and she could unalive it if she wants. I feel like that would just take the man, him, like he doesn't even need to be involved. Why does he need to pay any financial support if it's not his child?
Well, he's not carrying the child, is he?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So you don't support, you don't believe in you don't believe in child support.
How did you come to that
No. What
conclusion?
you're asking, Jaden, for future arguments, what you need to ask for that hypothetical is you need to say, do you believe in financial abortion for men?
What is that?
it's just not paying child support. That's what it means.
Yeah. So financial abortion means that a woman has the choice to unalive her offspring. Men, if you are going to be logically consistent, men ought have the same ability to not be forced to utilize their resources per
Don't
said
they have
child.
that ability already?
Not really.
No,
Men
they don't.
on child support payments.
No.
No, you can force a man on child support even if his name isn't on the birth certificate.
Yeah, and he can just not pay it.
And then
And
go
then
to
he
Then
can
he'll go
get
to
his
jail.
wait, no. He can get his license revoked. He can go to prison. He can have his credit ruined.
Okay,
What are
then.
you talking about? Wait. No, but you're saying that women should be allowed to unalive their offspring with no consequence. That's not the same thing as a man going to prison because he doesn't pay child support. In fact, we actually see
Duh.
cases in which men are required to pay child support for children that aren't even theirs,
And
just because their name got wrongly put on a birth certificate.
I don't think Mass cares too much about men because when I asked her earlier about the jumping off the bridge
He's a woman
situation,
supremacist. But the
yeah,
problem is women supremacy only exists in a patriarchy, which means women have to appeal to men for it.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
I mean, everything that you have said is misandrist.
How
Every
so?
single thing.
It's an
How
argument.
so?
Racist stuff in there too. Don't forget that.
It wasn't, but how
Well,
so?
you've been really giving us an argument. I mean, you're just saying now. I think men should pay child support, but to be consistent, right? If you,
I never said that,
Well, we're asking you. We're asking you now.
and I'm not answering.
So that's what you're just gonna keep dodging.
You can call it dodging. You're veering off on a different topic.
No, this is relevant. We
Well,
just
hey, can I ask you a question?
You can
Can I
feel
ask you a
vindicated
question?
in whatever
Wait,
conclusions
Mass.
you come to about me.
Mass, hold on. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
the question.
Not you.
Oh.
Welcome back to Section 8.
Oh, damn. All right, next person. So I don't know how to pronounce your name, but Angsty, what's your age? What's your stance?
I'm 23 and I'm pro-choice as well.
All right. Does anybody want a 1v1? Speak to her.
That honor, I'll do it.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, you pro-choice? Hello? You are?
I don't understand the question. Go again?
Are you pro-choice?
Sure.
So what's your argument for why you think it's okay for mothers to murder their children in the womb?
Well, I know women, and I guess that the point where I know women who was sexually assaulted in their younger ages, got pregnant, and then they were like 15 to 16, 17, and they can't have a child while going to college now, can they?
Guys, I'm sorry. I can't understand anything she's saying, and I don't think I'm going to be able to. So if you want to take over, please.
Yeah, I
I'm
can't.
having trouble too.
Yeah, I can't. hear.
Exani, can you say that again, like a little bit, maybe louder, maybe a little bit more clear? The only part I heard was essay, and I want to talk or say that we don't talk about essay. We're going to talk about the vast majority of abortions right now. So that's 98% of abortions are consenting adults over the age of 18. Okay, so we're not going to talk about minors. We're not going to talk about grape or essay. So with that being said, why should women have the special privilege to unalive their unborn children? Are you there?
Let's see how this conversation is going to work out.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, so Azani, it might help. Your finger might be covering your microphone, which would make you a little bit more muffled. But also, you might just want to move your phone a little bit farther away from your face.
Oh.
Okay. I was just trying to help. I wasn't even trying to interject into the argument.
Oh yeah, no, you're good. I know. I think I don't know.
Be able to understand.
Yeah.
LTO. All right. Any other op? No.
You want to take it now?
No. Any other op?
Go ahead and give an argument why Machiavellian ethics are wrong.
I have to read into it, as I can really say.
Read it, you're going to realize how hard that argument is. It's not fair.
Isn't that what? Isn't that like population control? Right? Isn't it have something to do with that?
No, not even remotely.
Okay.
Machiavellian ethics just dictate that the ends justify the means. It's almost utilitarian, but it adds an extra aspect of self-interest.
Oh, so it basically, if you benefit from it, right? It's a moral good.
Well, no, so it wouldn't necessarily be that you benefit from it. It would be that the collective benefit from it. But the collective is a very subjective term under Machiavellian ethics. So it could be the self that is the beneficiary, but it could also be the community. And so it leaves a really flexible way to argue.
That sounds terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible to argue against. I'll tell you that now.
I mean, if it's just basically utilitarianism just sprinkled in with something else, I mean, we know where that leads to.
Narcissism with utilitarianism.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't say Satanism. I'd say hedonism, more so than Satanism.
Well, it's
Be
like
honest.
LaVeyan Satanism.
Did you take debate? Have you ever taken a debate class, like in high school or anything?
Nope.
Well, you're like, this was my first year debate, and like, you like seem to know a lot of the stuff in there.
Know the jargon there, and most of us also did not do debate in high school.
I did it in college.
And also, wait a second. How old are you, Jaden?
18.
How is it your first year of debate in high school?
Because they let everybody, like, you freshman, sophomore, junior, senior. I'm a senior.
What year were you born?
2007.
What month?
February.
Damn.
All right, let me get a new triggering background. I think this is just too simple.
What do you say?
I'm getting a new background. So, Shaz, dodging like that last person. That last person should be in a dodgeball team.
Yeah. Dodging, burden shifting. All of these things are great ways to win a debate without actually even arguing.
Those are not great ways to win a debate. Those are the most cowardly, sniveling, bitch move tactics to debate of all. And everyone that uses those tactics is a cowardly little bitch boy.
That too.
No, what I'm saying is that it's a great way to win the debate without debating, Mr. Man. It's different than actually winning the debate.
It's not, because if anyone's watching and sees you bouncing from one fence post to the next, never taking a stance on anything, then you're just there to be a fucking dick, like throwing a monkey wrench in the collective mind of progress. That's all that these Phil bros are doing. They're just trying to avoid finding out what's right or wrong so they can get away with being wrong all the time. As long as they're just blurring the line between right and wrong, then they can always be wrong and never say they're wrong because everything's right and nothing is wrong. And nobody wants to hear this shit. I just made it, I think.
Well, I don't think you made the argument. You just made a bunch of
cowardice.
No, you made a
is
bunch
the
of
most
positive claims
disgusting
with no
fucking
justification.
thing. All right, yeah.
No,
okay,
you made a
sure.
bunch of. So Jaden, that right there, what I just did right there is called a burden shift. I was making positive claims. Mr. Man came in and said something against me, and I reversed the entire situation on him, and now he put himself in the place of having a burden of explanation. So knowing these tactics is what will make you better at debate, because you can call them out when you see them.
Yeah, if you want to study the master list of logical fallacies and memorize
Yeah, exactly.
them if you can.
So that way you can call other people out, though.
Yeah,
So,
it just sounds like too much work, man. Honestly.
Well, it's not too much work. If he's in debate class, it's important because, for instance, he should be able to identify, hey, you're burden shifting right now. You are not actually identifying your claim. Hey, You are making a logical fallacy here. This is a problem. In your debate style, you need to be able to identify these because it's useful to argumentation.
Indeed it is, yeah.
How did you find this stuff out? Like, go study Ben Shapiro or something?
No. Ben Shapiro's not even that good at debating, I'm sorry.
I don't know. He used to be a lot better. He's not that good anymore.
No, you need to look up, like, if you're looking up for, like, Christian apologist debates, look up William Lane Craig, Gavin Ortland, Trent Horn, and that covers a wide spectrum. It covers both Catholics as well as Protestants who are very good in their space and are genuine debaters.
Jay Dyer too, Orthodox as well.
Yeah, Jay Dyer and Andrew Wilson for Orthodoxy. There's different standards in which people are going to use debate styles. Mr. Man and I are both inflammatory debate styles.
Is that what you'd call me?
Inflammatory?
Yeah.
Inflammatory, yes.
Yeah, I'd call you inflammatory, and I'd also call myself inflammatory. Okay, we're both
Got a lot of
inflammatory. It's okay.
inflammation going on in that argument.
But
what is that?
But
I'm like
being
the hemorrhoid of
inflammatory.
debaters.
So being inflammatory just means that we look to get an emotional rise out of our debate opponent.
Yeah.
Well, the reason I do it is because it seems like they're always trying to remove any sort of emotion from anything. Any sort of duty, honor, or virtue is just completely ignored, as though it doesn't exist. We're in a vacuum that doesn't have anything good or righteous or holy or true. It's just this vacuum we've created to say, hypothetically, I could just say that it is the case that, and then they go on some long-ass tangent about bullshit, nothing, that's fallacious because it's going nowhere.
This is why I follow you, Mr. Man. You're totally on point, man. It's all emotional. It's lack of emotion.
So give me the argument for God now.
Well, you'd have to have no emotion to unalive children, right?
Right, I agree.
You'd have to be a sociopath.
Wait. I'm relatively unemotional in my argumentation. I still think it's wrong to unalive children.
Also,
Well,
you
I'm
have
sure you
to,
can look
like
at
in a
it from a
debate, for
practical standpoint.
instance, like in a debate, for instance, you have to be emotionless completely, period, point blank. You have to have no emotions, like you have to have no heart. Yeah, it like everybody.
I disagree with
everybody
this
has a
entirely.
heart when it comes to
I totally
unaliving
disagree.
children, but like I'm saying in other specific things, you have to have no heart for, like
No, I
economy
disagree.
or
I
this or that.
Yeah.
I disagree. That's
I
wrong.
think that you have to have extreme emotion, and it can swing one way or the other.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be for the positive or negative. It's
Mhm.
that you have to have an emotional stance in order to stand up for something.
Mhm.
Well, I agree with what you're saying, because I know that if you're an ER doctor, you do kind of have to kind of shut things off to do the job. So
Right.
from that perspective, I'd agree with you. But the root of it is emotion. The root of it is the value of human life. I mean, the whole argument comes down to, is human life valuable?
Mhm.
You know, that's the whole enchilada.
Yes.
The topic is the most horrific thing we're talking about. We're talking about something so gruesome
Right.
that, you know, and what you're expecting me to just be like, oh, okay, so when we dismember the baby. No, I can't. I'm sorry. I can't talk about this subject like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
You just gotta put it the right way. Like, again, it also depends on the type of person that you are. I'm relatively monotone for the most part. I add inflection in my voice where necessary to make my point, but for the most part, I'm a monotone person. And so, like, the facts work better for me. If Mr. Man said the same exact thing I said,
Right.
it would not have the same delivery, because he would be like, I'm Mr. Man with a New York accent. And I'm telling you
I love
that you're
Mr.
wrong.
Man.
I love
I
his voice
really
though. Come on,
do.
man. You could be Mr. Man. You should be like a radio host, dude. You got the
Oh
perfect.
yeah, he'd be
You
the
could be a
The radio
total.
greatest.
Mr.
I
Man,
used to have a
radio
death
guy.
metal radio show in
Man,
Connecticut.
I think if they have
Yeah,
a
I could tell.
Sopranos, I think if they have a Sopranos revival, you should audition.
But
That's
the
what I mean. It's
host,
like
the host knows me against abortion completely. You know, like that's a baby. You know,
Yeah, I think Mr.
You-
Man should do like the fucking ladies' man thing from Saturday Night Live. You know,
Jared.
like, yeah, this is Mr. Man here about all your romantic inquiries.
I feel like all the men from the pro-life lives that I know should start a podcast, and
Oh,
we should
yeah.
just say the most insane shit
like, I
humanly
hate-
possible.
I hate when these
So, like
women.
this
I hate
freak-
when women say a man shouldn't be a part of it. Obviously, they should be a damn fucking part of it, due to they're the ones laying the damn seed. Hello.
Well, what I always say
Well,
is
no,
that
no,
to
no,
women
no.
that say
It
that.
ain't. It's not
Anytime-
even that the men are laying the seed. The men are also the ones protecting the women, ensuring that the women are
Exactly.
protected, ensuring that the women have rights, ensuring that the women have food, ensuring that the women have
Exactly. That's
electricity.
exactly what my husband's
Everything.
doing right now.
So, hey, free
with
nudes
me.
tweets down there says, "I say you have no heart if you take the life of a burglar." You know what I say to that? You know what? If someone breaks into my house, I know an SA charge is going to give me less time than a murder charge. I'll make that motherfucker regret it.
Well, no, anonymity.
enjoy it.
I've had conversations with a few of my coworkers about this.
Uh-huh.
The person who breaks into my house, the best thing that could happen to them is that they get unalived by my pew pew.
Oh yeah. I
Because
believe
if
that.
I get my hands on them, if I get to hold on to them for a little bit, I'm gonna make them regret the day they entered a house.
Oh yeah.
And it's not going to be a night. It's not going to be a pew pew night.
Hey, technically, if they come in and you tie them up, they consented to it, right?
All right. I don't want to hear violent fantasies.
Like no, like if you just tie them up in the basement, like they consented to that, right?
I don't know. I guess they wait. Wait, you can assent. You
Nah,
can't
bro.
consent.
Like if someone breaks into your house and you like catch them and just tie them up in your basement, like now you're not fucking leaving, asshole.
I
They
heard there was
consented
a
to that,
woman
right?
in England that did that, and she kept the guy there for 3 days.
Well, is it,
Seriously. And she was
well,
riding
isn't
the whole
that just
time.
I was
wait?
just being
Isn't that
stupid.
just if you break into someone's house? Isn't that just consensual non-consent?
I don't know, but I was
CNC.
just stupid.
I guess both parties consent in that case.
Imagine
At that point, it's
shit,
just
break into
it's just
somebody's house
kinky.
and
At that
imagine
point, it's just
breaking
kinky.
someone's house and then all of a
That
sudden you
one
can't
is
leave.
just kinky.
She ties you up, you can't leave. Oh shit!
Now you're just participating in BDSM culture. Are you wanting to be a
Well, I mean-
participant in BDSM anonymity, or are
No,
you
I'm
saying
just
that
saying,
Christ is
talk
not
about
king?
a fucking life-changing event.
Oh, hey guys, listen. I know we're having a good time here, but I'm about to change the mood for a second.
Yes,
I gotta
let's
ask
change
anonymity
it.
something.
What?
Yeah, is KD ready to talk to me about this?
I have no idea. I have not talked to her, but I know she didn't want to do it on the live panel. I don't know
Wait
if you have Discord or
what?
not, but I would
You all do it on the
I would
Discord.
suggest doing it on the Discord though,
Yes.
not
Wait.
on a live panel.
Yeah,
You're in a contention with Katie, Mr. Man. What?
Well,
what's
this
going on?
just it's between them. It's between him and Katie, but he wanted to talk to her on a live, and when she's doing her lives, she does her lives for her abortion stuff. She doesn't want to do that stuff, so
And I respect that totally. That's why
Right,
when I
right.
would come into the room, I wouldn't even request, but she requested me up, and
yeah.
then she brought me up there just to tell me, the way I talk to women, she's not comfortable having me up on her panel. And then,
Well, I mean, at least
booted
she let you stay in the live though, and she said that to your face.
Yeah, you and Mac both. you know.
Yeah, but she didn't. It was very vague and ambiguous. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I can message her. She's probably in bed tonight, but I can message her
No,
tomorrow.
there's
Have
no
Discord.
rush. And listen, just know I love Katie. I have no problem with Katie. But
Okay.
if she's got a problem with me, I want to hear it about it.
Yeah, I mean, just give her some time. I mean, when
I
she's
know
ready to put
how
her words
Mr.
together.
Man talks, you know. I know how Mac talks. They're serious about like situations that everybody talks about on these abortion panels, and it kind of gets heated because KD gets heated, everybody gets heated, and it just ends up,
Wait, hold on, hold on.
Miss.
I know, but it's just just let when she's ready to, she'll let you know.
Okay.
Hold on. I mean,
So,
Mac.
I
Wait,
mean,
hold on.
she's-
Host is speaking. Host is speaking.
We had this, and Mac. I mean, if you're talking about Mac, this is like a common trend. I mean, you can't say it gets heated because apparently Mac gets heated like every single time.
He comes in
Every
here.
time, like every time, like Mr. Man, you got way more fuse than Mac. I mean, it's short
Like,
as
it's just somebody's like,
Well, he's
how
got
do-
a wife
how
and a
do
kid
you say
there.
it?
So
What's that
my
word?
fuse is getting longer
Your
and longer.
persona on something. It's the persona.
Yeah, sure.
Certain things.
If Mr. Man's fuse is long, my fuse must reach China.
honestly, I would agree with that, dude. You are
Okay,
probably one of
so,
the most patient,
Mr.
and
Man,
you're
you
also
asked
very.
and you shall receive.
You're very.
so
You don't let emotion get into your debates. You really do have a tremendous amount of patience, and for that reason, I think you're more effective.
But
Oh,
you
yeah,
know what?
hold
I
on,
think
hold on.
people mistake a lot of my inflection for emotion because a lot of time I'm just performing. I don't feel either way about it. I'm just performing. I'm giving you my
Well-
my all in my description, so you get something out of the words.
Listen, Mr. Vad, the problem you have is that damn accent makes you sound like a mafia dude that wants to axe me. So, like, you kind of got it going against you right out the gate with that tone. But you
You
do
do
have
the
good
racism
argument,
is
though.
what it is. Everybody's racist
Just
against
learn
the
to
guy.
talk like
love
Mickey
it. I
Mouse.
love the
Never get a
mob.
change.
I
learn
love
to
the
talk
mob
like
voice,
Mickey
man.
Mouse. What the heck?
The
No,
mob
We've
voice.
been
is
getting
so
for how
good.
many years? 80 years?
Yeah, I love
Yeah,
the mob
but-
voice, man.
Yeah, Mr. Man, she'll talk to you when she's ready to. Just
All right.
when the time is. I can't
Alright,
speak
Fair
for
enough,
her.
fair enough.
Hello,
I got no
hello.
member. Just if she asks,
Yeah,
I
hold
have
on.
nothing
So-
to
I know, I understand, but
Yeah.
just on her panels, she does the abortion thing. So
Guys,
just
host is
Yeah,
talking.
guys,
Yeah,
we
no,
have somebody
that's
on the
why I didn't
panel.
want to interrupt it, but
Wait,
Guys,
they're
I'm
not.
curious
They're
what's
all
on the
right.
panel.
Hello.
pro-life though. They're
Hi,
pro-life.
fit
though.
for a crown. Fit for a crown. Can we please have your age for TikTok purposes and your position on the prompt?
I'm 26 and I'm pro-life.
Do you hold exceptions?
No.
W, that's a win.
No. What
'Cause I
W?
wouldn't-
Yeah.
Because I haven't seen you before. It's like I don't remember your stance, but
Yeah, I'm pro-life, no exceptions. I was just listening, but you guys invited me up. If you want me to drop for an op space, though, I will.
I actually drop me. It's been
He's
like
my
20
friend.
minutes. Drop
all
me.
right,
I gotta go hang out with the wife.
all right. Oh, I dropped them quickly. Oh, Bliss is in the comments. Anybody want to talk to Bliss?
Foxy, hi, Katie.
But actually, I would actually
Nobody is
posit.
talking about Katie. Mr. Man was just asking when Katie would be ready to
Hold on,
talk,
wait.
and I said that Mr. Man, Katie will be ready to talk when she lets you know she's ready to talk.
Wait, what was
yeah,
Theo gonna
Mr.
say
Man,
before Theo was interrupted?
Yeah, he asked when you if you were ready to talk yet, and I said I don't know, but on your panels,
What was
it's
Theo
your
gonna-
abortion thing, and when
Yeah,
you're ready
all
to
I was
talk,
going to posit, all I
Hold
was
on,
going to
Theo.
posit is that Bliss actually holds a pretty hard stance to fight as a pro-lifer. That's all I was going to say.
Yeah, I've heard about it. Yeah, I've heard about it.
yeah. So Katie, like Mr. Man asked, I just said on your panels, you do your abortion thing. If you have personal things, then you'll let him know when you're ready to talk about it. I
Yeah,
couldn't
no,
speak for him.
Mr. Man, I really look forward to our conversation on the vaccinations and stuff. I want to make sure that I do a really good, thorough job of finding accurate information and compiling it well. So I'm trying to take my time on that. I didn't get to work on it today. My migraines have been really, really bad lately. And I didn't get to do it today because of that. But I did work on it some yesterday. I'm going to work on it some more either tonight or tomorrow. I'm going to take several days at least, if not a couple weeks, to get things together just to make sure that we're going to.
Oh wait, anybody want to talk to Alex? Oh my goodness, someone should talk to Alex.
No, I
Yeah.
think I don't know.
Like a minor, I don't talk to minors on this app.
No. Anyone want to
No,
talk?
he
to
was
Alex?
more. I think it was more along the lines of what you said to him today during your live, but I don't know. I'm
Why
gonna
isn't
say
Alex
I can't
requesting
be.
up? Why isn't Alex Khan requesting up?
This is how far I am.
So, KD, you want to?
How far are you?
That Katie. Listen,
Wait,
I've been
Katie.
waiting 20 years for some information
Katie,
like
what
you're
if-
talking about presenting, so I could wait another few weeks.
Katie,
Yeah.
want to explain your position, your conversation with that guy who you're talking about the vacuum?
The oh
Vacuum?
yeah. I honestly shouldn't have gone in the vacuum situation. I should have just like it doesn't really matter. He died on the hill of child essay, child porn, or dodged questions about child porn. But yeah, give me just 1 second. Yeah, no, Mr. Man, absolutely. I look forward to our talk on that. I want to make sure I've got all my information. Virology's not my jam. Not a thing that I'm super. Vaccines as well. So I'm gonna make sure that I educate myself before further. So beautiful before I try and come up and say more on it. That I that's one of my like hard lines. I don't talk on things that I don't really understand pretty well.
Wait, that was Pookie? That was him?
That was Poochie. Yeah, no, it's.
Well,
it's
I look forward to
Hey,
one
did
of two
Dean
things.
run?
You either dispel my what I think on it, or you become an anti-vaxxer like me.
Sure, and like just so you know, like I'm not hardcore like pro-vax. I really am pretty.
Middle of the road, or
There's some things that are really scary, some things that are really really bad. And really my position. Sorry, hold on. My individually vary depending on the severity of the disease. And do you remember the word virulence, which stop, which we talked about virulence meaning the ability. Why do we enter controls? Virulence meaning the ability to cause disease, right? So the virulence of the disease is really mostly what determines my position on the vaccine, along with like the effects, the negative effects of the vaccine. So between it's risk and benefit is what determines my position individually. But yeah.
all right. Well, I would hope you would look at all the statistics on it,
Yeah.
and really see what the risk and benefit really is.
Yeah, I've got a bunch of
Hey,
stuff.
when did Dean run from you?
Like an hour ago, 2 hours ago.
Doesn't he run from
Just
everybody?
pass some of the comments. Let's talk about how Dean ran from you.
Yeah. It would have helped, like, if Poochie didn't come up being a troll, and, like, Court and Sky and all the trolls, all the, like, the dumb fucks that just fucking don't like me, didn't come up being a troll. I have the video, and I rewatched it, and honestly, like, the only thing that I think I did wrong in it was he tried, because I told him that we were talking about, to discriminate based on consciousness and not anything else would be eugenics. And he's like, well, we discriminate on who can go into bathrooms, male versus female, which I could totally post and be like, Dean thinks that trans women shouldn't be allowed in women's bathrooms, or whatever. I could fucking like, anyways, if I wanted to really like fuck with him, I could. But I should have not let him do that because it's not eugenics to separate based on girls. Come on. Sorry, hold.
Isn't that like?
It's not analogous in any way, shape, or form. My kids were being obnoxious like they are right now. Sorry, hold on.
And they're laughing too. They're having fun with it.
They are. They're causing her hell right now.
LKD. That's an L.
I give her all the props. You are a good mama.
Thanks. But I shouldn't have let him get away with the false analogy. It wasn't analogous in any way, shape, or form. But my kids were being obnoxious in the background, and I didn't really like gather I didn't really hear what he was saying until the replay. So I might just like do the replay and then go and be like, hey, so this is what I should have done in the moment. Didn't catch what he'd said because my kid's being crazy in the background. Should have said at this moment that this isn't analogous. I don't know. I might go break it down or something, but we'll see. And then Lit and Poochie came in being obnoxious and doing their dumb shit. Otherwise, Dean would have either had to have died on the hill that eugenics is okay, or that we could discriminate based on any characteristic. So if he wasn't, I don't know.
Oh, like I don't like I didn't know that was him. Like him and his Phil bro friends, like Courts and all those other people were defending him.
We don't like
Yes.
her.
They're all awful.
Yes.
And unfortunately, Aaron kind of like caved to them quite a lot and destroyed it and made pro-life individuals look really, really, really bad because of how Poochie and Lit were acting.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's pro life. I don't know why he's doing that, but like that's the thing I can't stand of Phil bros.
Like he has Lit on there. The fact that he has Lit,
Would you drop for Jacob for a minute?
the fact that he has Lit as a mod is crazy.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
I
that's
would
why
like
you
to-
never leave. Thank you.
Yes. Okay.
I mean,
I'm just curious as to why I'm here, Jacob.
Oh yeah, I got up. Yeah, because we were invited up, or we were invited by Angelita. So yeah, Stitch? What's your contention with Katie? Are you going off on her like?
no,
Do you want to go ahead and
I don't have
you want to go ahead and talk?
an issue with KD. So
Yeah,
this
you
is
do.
where you and the
Yeah,
other
you do.
Sparky were.
no,
Are you
good
gonna allow
job.
me to speak?
Oh, look,
Are you
more
just
ableist
gonna
slurs.
speak over me like you did last time?
More
Guys,
ableist slurs from a
Big
fucking
Mama.
idiot.
Yeah, so you're just gonna speak over me like you did last time. You're gonna swear that and
Guys.
speak
No,
over
that
me.
was actually you speaking over us.
You
Actually.
were
Guys.
speaking over me the entire fucking time when I mentioned my issue with JD.
Again.
So
All right,
okay,
guys.
fucking play the recording.
Listen
you
to the
fucking
host.
Sparky.
It
Play the
happened in the
fucking
last.
recording.
We're not gonna.
You
We have first.
cried because I said Spurgy. You were crying like a little bitch. You got mad because I said that KD, respectfully, KD, it's no real issue. I just don't think you know how to debate. And that's just my
That's not all you
opinion.
said.
Not what you said.
Oh, absolutely, that's not all what I said. KD knows what I said. I said
Okay,
it to her
KD, do
yesterday.
you trust
We
that I
had
would
a
tell you the
long
truth about a
fight. Are
situation,
you
or do you
gonna
think I would
allow
lie to
me
you?
to speak, yes or no?
Yeah, I trust you.
I'm not gonna do this screaming
Okay.
match again.
All right.
You're the one that was screaming, bro.
This is not the line for
No,
it.
you spurged out. Both of you guys spurged out. Y'all kept muting me and then kicked me off. So
Yeah,
would call
because we
that
got tired of you
spurging out.
talking shit about somebody. We
Tell
let
the
you
truth.
run your
Nobody
mouth
was
for an
talking
hour.
shit about KD.
Tell the
Everything
truth.
that I
We let you
said,
run
I
your
said
mouth
to
for
her
an
face.
hour, bro.
Yeah, tell the truth,
Everything
dude.
that I said to her face. And I said that you guys have her thumb up your asses by defending her.
Right.
Absolutely. So what the fuck are you talking about? Everything
You
that I
came
said
at
to you
Angelita
guys,
before you were dropped.
everything that I
Hey,
said to her, I said to her face.
All right,
No,
guys.
you're actually really
Face.
talking shit to
We're
Angelita.
gonna
That's
drop
why you got
it.
dropped.
Fuck out of here.
We're
I
gonna
talked
drop
shit to
it.
Angelita because she was allowing you to fucking mute me and shit when we were having a good ass fucking conversation.
A good
Okay.
conversation
Shut the
isn't
fuck
your
up.
annoying voice, you mosquito.
Okay.
Yes, I'm
We're
You're
gonna
annoying,
drop
but
it.
you're a
you can't hear it.
pathological
You
liar,
can't hear
Stitch.
your
Hey,
You're a
we're
fucking
gonna
I
drop
pathological
it.
cannot
liar.
argue with that.
And you're mad because I was talking about someone that you can't fuck.
You're a
Fuck out of
got
here,
an
pathological
you
liar,
issue.
nasty
bro.
You
bastard.
got an issue.
Fuck out of here.
Who said that? Who said he's a
Okay.
pathological liar? Was
Me,
that?
Base said that.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Any ops?
Everything you're
Told
saying
you.
is disingenuous. You're not admitting to anything you said. You said one part of what you
Thing
said.
that I
You're a
said to her,
pathological liar.
I said yesterday.
You were
Everything.
talking
That's literally
nonstop
what we were
shit about
fighting about
KD,
yesterday.
Ash,
The fuck
Ash
are you
Attack.
talking
You said
about?
something about every last fucking
Yeah,
person
you
I
did.
just
You
named.
talked shit about
Bro,
everybody,
holy
including
shit.
Drop
They know
it.
what I said. Me and them have had this conversation. What the fuck are you not understanding?
Oh, now I see why the cops were at your house, man.
Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? They're not at my house. They're at my
Maybe you're at the
neighbor's.
Schmugs.
The fuck
Yeah.
are you?
Okay, this is getting a little out of hand. All right, so we're just gonna. I think I pressed the wrong button. Yeah, that was not the intention. All right, we're getting a little out of hand. I think I pressed the wrong button. I'm still figuring out what these features needs. I think I pressed the wrong button.
Can we talk about like
Avani is
abortion
just
now?
really emotional.
Bro,
we're
you're mad at
we're not
you're
gonna
mad
enter-
as fuck because of what I said about KD that I said to her fucking face. Fuck out of here.
All right, I think we have an op. I think we have an op.
So Avani, the only thing I really have to say to this, like, say what you want. I don't really care. It doesn't bother me. Totally a W for people having my back. Thanks, I appreciate that. I really,
Yeah,
really
have
do.
the back of someone that can't fucking debate. Go ahead.
Debate me.
I mean, guys,
What the fuck are you talking
no. We're
You weren't. But here's my issue. What I said about her wasn't even an issue about her personally. It was about her debate. That's it. And y'all guys got mad. Y'all guys got mad because I have a fucking opinion.
Debate
Fuck out
me.
of here.
Debate me.
Well,
We
no,
can
we
In
debate.
his
Let me
defense, the
get
only
let
thing
me
he
get
said
let
was
me
what
do this
Katie
last
admitted
order.
to that was
Let me
very
do this last
reasonable.
order that I
hello.
have. Katie, hang on, really quick. We can settle this. It's fine. I have no real issue, personal issue with JD. I don't hate her. I don't even know her. Okay? But here's the thing. If you want to debate, just let me do my last order. I'm door dashing around. Let me do my last order. We can debate.
Sure.
We can debate
All right,
right
I'll
now.
allow
We
it
can
on the
debate on this
wait.
panel.
I'll allow it, but we have an op on it first.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. You can get someone to moderate, Protect, as well. We
yeah,
can keep it professional. You don't have to
yes.
scream. I have no real. Seriously, I just want to
address
say
the
this really
topic.
quick.
All right,
Before we
just
move on, just let me say something.
Katie,
wait.
I
Let's
don't,
just respond.
Katie, just really quick. I don't have a personal problem with you. Everything that I've said has been of what I've seen, okay? Not any personal issues. I just want to lay that out. But we can debate after here in a minute.
All right, so Lamb, what's your age with your stance?
Yeah, I don't think that
Hey, what's your
I
age
don't think that
first?
women should have. I don't think that women should have a choice if they get an AB or not, unless it's a medical emergency. Because a woman could go ahead and say, "I'm gonna opt out of motherhood," but a man has no way to say that I'm gonna opt out of fatherhood.
I
Because
agree.
a woman has plenty of ways to go ahead and bail out. There are plenty of forms of birth control. She can get the joint that go in the hoo ha. She can get the joint in the arm. She can go ahead and pop a Plan B. She can go ahead and you know what I'm saying, get on birth control pills and have the dude wear rubber. She can just pretty much just keep her legs closed until marriage. There's plenty of things that a woman can do. She could sign away her rights to to a family member or somebody else. She can lead a baby at a baby station, at a fire station, or whatever. She got plenty of options. But once a man slips up and don't pull out in time, it's a wrap for him. He's locked in. And then on top of that, I think that we should make DNA tests mandatory, because a lot of dudes out here are getting DNA tests and they finding out that 1, 2, 3, 4 kids are not theirs from the same woman. So I mean, I don't think if a woman is, you know what I'm saying, SA'd, we should make an exception for that, because that baby had nothing to do with that interaction. One, and second of all, if we make it so that women have to have a baby unless it's a medical emergency or SA, if you can't prove that there's something wrong with you physically, like your life is in danger, there are going to be way more false SA accusations just so women can bail out. And that's something that's very dangerous, because the accusation alone can get somebody locked up for 25 to life.
Right.
I think that's very dangerous. That's too much power.
Right. Well, I mean, we're mostly in agreement then. I would say I would agree with most of what you said. We're in agreement.
Hang on. Can I respond to something really quick?
Yeah.
So Angelita in the comments, you're trying to say that I came at you for no reason when you were allowing him to moderate. We were having a perfectly good conversation. Shut up, Katie. We were having a perfectly good conversation. He started mod abusing because he was upset about what I was saying. And then you want to sit up here and you want to act like you weren't doing anything with your pig ass face, like you weren't sitting there allowing him to mod abuse, constantly mute me, kick me off. Like, if you want, send me the recording, play it on live, and play it instead of lying through your big ass face in the fucking comments.
All right.
I'm so tired of just fucking drama everywhere.
Maybe you guys shouldn't start drama. Maybe you guys shouldn't start drama.
Well,
And just,
I'm a
like, I
magnet.
don't know.
her. Why did you do that?
Wait, hold on. I don't know who did that. I don't know who, but like apparently my lives are magnets for drama, and I don't like it. So we're just gonna drop it, and if it has nothing to do with abortion, don't mention it. But we're in agreement, Lan. So, you know,
That's the first time that somebody agreed with everything I said.
Yeah,
like on this topic.
Yeah.
Right.
This is like a first.
I even agree with you as well, you know, like that would be, because I give no exceptions whatsoever. That right there is the only exception I would actually give. If
your life is in danger.
Yes, absolutely.
Because the thing is this: if just imagine you and your husband have like 2 or 3 kids, and then your life is in danger. Now that man has to raise those 3 or 4 kids by himself without you.
Right, right, and
Well,
that's going to be detrimental to him because you know how that love was. That love was so strong, and all he could see is you and them kids all day. And
well, I mean, mind you, I mean, we should also keep in mind there would be no medical procedure that would necessitate a lethal termination.
Right.
Um,
I really
um,
should. There's no medical condition. Just, yeah, this is an important clarification.
yes.
Like if your life is not in danger, there's no need to abort because that kid had nothing to do with what's going on between you and the husband or you and the attacker or whatever. And on top of that, I think that DNA test should be mandatory because a kid deserves to know where their other half is from, their culture, their ethnicity, you know what I'm saying, their food, their language, their music, their allergies, what runs in the family, their history, all of that stuff. That kid is entitled to that. That kid should know.
Right.
Yeah. So, anyways,
Even if the
I
father's a
really
scumbag, let that kid find out.
get off the plate.
Just because your dad might be a piece of shit, don't mean that you're gonna grow up to be a piece of shit.
I
That
agree.
you still like the rest. You still need to. You
And
still.
go.
I would still want to know the rest of my other half of my family because when a kid turns out that he is being raised by somebody who is not biologically related to him, you're affecting three families: the woman's family, the family that thinks that they're biologically related to you, and the one that is.
Right. I mean,
That's three whole families.
I mean, do you acknowledge that like some people would have no interest in finding like their original parents?
I think deep down inside, everybody wants to know where they came from.
Yeah.
It can answer a lot of questions. I think deep
Kind
down
of feel like
inside,
it's
everybody
just
wants to know
a
just a little
quirky
bit.
story to tell about. Oh yeah, it turns out my I got quarter Sicilian, I'm 3/4 mainland, 50% northern, blah blah blah. It's just a stupid story to tell. It doesn't mean anything. I'm an American. I don't know why it matters where I came from. Why is that? Why I don't really like tomato sauce that much. I hate tomatoes. What do you want me to tell you? Do I really need to eat tomatoes? I'm not interested. I'd rather eat steak and potatoes.
So how would you feel if you thought that the man that raised you your entire life for a whole like 30, 40 years turns out to be not your father and that
I'd be
man needs
pissed. Yeah, sure, I'd
that
be
man
pissed.
needed a blood transfusion or a kidney or something and you are not a match because you are not biologically related to him and that's how you find out. How would you feel about that?
I'd feel hoodwinked.
Exactly. There you go.
Sure. Yeah, it was fraud. It was a fraud done against me by the mother.
Exactly.
She should pay restitution. I would agree. Sure.
Because now, if that man would have been with somebody else that was faithful, and that what you know, what I'm saying the kid turned out to actually be biologically his, there's a way higher chance that that man will be a match for like some type of donor part, like a kidney or some type of maybe like a match for a blood transfusion.
Oh, but
something
what,
like
you're
that.
saying the father didn't know either?
Yeah,
Oh,
of
wow,
course.
that's a big lawsuit right there. Yeah, I think there should be prison time for that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree. Where she'd have to pay restitution to both the child and the husband, especially. All that money, she'd have to pay it all back and then some, because he could have been using it to build a business or
now that
something.
man's life is in danger. If that man passes away, that's even more money that she should have to go ahead and pay to the son or the daughter,
All
whichever
right.
one.
But this isn't
or
the
they
topic.
/ them.
All right. Okay. I'm actually surprised this person joined the panel. But what is your age and your stance? Okay, you're not loading in. So I've never seen this person on a panel before, but they are always in the comments. What's your age? What's your stance? I'm gonna drop them and request them back up because they are lagging. I've never seen them on the panel before. I've always seen them in the comments.
They've been on panels before.
Beth, how many times have you seen Lily Coy come up and chat? I think it was like, I've only ever seen her 3 or 4 times, and it's when she thinks she can like dogpile me with the, oh my god. She's one of my fans. She's a big fan.
Gotcha.
All right. Any other ops?
Nope, no other ops.
Yeah,
We're
one thing
on
I'd like to say is your fans are your biggest supporters, but your haters are your biggest promoters.
Yeah.
That's true.
Better.
Unfortunately, Lilikoi doesn't have a very strong following or base, so you need to get on that. Be a better
I don't know.
promoter.
Katie's got some pretty serious friends though.
For some weird reason, it
Pretty
seems like the
serious.
biggest
Y'all
motivation.
weak as fuck. Y'all had to team up on one person because
Yeah,
he said
nobody
something
yanked your chain. I didn't engage with you.
Enough.
I didn't engage with you.
Because I love KD. I love
But then you wanted to
Protect.
talk about
I
me
love
up here.
Mr.
What the
Man.
fuck are you
I love
talking about?
everybody that I became friends with on this motherfucking panel, and it needs to stop. It
I
really
didn't even say
does.
anything wrong. They're just mad.
It really
Again,
fucking
I said
does.
something to
Everybody
KD and something was said at me. I didn't say anything
And
to this
I'll
individual.
say it to her fucking face. What about it?
Alright.
Jesus.
Alright, let's
Fucking
drop it.
guys.
Let's drop it.
Weak ass men.
We're dropping
Crazy.
it. We're on
Yeah,
the
that's
same
exactly what you
side.
are. A
Leave
weak
it
ass man.
at the
A weak ass man.
motherfucking door,
Don't
or let the door hit you in your ass.
Weak ass
Put
men.
another
is
one
what
in
you
your mouth,
are.
Stitch, because we know you are a bitch. That's what you
Okay,
are.
okay,
Hey,
okay.
But you're up
okay.
here complaining like a
Guys.
bitch.
Guys. Since we don't have any other ops, Stitch just requested
You
a
have
debate.
Stitch. Stitch is the op. He
No,
is
no,
the op.
no,
So
he
shut the
he
fuck
requested
up. Weak
cause.
ass man.
No, I don't
Shut up.
consider people.
Universal op.
Wait, I don't consider people.
I
who
agree.
fight- No, I don't consider people who
I'm
fight
a
for
beta
the
male, but I got y'all so pressed. Make that make sense.
All right. Either way, since we don't have any other ops, Stitch requested a debate to KD.
Yeah, we can't keep it respectful. We can have a neutral moderator. I think Cat's the perfect.
Spider, just respond to what they're saying.
I think
Come on.
Cat's perfect for this to be the
Thank
moderator.
you.
I'm gonna
Thank
drop.
you. Because I don't like fighting. I don't
Let me-
like any drama. It needs to be left at the motherfucking door, or the doorknob will hit you in the butt where the sun don't shine.
I'm gonna
Okay?
drop everybody else from the panel and just keep it between Stitch and KD. Sailor Moon person, what is your age of your stance?
I'm 25. I'm pro-life. This is Atom Bomb Baby.
Oh, hey, Adam Bomb. How you doing, baby girl?
Doing
Wait,
good.
Adam?
Yes, Adam.
Is that why? Oh, I haven't seen you like forever. That's
Right. Yeah. Unfortunately, my account got hacked, and I'm on this
Oh,
one now.
no.
But it's
I'll
cool.
follow-
It's cool.
I followed you
No,
on that one.
I wanted to join up because of the Stitch and Kitty debate, and I'm also a pretty neutral party here, and I wanted to listen in and
All right, I think you can mod
hear what's
too.
going
because
on.
I
Yeah.
think that'd be fair. But everybody else,
We
everybody
can have
else is gonna have
you as
to.
moderator.
Everybody else is gonna have to scoot though. When the
Oh,
time.
what's the proposition? Just really
Yeah.
quick. I think we need to clarify
Yeah,
that.
that probably be yeah. What is the proposition actually?
Okay.
That Stitch is a pillow biter.
Oh my gosh.
No. Like, what is the
I
proposition?
love you all. I so appreciate you all for having me.
What is a pillow biter?
Okay,
You know,
okay.
he bites the pillow when he's
It's what
getting
he
real
does.
good, you know?
It's what he does. when
Alright.
he's
Oh, damn.
Stop.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
He
yeah.
does. That's what he does.
All right, stop. What is the proposition, and who holds the negation? In affirmative?
We can talk about medical, or we can talk about, or I can just take the affirmative on abortion
Cool. So my
or feminism. Either one.
position, maybe if we just state what our positions on abortions actually are.
I have one that is kind of related. Would you guys entertain a rights debate?
Well, so what I would prefer to do is just state what our the basis of our position is, and then figure out like what our actual contentions are, and then go from there.
So Stitch would be doggy, right?
I'm pro equality. If a woman can go ahead and opt out, the man should also. If not, if the man can't opt out, then the mother can't. Either have it both ways or no ways.
I get it. I get
Are you a
it.
pimp named Slipbag?
Yeah, thanks for saying the whole thing.
We're gonna go
By the way, hey Bryce, how you doing, bro?
What's up, Tweaker? I actually came up here for KD.
Hey.
Yeah, so did I.
So KD, why did you tone police me the other day?
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh. I know.
Hey, one debate at a time, guys. We haven't
When
even
I told y'all
started
to
this
hush.
Giovanni debate.
Hold on, Stitch, hold on,
Everybody else
hold on,
is just
Stitch,
keep it
Stitch, hold on, Stitch.
Wait, I'm lagging.
Yeah, because you
Wait.
didn't say the things that I said, which made you
Bryce,
mad.
Are you
Don't-
talking about when I told y'all to hush?
No.
About Kenna?
No, it was when I came up. I can't remember whose panel it was. I came up. I think it was Mads. It was Mads. It was Mads. I came up on Mads' panel. One of the moderators.
All right, hold on. All right, we're kind of having a debate right now, so we're gonna have to hold that until.
Can we? Can I answer his one? I don't know what he's talking about. Just really quickly.
I know what he's talking about, but it's not the live for it. I was in that live too. It was Mads, but I think I don't think it's a time for it.
Okay, Bryce, will you DM me or something? Because I genuinely don't know what you're referencing.
No, I got you. I just thought it was crazy. Maybe you didn't know who I was, but
it's Bryce. I saw that live with Mads, and
I'm also, maybe I was joking around and it didn't come across well. I don't know. I have to know what I was talking. Know what you're talking about to.
it was mainly Mads that I had the problem with because she just telling police the shit out of me.
We're gonna have our moderators debates. I don't know how long this is gonna be, but we're gonna have.
Yeah, I'll drop down, protect.
Unless you want to mods and be unbiased, but
no, I'm not gonna be. I will be biased.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for joining.
Yep.
All right. Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna mute that person.
Oh yeah.
I don't want them contributing to the evil that we're fighting to.
Right.
So I don't know what proposition you guys are holding. I was gonna make a new prompt real quick, but I'm not accepting any more what's it called, requests until the conversation's over. And yeah. I think I might have to make a prompt real quick.
I'll just present my base foundation argument, like the core belief that I hold, that leads to the anti-abortion position, which is that I believe that all humans are created equal. I believe it is wrong to discriminate against human individuals or i.e. persons. And I think that the worst way, the most evil way that we could do this is to end their life based on biological characteristics. Every abortion happens because of discrimination on a biological characteristic. So that's the gist of my position. I'm trying to get my cord to work. It's being wonky and keeps like charging for a second and then not charging. So if my phone does die and I drop, I will be back as soon as I possibly can. Thank you, Kat.
You're welcome. Sounds good.
Yes, just really quick because I'm kind of confused. So you said that you believe that everybody's born with like this intrinsic right to life. I'm not saying you said this verbatim, by the way. I'm just kind of extrapolate what you're saying. So everybody's born with the same entitlement to life or same right to life. And you're saying that like discrimination is bad basically, and that abortion is therefore discrimination based on biological characteristics, so therefore it would be morally wrong to abort the child.
Yep. Sure. I don't like inherently disagree. I guess it kind of I would say that there is an inherent right to life, and a better way of wording a right to life is a right to natural death, meaning that nobody gets to kill another human without just cause. And I don't think that there's any biological characteristic that justifies killing a human.
Okay, yeah, but so I would ask you just really quick, just for semantical dispute, what are you classifying, or what do you mean by when you say rights? What does this mean?
Yeah, it's going to be a moral or legal entitlement to a right to a natural death, so long as there's not a just cause to end that life. For example, self-defense, things like that.
That's just a legal or moral entitlement, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so and then you said that it can be justified to take a life. Under what conditions would you say would need to be met in order for something to be like morally justified?
The only thing that I really am like hardline on, I'm kind of iffy on the death penalty. I have a lot of contentions. I definitely could see justification for it, but I have a lot of like if I'm really like what I believe intuitively, I have a lot of contentions with the death penalty. The only one that I will say absolutely would be self-defense.
Continue for a half mile.
Oh.
Will do.
So for the sake of this conversation, because I do have like uncertainty on the death penalty, we'll say for the sake of this conversation that the only exception would be self-defense.
Would be self-defense.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's perfectly fine. So I would just again, since I'm kind of like taking the negation, so I'm going to be testing your kind of your argument right here. I would just ask you. So what are the rights founded upon? Like who, like what are like how are the rights substantiated within society?
Sorry, I didn't catch the last bit of it. Your GPS was going.
I'm sorry. How are the rights substantiated within the society?
Sure. So I believe that rights come from God. We could do this whole contingent being, necessary being thing, and then we could go. 1.5. Sorry, we could go look at all of the information, all of the statistics, all of the probability. And I believe that the evidence, the statistics, I don't know why I said statistics, I meant evidence. We could look at all of the evidence and all of the things that I believe supports the existence of a Christian God and the God of the Bible as he says he is. And if the God of the Bible is as he says he is, there's a right to life. And really, I believe the only right that exists is that right to life and a right to a natural death. And that's where I believe that comes from.
Yeah, but you really okay. So you told me that the right to life is just coming from God, and you said that there's preconditions in which you believe God exists. However, you didn't really expand upon these preconditions or preset notions in which provides you the experience or the notion that God therefore exists. However, I'm just confused. If it is the case that God exists, where exactly in the Bible does it say that we have the right to life? If there's preconditions within the Bible that establish the ability to take a life.
Yeah, so, and just, I can elaborate on anything you need me to. I'm just trying to kind of keep it short and concise. But the right to life, the reason that I believe that we have the right to life and that that's the only right that I believe exists, is from the commandment of thou shalt not kill. And then also where God, where in Proverbs 6, it says, God hates the hands that shed innocent blood. Proverbs 31, 8 and 9 says, stand up, speak out, judge righteously, stand for those who are being led to slaughter, love your neighbor as yourself, thou shalt not kill, over and over and over. It references God finding it impermissible and telling us that we are not allowed to end the life unjustifiably of another person.
Those passages specifically don't talk about something that you intrinsically have, but rather what you shouldn't do. And it's not really, and I would just make the argument for the sake of conversation that it wasn't because like he just finds it immorally permissible for us to unalive each other, but rather because it's affecting his design, in which his design is to be the fact that we live to a biological continuity of future developments such as sentience or consciousness, or even the ability to produce a family if you want to get more biblical, more within the Bible itself. But even within this conversation, turn left onto West 23rd Avenue. I'm so sorry. Even within that conversation, right, you're still not establishing how these things would be right. You're just setting like preconditions in which God has basically instructed humans on what to do and what not to do.
Yeah, so I'm equating God telling us that we can't do it to another person. So essentially God is saying that you can't end the life of another person. I'm just taking that to the exact equal but opposite of, okay, since nobody can end my life without justification, then I have an entitlement in the eyes of God to a natural death, which would be the right to life.
Okay. So let me ask you this. What is your argument for God's existence?
Yep, so this is going to be a contingent being, necessary being argument, and basically we can just take it back to you exist because your parents exist, they exist because their parents exist, so on and so forth, all the way to the very, very beginning. There has to be something to exist for us to exist, and whether we could put all, like, the Christian God, the Muslim God, the Buddha, Krishna, and the Big Bang Theory, or all of the secular scientific theories, and we look at all the pieces of evidence, I believe that all of the evidence, the preponderance of evidence, supports the Christian God and the God of the Bible as he says he is.
Okay, yeah, but what evidence specifically? Because just because you can reduce some sort of logic in which we have to come from somewhere doesn't really deduce the fact that it's therefore God. It doesn't therefore undermine a naturalistic theory of for example, the universe developing. But if you want to just argue, you want to say, well, if you just reduce this logic and just follow your lineage, and that therefore means that there's some sort of like end goal of there being like some sort of mind that like created all of us. You need to form the argument why this deduction leads to this conclusion.
Yeah, so I can definitely go through all of the pieces of evidence with you. If you want to go down this route, absolutely we can. And we can either like argue the individual pieces, or we can, because ultimately it's going to come back to the same argument of, I believe the preponderance of evidence supports this, and whether you do or don't, that's still what forms my moral framework. Again, whether you do or don't doesn't really change what my moral position is, that I believe the right to life exists.
Well, I mean, you can reduce probability.
Harrison Street.
I'm so sorry. You can reduce probability of something existing based on the preponderance of evidence. However, if you are talking about evidence that doesn't reduce that down to this
900
logic,
feet, turn right onto West 21st Avenue.
then I can actually accurately, go against this idea just based on the fact that the evidence is circumstantial. It doesn't really provide evidence for the God existing. So if you're going to say that there's going to be a preponderance of evidence, I would expect some sort of examination of this evidence in order to determine whether or not your probability or your conclusion is therefore correct.
For sure. Hold on just one second. I'm going to bring up my computer and we'll just go through all of the specific details. There's lots of scientifics, anthropological, archaeological, philosophical, etc. Lots of things that I believe support the existence of God. While I'm pulling up my laptop. Oh, hey, will you hand me that up there? My laptop on top of the bookshelf. While I'm pulling up my stuff on the computer, we can just go through some of the archaeological evidence. And again, this is just going to be, all of these things individually aren't necessarily anything that will in and of itself prove the existence of God. Again, this is just we put it on a whiteboard, we tally up the score. I believe the preponderance of that evidence goes to the God of the Bible, versus, in this case, I don't know what counter you would argue, whether that was some other creation story or a secular scientific worldview, but I believe that all of the evidence that we could pull up would substantiate for the God of the Bible. Anyways, so some of that archaeological evidence is going to be that we know historically Jesus existed as a person. We know that Jericho was a city. We know that it fell in the way that the Bible describes it as. We know that, obviously, the Bible itself being a historical document, documenting much of history. We also know that there's evidence of like chariots at the bottom of the ocean, at the bottom of the sea, and Red Sea. Yep, the bottom of the Red Sea, and we also the Shroud of Turin, and all kinds of archaeological evidence. So then, if we go into anthropological evidence, the amount of people who lived and died to tell the story of Christ resurrected.
I would say the most tantalizing archaeological evidence.
Hold on, my husband's commentary. Hold on one
is the
second.
glass found at the banks of the Red Sea, suggesting that the sand was heated to over 3,000 degrees when the Bible describes the fire cyclone.
I'm not sure if I had to do that, but
My husband was trying to. I don't think he knows that this is like a formal-ish kind of sort of debate. But he was talking about the fire tornado that's been described, is the way he worded it, described in the Bible, and that there's glass at the bottom of the sea that would at the bank rather. I apologize. That would suggest evidence for that story. And then, so between the archaeological evidence, I believe that the archaeological evidence substantiates the Bible itself in terms of it being a historical document and documenting history. I believe that the anthropological evidence says without a doubt that, and also a lot of archaeological evidence substantiates without a doubt that Jesus existed as a man. And I would say that our anthropological evidence definitively supports the idea of Jesus existing as he says he was. And then if we go into scientific evidence, then we're going to go into entropy, and we're going to talk about how chaos, like the world is ordered towards chaos or towards entropy, and yet creation and order and all of this came out of nothing, and the ideas of the Big Bang and nothing or something coming from nothing and all of this kind of stuff, as well as abiogenesis and all this kind of stuff, it's not substantiated within science. There's not anything that does support this. And in fact, the fine-tuning of the universe within and within life and outside of life also strongly supports a intelligent design rather than chaos, essentially. We could also go into historical medical hygiene laws. Biblical laws in Leviticus correspond with modern hygiene principles. The age of the earth, I think, that there's substantiation within the fossil record of the flood and all kinds of stuff. If you need more, I can keep going.
Well, none of this is evidence of God itself. It's just evidence of things that were documented, things that they believed culturally at the time.
Stop sign,
I can
turn
just
right
point.
onto North Monroe Street.
I think that
I can just point equally, right, to like a cult. So that may document that there's like a body of water in, like, for example, California, right? And then let's just say like 50 years later, I read this like manifesto of like this cult.
In about 1 mile, turn left onto West 11th Avenue.
Sorry, I read this manifesto of this cult, and then they say, well, there's this body of water that existed in California before it dried up. And I was just like, yeah, this is true. And then the person goes, well, this is evidence of God existing because it accurately documents that there was a body of water in California. That literally doesn't substantiate anything within the religion itself or within the cult, but all it does is just substantiate that there were people that believed this to be the case. It's no different than you, right, writing a manifesto right now about how you believe in Jesus Christ and how you document certain things within your life, certain landmarks. And it doesn't therefore substantiate the idea or any capacity, the evidence for God himself existing.
So the thing that I really do believe pushes this and like substantiates the idea of God existing himself is the scientific aspects of it all. For example, the chaos and the entropy versus design aspect of it, right? Good night, baby. Love you. Good night. The scientific evidence specifically. Can you tell me how the fine-tuning of the universe would substantiate a secular worldview of the origins of Earth over intelligent designer?
Yeah, so the fine-tuning argument, so there's multiple different ways that you can actually argue this. So for example, when you say, well, the fine-tuning argument actually approximates that there has to be some sort of intelligent design in order for something to be built. The problem with this argument is that it doesn't prove or disprove the existence of God, but rather offers. Sorry?
I couldn't hear what you said over your GPS.
Okay, so I actually turned it off now.
That helps indeed.
What's up, Joel?
Hold on.
Are you one of the people who thinks I'm racist, or I'm not sure?
Joel, stop. Hey, Joel. Hold on, Joel. If you're here for drama, if you're here because you're upset that we called you out yesterday, come to my live and we can hash it out, okay?
Oh my
No,
god.
I'm not actually. I was fucking with you because I just got kicked out.
We're in the
because
middle.
somebody took
Wait,
what I
we're in
said
the
out.
middle of a formal debate. I don't know who keeps letting people
Drop
up.
him down.
Literally why, that's what I was trying to tell you.
It's not
Come to
me.
my live and
It's
we
the
can
middle of
talk.
a formal debate.
I just think it's interesting that like it's a common denominator. Like no offense, Katie, but you're a common denominator of the
That's
drama.
not relevant right now.
No.
Let me just continue with the debate. So again, with the fine tuning argument, right? Just really quick. All it does is offer another like proportional argument using approximation. So it actually uses an equation of approximation based on the establishment of God. So it doesn't actually just disprove the naturalistic theory. All it does is expand beyond the naturalistic theory and offers a equation stating more so that the approximation could be the case that it would likely be more of a mind that has created the universe. But in order to substantiate this argumentation, right, we do see chaos within the universe. And it's something that the fine tuning argument doesn't actually take into consideration. When two atoms, for example, or not even two atoms, I won't even use that argument. I'll just simply state when you have, like, for example, antimatter that is like going across the universe, like eating matter up and like completely dismantling entire systems across the universe. This would be some sort of disorientation of the current universe that we exist in. Right? In fact, if we were to have antimatter within our universe and it was to like spread like wildfire within our Earth, we would cease to exist in a split second. We would cease to exist. In fact, even shorter time than that, we would cease to exist. So this argument of fine tuning doesn't actually take into considerations the multitude of other factors within our universe that actually establish that there is in fact disorientation within our universe. So it's just not sufficient enough, I would say, in order to actually prove that God exists.
So fine tuning argument doesn't actually state that there shouldn't be chaos or disorder or dysfunction within the universe. And in fact, the Christian theology explains that, being that the world has fallen into destruction through sin of man and things of that sort, right? So it doesn't negate, none of this negates it being a point on the board for creation stories by a intelligent design as a whole. I'm not necessarily saying that the fine tuning specifically and only is supported by the Christian God. I'm simply saying that in terms of an intelligent creator versus a secular worldview of like a random happenstance situation of everything coming into existence, the order is a point towards creation, to a creation intelligent design view. Is all I'm putting that out there.
But really quick, provide the argument for fine tuning then. If this is going to be your position, and you're saying, well, it doesn't presuppose that there is no disorder within the universe, but literally the fine tuning, I won't even go into it. Just provide the argument.
Yeah. So the fine tuning is what happened at the beginning, right? And it's where everything came from nothing, and instead of it just being mass chaos, and there's nothing with any form, and there's no functionality within it, that that we have photons and we have ions and we have all of the things, atoms, and we have cells, and we have all of the things that make up all of the things that exist in the world, and that they come together and they form structures and they form organisms and they form energy and they form all kinds of things that allow the functionality of the world. It is just one of the many things that I believe supports a creation story as a whole over specifically the Big Bangs. I just kind of lump all of the secular Big Bang abiogenesis and stuff in together.
Okay, yeah, but really quick, you didn't provide the argument for fine tuning. Just to be very clear with you.
So the fine tuning would be that all of these structures exist, and that they are not. It's not just a mass chaos, that they actually are structures and that they work together and they function in ecosystems and all of these kinds of things. That's why I believe that fine tuning is something that did happen, and that all of these things came together at the time that is necessary for a lot of these things had to come into existence at the same time for them to sustain each other. That's what I mean by fine tuning. Does that make more sense? If I'm not sure if I'm
Not necessarily. You're just telling again. You're not like expanding beyond like this, like what you're saying right now. You're just kind of like repeating yourself. I'm asking you for like the full argument for this position.
so a full argument on fine tuning. So fine tuning specifically, if we just kind of define what we mean by that, it's going to refer to the like fundamental like constants and the laws of physics and the physical nature of things and all of the incredibly narrow ranges, I guess, that allow life to exist in any way, shape, or form. That's what I mean by fine tuning. So, for example, if we just look at the human organism, right, or any organism at all, we have to have so many things within our body that came into existence at once. And really with any living organism and any ecosystem, there's so many things that had to happen at once, and it's such a narrow margin that this is what I mean by the fine tuning. That if anything was slightly different, even like very often and less than what we can even calculate, if it was less by a minuscule amount, or different by a minuscule amount, then there would be no ability for life on Earth, let alone like within the individual organisms and things like that.
Okay, yeah,
Like,
but let me.
our potassium can go up by four points, and we would unalive, right? That just
Okay,
kind of, if that gives an example of what I mean by micro. Does that show?
Yeah, it does, but again, you're not really expanding beyond like all of this. Like you've
I wanna
already
make
said
sure
it
you
before.
understand.
You just kind of elaborated on like more examples about what you've already said. So this is what I kind of want to get into, right? Because again, you make
I want to make sure you understand what I'm talking about when I say fine tuning before we
you're
go
talking about improbability. I understand what you're talking about.
Okay, great.
Okay, so really quick. So just because you make this assumption that just because there is just so much less improbability of us existing, right? Just on this fine line, which is just fine line among many lines, we actually exist. That this doesn't actually undermine
I didn't
any
hear
argument of naturalistic theory. Can
I
I,
didn't hear you. I
bro?
just didn't hear you. I'm asking you to repeat yourself because I didn't hear you.
Okay.
The last like two.
Okay. So if you're providing the argument that there's some sort of like probability of us existing, right? There's just like probability, right? That we exist on this fine line and just everything else seems so improbable because it's such a small portion of probability for us to actually exist. This doesn't really provide a necessary basis to suggest that God exists, right? Because we can say the same thing, for example, our universe, we have an infinite number of fucking universes, right? We have found life on Mars, we have found life on multiple different other planets just within within a particular planet within our solar system. And we actually create probabilities that there might actually be life under the same conditions in which Earth is living in, amongst other universes or other galaxies, for example.
It's actually not true.
So, like, this idea, hang on really quick, I didn't interrupt you, not once.
Sorry.
Let me finish. So, this idea that you say, well, because it's so improbable for us to actually be within this space in which we do exist, right? Somehow provides an argumentation that there might be a mind that has created this. Doesn't actually suggest this. It might just be that just this one particular strain, this one particular offset of the power to 100, 10 to the power of 100, actually occurred in this particular instance in order for life to actually begin. Okay? So the same scenario can be applied to the lottery, right? We know that it's extremely less likely for a person you have more likelihood of falling and unaliving on your head, for example, than actually winning the lottery. Everybody knows this, okay? It's like 1 in a billion, okay? So if this is the case, right, the same scenario can be applied. Just because it would be improbable of someone winning the lottery does not mean that there aren't people that win the lottery, because obviously there is. In fact, there's about 20 of them per year at max, right? There's about 20 of them that actually win, right? Big. We're talking about big numbers, right? So this argument doesn't actually provide any basis for God existing. All it's doing is reducing the improbable and saying because it's so improbable, then thus must be true. But this doesn't actually follow, as I've just explained through the examples of the lottery and also the universes. We approximate life on multitude of different planets. We actually did examine life on Mars. We've actually found particular DNA strands on Mars. So this doesn't actually demonstrate any argument for God existing, but rather that the improbable can be probable to an extent, just like if I was to win the lottery.
So, first and foremost, I just want to. Your entire argument is kind of hinged on the fact that you said that there's been life found on Mars and other places. That's not true. We have no definitive evidence of this. Like, there's no actual evidence of life being found anywhere outside of Earth at all. If you have evidence, actual, like, we found it, we know it's a life, things like that, not just it might be. Absolutely show that to me, but your entire argument falls apart because we actually haven't found life anywhere else. But then
Yes, we
also,
have.
if we go
Wait,
into
hang on. We need to correct that. Yes, we have. We found life on Mars. Yes, we have.
cite your source. Please cite your
I
source.
can give you a source right now, but we
Please
found
cite
life
your
on
source.
Mars.
Please cite your source. But then also with propensity theory, which is going to be the probability that a tendency or disposition of a system to produce a certain outcome, the propensity theory, like leading to yeah, I'm completely falling over myself as I'm trying to explain that. I understand that, but that's essentially the probability of all substantiates. That is the most likely outcome. Is what I'm
Wait,
trying to
Katie,
do.
I have a question, just really quick, just to gain some clarity. How can you say that the odds of the universe being like let's say, for example, 1 in a trillion, is therefore the probability that is so improbable if we don't actually know, right, the sample of space of probabilities? So how can you sit there and say, well, this is the case because we know that just using the fine-tuning argument that it just becomes so improbable if we don't actually know to the extent in which space has of probable possibilities?
So we're really honing in on fine tuning, but again, the propensity theory goes back to all of the evidence as a whole supporting the God of the Bible as he says he is.
Not fine-tuning. No, not fine-tuning.
I'm sorry?
Fine-tuning doesn't use evidence-based criteria. It uses probability-based criteria.
Oh, so entropy. Okay. Anyways, no. Okay. What I'm trying to say is we are really like zoned in on fine tuning, right? But the propensity theory is. I'm not talking about specifically fine tuning with propensity theory. I'm talking about all of the tally marks. When I'm talking about like putting it up on a board and the preponderance of evidence I believe supports the Christian God of the Bible as he says he is, that's what I'm talking about when I say propensity theory. And fine-tuning would just be one of those tallies on the board.
Yeah, but the tally of fine-tuning doesn't make any sense as I just demonstrated, which is why you obfuscated.
No, it only
right?
doesn't
Because
no.
it doesn't
No.
because it assumes that just because we lack a natural explanation of the universe.
It doesn't make sense.
Hang on. Really quick, just because
Hold on. Go ahead.
fine tuning, right, it just applies the idea that just because we lack a natural explanation of why the universe exists, so it must be God. It must be a mind.
That's not what I
Which
said.
again, yes, it is, because it
No, it's
focuses on the probabilities of which one exists more. And just because we can't find the probability to exist on the nature basis of the naturalistic theory, it suggests that therefore God or a mind must exist in order for something so improbable
No.
to exist.
No, so what I'm saying with it is that based on the evidence that we know to be true, the fine-tuning theory would go to support the idea, the potential, the possibility of an intelligent design. And you're trying to assert that my fine-tuning theory falls apart because of life on other planets, and yet I've asked for substantiation of this claim and you've provided nothing.
No, within the
Hold on,
improbability
Sid,
of
please.
fine-tuning.
Hold
But
on.
within the fine-tuning, hang on, KD, but you can't just
Please.
ignore the fact.
I
You
was
can't.
interrupted. Can we moderate this, please? I'm asking for better moderation.
Make me mod, please.
I mean, I would like Stitch to bring that evidence, as I haven't heard that either.
So what can be ooh fuck. I just got some okay, I'm not gonna do it right now. I'm gonna wait for the proof. Anyways, so what you assert without Nation's Razor, right? What you assert without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So unless you provide evidence of life definitively being found on another planet, then I'm going to just completely dismiss that, and you have nothing else to debunk my fine-tuning argument. And that'll be a concession.
Wait, but under your presupposition of fine-tuning, the probabilities of there being life on other planets would therefore be true.
No, so I actually don't think that there's
Yeah.
a possibility of life
Yeah, what?
as we know it. And I think that the only I don't think that there's probability of life being on planets because of how long and how much we've searched for it and have not found it. So
Wait, what? We have found planets within the habitable range of planets and stars.
please substantiate this claim that life has been found anywhere other than Earth is all I'm
We
asking.
have found organic materials on Mars.
Please send the source. Please send the source of
What source would you like? Because
anything
they've
that
literally
says
found
that
organic.
has been living
I mean,
or
I have NASA, I have
send
science.org,
the source.
all of these,
The sources of
space, I believe it's one of them. Life Science is a
actual
really good
source,
source.
bitch. You know better.
American Museum of Natural
This
History.
is
I'm giving you a
bad
multitude of
faith,
them.
bitch.
I'm giving you a multitude of them. All
You're
of
not
these
telling me the
demonstrate.
name of the article. This is bad faith, and you know
Wait,
it.
what do you mean the name of the?
I want the name of the article, the name of the scientific study, the name.
Okay, so this is the American
This is
Natural
life on Mars.
History. This is, hang on, stop spurging out. This is the
I'm not
American
spurging
Museum.
out. I want you to
This
be
is the
good faith.
American Museum, bro. Holy shit. This is the American Museum of Natural History. Case study fossil microbes on Mars. Okay, that's
okay,
one of
hold
them. This is the 1990. There was 1996 mission.
I'm looking it up. Give me just a second, okay?
Um,
So I know about this. We believe there's actually nothing to confirm that it is in fact fossilized.
She read it that fast, guys. She read it
I
that
have it
fast.
pulled up. Is this not
She
what?
read it. She read it that fast, guys.
No, I happen to
honestly
know what you're.
can't, bro.
Hold on, Stitch. I just happen to know this reference beforehand. Okay, so we can go through it if you want, but I just happen
Yeah.
to
So
know.
what was the methodology? What was the
Yeah.
Hang on.
Yeah.
What was-
So they found this meteorite right here, and they believe that there's this possibly maybe fossilized microbes here, although there's no it says that some scientists
Hey,
have
they're
some
not talking about microbes.
that is
in
actually what they're
particular.
talking about, unless it's something
No.
else, unless there's a different source that, and then I do have the wrong article pulled up, maybe. Do I have the wrong one?
So again, can you actually
I have the wrong one.
can you actually engage with the argument? So
Can you provide a claim as
so
source for your claim?
microscopic and chemical evidence of extinct life on Mars. This was for the reason it
That's
was
what a
8
microbe
hours.
is.
Can you,
That's what a microbe is.
no
You
shit, Sherlock.
chemicals-
That's a
and
microbe.
You
Yes.
said it's not. You said it's not microbes. You're contradicting yourself.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I need you to listen to what I am saying. Can you do that?
This is bad faith. Snitch.
I said it's not talking entirely about microbes. Is what I said.
Oh,
So in the
100%. Okay.
particular, bro, holy
Go ahead.
shit.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
This is crazy, bro. This is crazy.
The civil guys, even
So even within your argument, let's say I just grant you there's no life on any other planets. Like
There you
I
go.
have no
What you
evidence.
continue.
I have no evidence of this. Even within the fine tuning argument, right? Um, I'm just curious. Within this argument, how wouldn't there be like evidence? And I'm just saying just for the sake of argument, right? I'm not actually conceding. Just for the sake of argument. Why wouldn't there be a probability of life existing beyond our Earth or our universe?
So, from what we understand about life, we understand that to maintain the 7 or really 8 characteristics of life, but colloquially, like everybody says 7, but really it's 8. Anyways, we understand that there is a very fine tuning, I guess, that there's very limited parameters in which life can exist. We have our thermophiles, we have our extreme scenarios, but even within those extreme scenarios, thermophiles have to exist at a certain temperature, things of that sort. And we find life all over on Earth, but we have not found life anywhere else. So I'm basing this probability just on how long we have searched and how little we have found.
Okay, that literally was a whole bunch of jargon that said absolutely nothing. So let
Well,
me let me educate really quick. So the fine tuning argument isn't about just Earth. I hope y'all know that it isn't just about Earth. It's about the universe. It's about applying mathematical distributions upon the universe for explanation. Right? That's what it's for. So when we talk about the idea of life existing on any other planet, fine tuning does make it completely compatible with the idea that life exists beyond our universe, because what it implies across the universe just mathematically, and I can give you the equation if you want me to, just mathematically what it applies is that there is this fine line of existence within our universe that allowed certain planets to come together to exist in certain temperatures to allow for organic material to form. Okay? So when you make the argument and you say, well, I'm using the fine-tuning argument, but this doesn't prove life beyond our planet, just completely ignorant on what fine-tuning actually demonstrates. It demonstrates that, yes, the probabilities of life exist universally across the entire universe on a fine linear scale of existence because of certain parameters, most likely to the 10 to the power of 100 to 200. Okay, those are usually the parameters that they use to examine within the equations to determine whether or not life would be compatible. Okay, so the argument that you, Katie, are presenting, you're just presupposing this idea that the fine-tuning argument doesn't extend beyond our world. I would just love to understand how the mathematical explanation of the universe to explain the existence of probabilities doesn't exist beyond our Earth.
So, to be clear, I did say that fine-tuning is everything that exists, right? That there's fine-tuning in every single thing within our universe, everything in creation. And if God created the Earth, God also created Mars and everything on Mars and everything on Earth and so on and so forth. So I did not once deny that fine-tuning extends beyond Earth. You said the only reason that I went into the life on Mars thing, there is some logical possibility, and there's some reasonable probability that maybe life exists somewhere out of Earth. I don't have any contention with that. You said the only reason we went into life outside of Earth is because you said that this whole fine-tuning idea contradicts, or rather that life outside of Earth contradicts my fine-tuning theory, and now you're saying the exact opposite. So I'm just really confused.
I'm not saying the exact opposite. I don't know where you're getting that from.
Okay, so switch. I was still speaking. So if I could,
you're right. Go ahead.
Yeah. So now you're contradicting yourself yet again with that. So actually, in
contradiction, what's the P not P?
I'm still speaking.
What's the P not P? No, it's fair to ask. It's fair to ask though, Maud. What is the P not P? If you're gonna say I'm contradicting myself, what's the P not P?
I'm still speaking. So anyways, as I was trying to say, You originally said that my fine tuning theory is, and again, like, if you want to really zone in on fine tuning, like, it's fine. I can argue this till I'm blue in the face. But there's so many other things outside of this that support my theory as well, and I believe that we're just proving that this supports a check on the board on that whiteboard for you're not listening, and I don't understand how you can respond to me in good faith if you're not actually paying attention. And
You're not paying attention either. What you're arguing is
But I
that
am.
fine tuning demonstrates the existence of
Bitch,
God.
this is
But under your religion, God only created the earth for life. But if you extend that beyond the earth, then it would negate your existence of God. Like, what are you talking about, lady? It's like, what?
So he's
What the fuck?
Can we get some moderation, because honestly this is just really frustrating.
Yeah,
It-
the ad homs are
it's
unnecessary. Like,
actually
I'm following you, Ivani. Don't get me wrong,
God.
but don't resort to the ad homs.
Wait, I didn't
please.
ad hom. I just said it's
Just
crazy
a little
how
bit.
she's.
Just a little bit.
That's not an ad hom though. It is crazy, and that is a contradiction, by the way. That's a P not P.
It's
If
not.
your religion is that God created the earth for life, and then you're saying, well, yeah, well, I'm not denying the probability of life existing beyond our planet, then you are going against your religion, lady. What are you talking
No.
about?
No, just sorry.
I was gonna say, does it say, does God only create the earth for life?
Yes, quite literally. Yes, it does.
No, there's actually nothing in the Bible that says that only Earth was created. I do believe that, like 100%, I could support this idea, and I've even had like in-depth conversations with my husband about like, what if there are other times that God has done the exact same thing in His infinite existence, where He's created other universes and other planets and other whatever, and wanted creation for whatever. It's all speculation. None of it's biblical. It's all just wondering about the creator of our universe, right? And He is the God of the universe, the creator of the universe, not just of Earth. So there's nothing that negates, like acknowledging that Mars exists doesn't negate the existence of God, because I believe God created Mars just like He created Earth. I'm not really sure.
If I may
what-
interject, I mean,
Wait, can I respond to that? I was very quiet.
Yes.
wait. So I just want to say, I'm not trying to be mean, but apparently in Katie's Bible, I'm just going to repeat what they said in the comments. In Katie's Bible, the life exists beyond the earth. God created not just the earth, but also a third planet of life,
No.
where life exists, apparently. But we're
No, I
just going to ignore Isaiah 45:18. We're going to ignore Genesis 1:1, 1:14 through 18. We're going to ignore Psalms 1:15-16, Psalms 8:3 through 8. We're going to just, again, ignore John 1:14, Acts 17:26. We're just going to ignore all of these scriptures that basically direct the conversation on how God created the heaven and the earth where God created life, more
Yes.
specifically human life, animal life.
So I
Okay,
think
for us
that
to
all
be
of
able
these
to
things are
reproduce
extra.
and to operate within His kingdom. But
Yes.
apparently, according to Katie's Bible, right, there's life existence beyond Earth, and I just want to know, what scripture is that, please?
Yeah. So there's actually none of these things that you've referenced explicitly say that we are the only life. And I did say that this is all extra biblical, just curiosity about the creator of our universe. I never claimed that any of this was biblical, and I explicitly stated I used the word extra biblical, meaning it is not found in the Bible. It is just curiosity. It is wondering about the mind of our creator and whether or not He has done these things and created other creation. It's again extra biblical. It's all just curiosity, and nothing in the Bible.
Nothing substantial. Okay.
And it's not anything substantial. I totally acknowledge that.
Okay. Yeah.
And
So you have no evidence then.
Stitch. So like you can make fun of me for like being curious all you want. That doesn't really affect me. But
I'm not making fun of you about being curious. I'm just laughing about the contradiction.
can I finish? It's not a contradiction, because in nowhere in any scripture does it say explicitly that this is the only time God has ever done this, that this is the only creation He's ever created. Nowhere does does the Bible say that my curiosities and my questions and my wondering is definitively not true. And again, it is just that curiosity and questioning and wondering. I don't know what to tell you, my dude.
I also want to say,
There's
by
no
you acknowledging life outside of the earth, right, out of all of the schizobabble that you just did, you just basically erased your own fine-tuning argument.
Yeah,
Because
can you tell me?
earlier you were
Okay,
stating,
listen,
right, just really quick, earlier you were stating that there was, that the fine-tuning argument actually demonstrates how life only exists on earth. Now you're stating that life can exist everywhere else, and we can actually play it back. I would actually protect if you can send me the recording of this, because I think it's interesting, just kind of like the contradictions. So if you're stating, because earlier you said it, that life only existed on earth, there's actually no evidence of God existing beyond, or life existing beyond earth, and that's why the fine-tuning argument actually makes sense. Then now you're acknowledging that this is the case in which there could be a probability of life on other planets, and that God could have existence or created life beyond our planet. Then I would just find that to be a negation of the fine-tuning argument. Because the fine-tuning argument, under your worldview, it solely focuses on life existing on Earth. It doesn't actually appeal to the universe itself.
So I'm not sure if you're not tracking, but let me reiterate what I've said for the entire time, and then can you tell me where my contradiction lies? So what I've said is that I believe that fine-tuning, and I've explicitly stated that the God of the universe has fine-tuned the entire universe, right? And I did say that I believe that this fine-tuning really explains how life comes into existence and how it's able to exist. So fine-tuning for the entire universe, right? It doesn't mean that Mars doesn't exist. Fine-tuning, Mars exists because of God's fine-tuning, because he is the God of the universe. You said that life on Mars, according to you, explicitly according to you, not according to me, you said that life on Mars was something that negates fine-tuning. I told you that I don't necessarily disagree with some probability or some possibility of extra, of life somewhere other than Earth, but that you said that there was definitively life found on Earth, or found somewhere that was not on Earth. I asked you for evidence of this. You kind of hewed around it, and then eventually conceded that there was no evidence of life anywhere except for on Earth. No, absolute, definitive evidence of life found anywhere on Earth. You conceded on that, and then you flip-flopped.
I didn't concede. No, I didn't concede.
I'm still
Don't do
speaking.
that. Well, I'm going to interrupt you because that's
You
incorrect.
literally did.
And moderator,
You literally conceded.
I can interjection on that, moderator, because that's not true. That's not what I
Somebody
said.
verify for me that Stitch did in fact concede.
I said for the sake of argument, I'll
evidence.
give you this. That's what I
Yeah,
said.
he said, even if I concede on this point, I believe is what he said.
For the sake of argument. And I said,
Yes.
I'm not conceding. I'm just saying for sake of argument. And then you're now trying to say that I
Would that
conceded,
not be a
which I did
concession
not.
for the sake of argument?
It's not a concession. I'm saying if for the
Still,
sake of
to a
argument.
degree, a concession. To a
It's
degree.
not a concession at all. What are you people talking about? It's not
Well,
a
you
concession at
conceded
all.
that argument, but now you guys
That's
are
not a
re-arguing that
concession,
previous
you
argument.
moron. If I'm saying
No,
for the
not a
sake of
concession in the
argument,
sense
let me
that.
say this.
Wait, guys, calm down. Not a concession in the sense that you're saying I accept your argument, mine is wrong.
Then that's not a concession
You just,
at all.
you said,
Oh my.
but you said, wait, hold on, Stitch. You just said I concede this for the argument. So if we are now
That's not a
reopening,
concession.
no, it's not a concession. I agree with you. But if you said it for that argument, and you said, okay, I'm conceding in this argument for now, and now this argument is being brought up again, then are we?
That's not a
We're kind of
concession, though.
we're kind of pivoting, or we're kind of going back to previous arguments.
It's
Obviously, we're
granting.
kind of going in a
Exactly,
circle
Darth.
here.
It's granting.
I'm
That's what
not
you're saying
saying,
there.
yeah, I'm not saying you actually conceded. I'm just saying maybe we're getting a little circular here. So if this is an argument that we need to
It's not
rehash,
circular.
or that because we're going back to a previous point that you said for this argument I'm going to concede.
Well, that's not
That's all I'm
circular,
saying.
though. That's just, bro, holy shit.
Well,
Alright,
I apologize. I'm just trying to we need to calm down. We just need to address Go back to what we were talking
Yeah,
about, but
so
do accept the
granting is
fact
not
that
a
like we
concession.
are
If I
talking
if I
about something.
grant
No, I'm
you,
not saying it's a concession.
yeah, you're
But
fine. You're fine,
yes.
Taurus. I'm not. You're
Go
fine,
ahead. Go ahead.
Taurus. I understand there might be a communication error. I don't know
There's
where.
there's a problem going here though, because you
Okay,
did
but
say I
let me say
concede this
this.
argument. That's all.
Let me say this just for clarification. When I grant something, that's not a concession. Okay, a concession is me saying, "Hey, I'm wrong. You're right. You can go ahead and argue and do whatever you need to do. I concede to that point." That's a concession. But what I strictly said, hey, even if I conceded to this, it was just granting you the proposition that this may be the case where what you're saying is true. Okay? It doesn't demonstrate your argument. Okay? That's what I was trying to get you to understand. And more likely, you agreed with me that life can exist outside of this earth, which again, if you understood the fine tuning argument to the slightest, you would understand that it's not granting the condition for God's existence. It's granting the probability of God's existence.
That's what I
Okay?
said.
But even if that was the case, my argument against fine tuning, and I demonstrated this earlier, and you did not engage with the argument, I stated that all it does is demonstrate how an improbability would be, or how an improbability to that extent would become so improbable that the other might be true. That's why the argument is fine tuning is the fact that because there's no naturalistic explanation, okay, that therefore grants the idea, right, that therefore God exists. And I'm not saying you can't have an argument within fine tuning. What I'm stating is that your argument, your particular argument, doesn't fulfill sufficiently to demonstrate how God would exist. Because if you're just hindering upon this idea that you have quote unquote evidence of just people existing, and the fact that the fine tuning argument demonstrates that it becomes so improbable for there to be a universe in the first place, then this doesn't demonstrate anything other than just an improbable possibility that may or may not exist. I could just easily say, right, that nobody can win the lottery because it's 1 to a billion. Right, but this wouldn't be the case because as more people play, or as more factors lie within it, or as, for example, more universe forms, it doesn't therefore suggest that the improbable can't be true. It actually suggests that it can be true to an extent.
Okay. You good? Okay. So do you remember what I told you about the whiteboard? And if we put every theory of the origins of the world, whether that's the God of the Bible or Buddha or secular theories, et cetera, and that if we were to tally everything up, right? So I typed this out because it was a quote that you said. You said that the fine-tuning grants the probability of the existence of God. That is the only thing that I've ever argued with the fine-tuning, is that it does in fact grant the probability of the existence of God. So I think that counts as a concession on this point, and we can move on to another point
That's
of
not a concession, lady. No, you're not gonna do this thing where you do two other people that you debate with. That's not a concession at all.
Can we get a moderator to decide this? Because I have been arguing. That was the point. If I can explain really quick.
It's just me here right now. I don't protect
Bro,
if he's still here. But it sounds like to me like what Katie is saying is all she is arguing for is the probability, and so like a modus ponens argument, like if P is Q, then P is therefore Q, right? It sounds like what she's saying is like I'm arguing for the probability of God.
That isn't a probability. If P is Q.
But wait, no, that's not what I'm saying. Let me finish. So if she's saying like there is this probability, what would our universe look like if a God existed? And then it sounds like she's trying to get more into a modus tollens argument. I think that's how you pronounce it. I'm sorry. Where she's trying to say if P is Q, then what would not P look like, right? So what would not if it was not P and it was not Q? Like a modus tollens argument. Sounds like what she's trying to get into.
Accurately.
It's like if you can accept my probability claim, then we can get into this argument.
No, but that's not what it's saying. Can I demonstrate just really quick for you, Taurus, what the probability is saying? Because that's not what it's saying. That's also not a probability. For example, okay. So the probability would be this: like let's say it's probable, like just by let's say, hang on, let me pull up what I was writing down earlier because I think this actually demonstrates, okay?
That's what
This
she was
actually
asking for
demonstrates
earlier.
more so what I'm talking about. Really quick,
Not a
just give me one
concession.
second.
He's just granting that to be the case. It wouldn't be a concession on his side. Either
Hang
way,
on.
I completely forgot this debate was about abortion. I know that.
Hang on, but really quick, let me just offer this, okay? So let me just use some of the mathematical examples for the existence of God as part of this argument, okay? So what it's saying is, and then these aren't accurate numbers, so I just want to put that out there. They're hypothetical. But let's say, okay, so let's say that the probability of P existing is 10 to the power of, let's say 500, okay, 500. And then let's say the probability of P not existing would be the equivalent of 10 to the power of 200, okay? And then you say, well, there's another scenario. So that would be the scenario of God existing. You have another scenario of, let's say, M existing, for example. M would be the conditions in which God doesn't exist. So if M is to the equivalent to the power of, let's say, 10 to the 600th power, and then M to the equivalent of non-existence is, let's say, 10 to the power of 50, okay? What it's demonstrating, and again, these are hypothetical, this isn't a true example, just a hypothetical. What this is examining is which one would be more probable. Would it be more probable to the 10 to the power of 200 versus 10 to the power of 50? Well, obviously, under this scenario, it would be reasonable to understand that the M existing would be more probable because it would be 10 to the power of 50 rather than 10 to the power of 200. Okay, so that's what it's demonstrating with this scenario. What I'm stating to KD, and this is my argument against what KD is saying, is very clearly that if the idea of God existing, okay, if the idea of God existing is hindrance upon the improbability, which states that because something is so improbable, that therefore the other must exist, it doesn't actually demonstrate how God is actually in existence. All it demonstrates is how the improbable is just so improbable. Okay? But the same thing, like I said before, could be said when I win the lottery. I have 1 to the billionth people in terms of a scenario in order for me to win the lottery. Just because it's so improbable, it doesn't mean that it can exist in any capacity. All it demonstrates is that it's so improbable. So, with that said, I can just reduce this to the idea, right, that if something is so improbable, it can still be in existence and still be not ideologically, but just conceptually true to any scenario that life can exist without the conditions of a mind. That's all I'm demonstrating. And again, I'm not even against the fine-tuning argument. What I'm stating is that the way KD is actually presenting it doesn't actually demonstrate the existence of God. All it does is demonstrate the improbability.
Okay. So the only thing that I've ever, so like the whiteboard thing, the only thing that I've ever presented the fine-tuning argument as is a point towards, not even that being the thing that indicates the probability of God, but that it is a point towards the probability of God existing. Does that make, like, that's why I use the whiteboard analogy, right? Is that's what I was trying to get across with this, is that if we were to tally up all of the evidence, and then we were going through a bunch of archaeological, anthropological, scientific, all of the different types of evidence that you asked for, and I provided you that. And then you decided to hone in on the fine-tuning, which is totally fine. But you honed in on the fine-tuning, and then you said that that life on Mars debunks fine-tuning. And then I was like, well, God's the creator of the universe, and it doesn't. But there's also You
No.
asserted, can I please, with no interjections. And then you asserted that life, you said definitively, with absolutely, you said that life exists on Mars and that there was proof of this. I said that that's not true. I have never seen any definitive evidence. There's only ever been, we think that this also might be microbes, etc., etc. And then for the sake of conversation, you conceded that point. For the sake
I
of
did not concede it, lady. Stop
Can I
saying
please
that.
fucking-
Stop saying that. I did not concede.
Can I please talk?
Me granting you something does not mean that I conceded. Stop saying
Wait. We can just
Wait,
change
I
the
wanna
verbiage.
interject
Granted,
here.
you granted the argument for the you
Yes.
granted her stance for the sake of the argument.
That's
It
not a
wasn't
concession. She needs to
No.
stop saying that. She's saying that for
It's
her
okay.
viewers.
It's just a verbiage thing. But we can continue.
It doesn't matter.
No, but here to be incredibly clear here, and I don't agree with either one of them, right? I would disagree with both of them and how they're arguing this. A concession is where you're literally saying I'm wrong in my own argumentation, you are correct in yours. A granting of a certain proposition would be, hey, look, this doesn't really matter to me that much. It's not getting at the core principle of what we're trying to test right now. So you're allowing something or granting something to be the case
That's fine.
so that you can get further into the conversation.
That's
and
fine.
it's just like, let's get past this.
Which is exactly why Katie was trying to say, you said I grant your concession for the sake of the argument. She wasn't
No, that's not what she
trying
said. Don't.
Well, I'm sorry, no, she was
That's-
trying to say you
Hold
conceded
on.
for the sake of the argument.
on,
She
no.
didn't add
That's not
in
what
the
she
for the
said.
sake of the argument. She wasn't
Wait,
just trying to say you conceded. We already hashed this out, and she already agreed that it wasn't a concession.
Yeah, but she
She
keeps
was
saying
just
that I
quoting
conceded.
you.
So no.
Wait,
Because
hold on.
she was
Speaking of
quoting
granting-
you.
Speaking of granting,
She was not quoting me. Stop being biased. She was not quoting me.
No,
She
that's
literally
not
said
biased,
that
and I don't even
conceded.
agree with her, Stitch. But
Listen.
what I'm telling you is that, like, you did verbatim say, I will concede for the sake of the argument, and she was just
That's
quoting
granting you
If
something, and
I agree with you. I
Stop
absolutely agree
saying-
with you. I absolutely agree with you,
stop
Stitch. It was
saying
not
it,
a
bro.
concession.
You know why you're saying it. Stop
No,
saying
you
it.
did verbatim say
not a
that.
concession.
She's
It's not a
just clarifying, and you are clarifying, and Darth is clarifying. From
Okay,
this
can you
moment on,
demonstrate?
it's
Okay.
a granting. It is not
Okay,
a concession.
Okay, I
we all
think you
agree here.
misspoke. I think you misspoke. You misspoke.
Yes, exactly. It was just
Yeah,
like
well,
a
no,
misspeak. That's what I meant.
It's not even misspeaking though. He could say, "I concede this point. Let's continue on because this point doesn't matter anything to me." That's still a granting.
Yeah.
It's not a concession of the argument.
Yes, and I 100% agree with you.
Maybe we can
She
continue
was just
on with
quoting
the
what he
substance.
said.
Yes,
He
I
did
get
verbatim
that,
say that.
but
Yeah.
I don't have any
I know,
contention
Taurus.
with any of that.
I'm just trying
Well,
to,
okay.
I get
Let's
that.
continue though.
That's fine.
Can Stitch concede? Wait, I mean, sorry. Can Stitch just grant the God existing so we can get back to abortion? Because like, this is the thing
No,
going on.
no, I'm not gonna grant. Wait, but that's the fundamentals of her argument. I mean, I could go into the rights thing, but no, I'm not gonna concede the point. She wants to move on, we can, but I'm not conceding the point because she's arguing for the existence of a God very horribly.
I
So
was like,
no, I'm not gonna concede. It would be a disservice. It would be a disservice to the actual Christians who do their homework. So no.
All right.
I would like to finish what I was saying if I could without being interrupted again.
All right. Fine.
Well, don't misspeak again for the 100th time.
I didn't misspeak. I was quoting you. To be completely clear, whether it was you use the word concede is the only reason I use the word concede. Whether or not you granted it for the sake of conversation, the bigger thing that I have is I asked you to substantiate and provide a source. The source that you provided did not substantiate your claim, and then you did not provide anything else to substantiate that claim. So that's really the bigger reason.
Because I granted it, you moron, because I
please
want to move
fucking
on.
talk
Can we
about
move on?
Yapping your yap.
Can you substantiate your argument, KD?
All right. This is getting.
I granted you
This is
this. I literally
ridiculous.
granted you this, and you keep going back to it. Move on, lady. Move on.
All right. All right.
This is actually crazy. Can I please finish what I was freaking saying?
All right. I'll give Katie.
Stop going back to the point that I granted you upon. I granted you this. Even though I disagree, I granted it to you. Can we move on? Is that possible? Can you substantiate your argument to any extent?
Protect. Can I please finish what I was saying without Stitch being allowed to
I'll
interrupt
just give
me?
you 2 minutes. All right. 3, 2, 1. Okay.
Very bad faith. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so basically the gist of this was, it started with, I believe that it's wrong to discriminate because God exists and the right to life exists because of God. And that's like a really fast thing, right? And then, okay, what's the evidence? What's the argument that God exists? So it's propensity theory, essentially. If we put up a whiteboard and contingent versus necessary being, all of this kind of stuff, we put up the whiteboard and tally up all of the pieces of evidence of why the God of the Bible, as he says he is the most likely creation theory. And we talked about anthropological and archaeological and scientific and all these things. And then fine-tuning was one of my pieces of evidence that I believe supports the God of the Bible as he says he is, or a creation, divine creator, intelligent designer overall, not necessarily the God of the Bible, but intelligent design. He pigeonholed into fine-tuning. He said because because Mars exists. Sorry, hold on. Because life.
Stop, bro. Stop
Can you
doing
pause my
this.
time?
Stop doing this
No, I didn't
shit.
pause my
You-
timer.
Hold on. Wait, yeah. Wait.
Protect. She's just recapping the entire conversation over again, just to
But she
straw man
won't
you
shut the
down.
fuck
Hold
up.
on.
Just shut the
Hold
fuck
on.
up
To
and
be
continue
fair,
your
Hold on.
argument.
To be
Wait,
fair,
I thought.
Stitch, it's her 2 minutes to do with
I
as
thought
she
we said we were gonna
pleases.
do this
But this
civilly.
isn't conducive to the argument. She just keeps recapping what the fuck she said
Then
earlier.
you
I
can
don't
say that
care.
when you
I want
rebuttal.
to move on.
I mean, you can refute it after. Like, I thought we were gonna be civil, guys. All right. Let me just re-give her the minute. Let me just re-give her that minute.
Force, mute him if he interjects again, please.
All right, I'll just give her that 1 minute again.
Bro, holy shit.
So, can you? Is it my turn? Okay. So fine-tuning, pigeonholing on fine-tuning. He said life on Mars debunks fine-tuning. He said that there's been definitively life on Mars found. The biggest contention I have, and the reason that I do consider this a concession, is not because he said the word "I concede," which he did, but because I asked him for evidence. He did not supply evidence, and then moved on without attempting to supply evidence. I take that as a concession. He then backtracked and said that no life on Mars negates fine-tuning. And he's contradicting himself in saying that P1, life on Mars debunks fine-tuning, not being able to supply evidence, and then backtracking and saying no life on Mars negates fine-tuning and trying to say that God fine-tuned the Earth, but not somehow he thinks that I think that God didn't also fine-tune the entirety of creation, which isn't my view at all. And then he said it grants the probability of existence of God, and that's a quote.
Okay, now be quiet. Be quiet. Shut up. So, the problem is throughout that fucking spurging out of her dick sucker mouth, she didn't actually explain anything.
All right, no name calling.
That was actually of circumstance to the actual conversation. First and foremost, within her fine-tuning argument, she said. Within her fine-tuning argument, she said more specifically that God only created the earth. Okay, that's what she said. She said that life was created on earth. And then she later on and backtracked and said, well, no, yeah, I do think that life exists beyond Mars, even though previously she said it doesn't. So that's why I brought up the scenario of Mars, okay? But even if that was the case, even though she wants to say that that's a concession, even though I didn't form a proposition with my example of Mars, it was more so to test her principle. Even with that conversation, okay? I didn't form a proposition, so that's not a concession, okay? That's granting you whatever you were saying at the time because that doesn't really fucking matter to your argument. Because nothing of what you're saying actually demonstrates the existence of God. In fact, it has been antithetical. The idea that you first argued that the fine-tuning argument has only established life to exist on Earth, which is what you said. We can play it back if you want to. That's exactly what you said. And then you later on disagreed with this. Literally tells me that you don't understand what the fine-tuning argument is. Okay? So I've already offered my critique against the fine-tuning argument if I was just to give it. I mean, I haven't argued this position before, but I gave my critique of the fine-tuning argument. You have yet to contend with that. You have yet to tell me what any issues or that have arise from what I told you. But again, like I've reiterated before, just because there exists an improbability that you deem to be just so improbable does not undermine that the naturalistic theory could therefore exist within the creation of the universe.
Okay.
All right, I'll give her 2 minutes.
Yeah, if I could, please. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So, we definitively know life exists on Earth. We don't have evidence of life existing outside of Earth. Maybe possibly life exists somewhere else. We don't have evidence of it existing somewhere else. That's not a contradiction. That's just curiosity and speculation is what it comes down to. The main point, the thing that I really care about is your pigeonholing the fine tuning thing, which again, it's fine. Like we can keep going on this if you so insist. But you did say that it grants that fine tuning grants the probability of the existence of God, which is more than what I've ever even argued. Which is that my whole argument with fine tuning is that it is a point towards the probability of the existence of God, and not itself as a whole grants the probability of the existence of God. So I feel like in a lot of ways, if we either fundamentally agree on fine tuning being a point towards the existence of God, or you conceded on, which don't freak out at the word conceded, it's okay. But we either fundamentally agree on fine tuning being a point towards the probability of the existence of God, or you've conceded on this being a point to the probability of the existence of God. So again, if you want to continue to pigeonhole this, that's fine. I don't mind. I could talk about
You
this.
just don't know how to argue it.
It's still my.
You're still not critiquing.
Hold on.
Hang on. No, this is not me
It's still my
interrupting. Just
critique.
There's 30
fundamentally.
seconds left. Like I thought we were supposed to be following a format, guys.
Yeah.
But
Okay. Always ask me to ask you.
All it is verbiage with her, though. She's not actually critiquing my argument that I offered against fine tuning.
Oh, you can respond to that after the time is up. But I mean,
Can I actually don't have any issue with whatever he's saying, because he already said that it grants the probability of the existence of God, which is really the
Granting
thing.
the probability doesn't grant the existence of God, you moron.
I never said it
Fucking
did.
Christ. Oh my.
Can I have my minute back?
Yeah,
since
holy
he-
shit. She's
since
so
he-
fucking remedial. I just can't.
Okay,
He interrupted me. Can I have my
This
minute
is why
back?
women shouldn't talk.
all right. Let's keep it civil, guys. I thought we agreed.
Identify as a woman for fucking forever or whatever. Anyways, okay.
Civil, please.
Can I? Okay, cool. My turn? Okay, cool. So I've never once claimed that.
Why did she get? Why?
Can I fucking speak?
Guys, let's keep it civil. This is the last
This is
time.
so bad. Can I please have my minute back?
Okay, I'll give.
I don't think I'll need it all, but just in case.
Okay, I'll give you guys both 1 minute, 2 minutes of uninterrupted time. So I'll give you the minute back, and Stitch can respond.
Okay, so I've never once said that fine tuning expressly proves the existence of God, but that it's merely a point towards the probability of God, which Stitch and I agree on. So again, I'm not sure why he wants me to go with his argue his contention with the fine tuning argument. I don't have contention with his contention, and we fundamentally agree on fine tuning as of this point. Whether or not we did in the beginning, we do now. So I'm not sure why we're pigeonholing this. I am ready to move on. If Stitch is ready to move on, if he wants to stick with this, we can stick with this. It is all up to him at this point.
I mean, if you're ready to move on, that'd be important. Okay, now.
Okay, so now do I get to respond to her ridiculous statements? So again, with your fat donut ass eating big mouth, you still didn't contend with my argument. You still didn't contend with my argument against your fine-tuning argument. And you did state earlier that within your fine-tuning argument, you don't believe in the existence of life beyond our universe, which would be literally antithetical to the argument of fine-tuning. But again, you're just so simple-minded. You're not actually contending with the argument that I'm presenting you. But besides the fact, you said that everybody has a fundamental right to life. So we're just going to move on. If you believe that everybody has a fundamental right to life, can you substantiate this beyond the Forrest Doctrine? And what I mean by Forrest Doctrine is the fact that men can just rise up tomorrow and just exert force upon society and actually force women to do things that we would probably deem immoral, like they're doing, for example, in Afghanistan, or for example in other Muslim countries, where they're not allowing women to vote, they're not allowing women to go out anymore, they're not allowing women to do things beyond the permission of particular men, usually the brothers or the husbands. Can you tell me how life itself is a right if Forrest Doctrine just simply applied could therefore negate anybody's ability to do whatever they want to do or even their life.
Okay, before you start my timer, I have a clarifying question for him. Are we moving on from the God argument, all of that? Because it sounds like we
Bro,
are.
holy shit.
I'm asking you a question.
Okay.
Are we moving
Can I-
on?
Lady, what do you think I just told you?
Yeah, this is.
I just want it to be abundantly clear so you can't backtrack on me.
This is what you do every single time instead of actually engaging with the fuck.
I know.
Wait. I think.
It was still my fucking timer, so I don't know why the fuck the moderator take away their mods. You mod protect, take away their fucking.
I don't know who did it though. Like, okay, guys, stop.
Really quickly, the only reason that I wanted to jump in at all, and I was only doing it after the time was gone, right, is to say that it's not an ad hominem for Stitch to insult his interlocutor, right? He can make an insult in the process of an argument. That's not an ad hominem. An ad hominem would be an attack against the individual in place of an argument. So it would be something like, hey, look, you're stupid, so I don't have to reply to your argument. Like, that's an ad hominem. That's not what he did.
I don't mind if he throws insults. Like,
No,
it's
I
not-
know, Katie.
Well, I don't
know
think-
you.
I don't
I'm
think he
just
gets it.
making it abundantly clear for the audience because apparently the audience are a bunch of tone policing idiots. But it's both of you guys. Both of you guys just
I
look.
don't accept your blank argument. Insert insults.
All right. Enough.
No,
I'm allowed
yeah,
to
that's
insult.
not what-
She's
that's not what
fundamentally
happened, though,
stupid.
Taurus.
She didn't engage with my argument at all.
No,
So-
I-
Hold on, really quickly. The last argument that was given was forced doctrine. Holy shit.
So before you start my timer, I just want to be abundantly clear. I apologize for speaking on your time. My bad. I thought you were done. My bad. That was my
No,
bad.
you both were doing it to each other. That's why I hopped in as a moderator to say,
Well,
look, you both were
regardless of the
chiming in
fact,
over each
I literally-
other.
Yeah, and I have had
Holy
to
shit.
mute like both of you.
I
at some
clearly
point.
provided you the argument outside
Yo!
outside of
Here,
what we
look.
were just talking about.
I didn't even realize I was a moderator until now. Both of y'all be quiet.
Alright.
Y'all have both chimed over each other in regards to your time. Like, you've gone over your time. You've also chimed into your opponent's time. Like, there's no reason for you guys to be sitting here bitching back and forth about speaking on each other's time. You both have done it. You both have been corrected on it. Just fucking moving forward. If you're put on a timer, let your opponent speak out their time. Doesn't matter whether they're straw manning, whatever. If they're on a timer, they're on a timer. You have to respect it. Otherwise, you'll be muted. It's that simple. Don't give a shit what side it's on. Just go ahead and go through
again,
with that. It's
I
Kitty's time
apologize.
now.
Really
You're
quick.
good.
just
No
have
need
a
to
clarifying
apologize.
question before I start my timer. I thought you were done. Is the only reason, and I wanted to jump in there before my timer was started to get it clarified.
Well. From now on, if a person says I can concede I give up my time, then now you know they're done. Like they if they make a pause, they're not done. They're
That's
fine.
Yeah. So again, for the just for clarity, because it seems like this is what I'm talking about with the pro-life women, and I'm just gonna say this because I don't care. They just fundamentally are just. On this debate space, they're just stupid. If I'm forming an argument, and I'm literally forming an argument based on forced doctrine, then why would you then turn around and ask me such a ridiculous question of, are we moving on from fine tuning? If I'm forming an argument on forced doctrine, then obviously, does it take a fucking rocket scientist to understand that I'm not debating the fine-tuning argument anymore? I'm providing another argument against your proposition on rights, which is forced doctrine. So please interact with my argument.
Yeah, so I'm going to. I want to interact with your forced doctrine argument. I just wanted to clarify, are we arguing you are granting the existence of God for this purpose of conversation, yes or no?
Bro, we're not even talking about God. We're not talking about God anymore. We're talking about your proposition, our initial conversation about abortion. So I'm asking you, because you said it was a right, that everybody has an intrinsic right to life. So what we're arguing right now is your rights proposition.
So I just want a yes or no. so that if we have
Yes,
to
he said
backtrack to
yes.
this
Bro,
one,
holy fucking, she's so fucking
Yes.
stupid. How fucking dumb can you be?
Both of y'all.
Yes,
All
we are
right.
moving.
Yo,
okay.
hold up. Stitch. No, look, I said I would come up as a moderator. I'm gonna moderate both sides. Don't unmute yourself. We're gonna go back on timers again because y'all are just insulting the shit out of each other and you're not getting down to the substance of the arguments. Again, I don't give a shit about tone policing or insults, but you actually have to contend with the substance. So can we get back down to the substance? Katie, you can start with the substance.
Yes.
I'll put you on or fucking Protect can put you on a timer or whatever. What is it, 2 minutes?
Yeah, that's fine.
Protect,
I just wanted,
2 minutes each.
in case we had to backtrack, is why I wanted to clear. Yes, Scott is granted for the sake
Nobody
of
has backtracked. Just continue with the fucking argument.
Hey, Katie. Yes, we're moving on to this.
Continue
point.
with the argument.
Yeah, now we're actually getting to the abortion debate
Stitch.
parts.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I also just
Katie.
want to put it out there that I haven't insulted Stitch once. And the thing is,
There, you fat pig. Continue with the argument.
All right, guys, stop with the insults.
Can
Yo.
we not insult people and call people names?
All right, hold on.
Not nice.
Here, really quickly. Hold on. Cat,
I need you to
stop.
will.
Here,
She's
look,
doing-
I hold on, Katie. I ended your countdown. I'm gonna restart it. When I restart it, Stitch, if you hop in, it's gonna be an issue because I'm telling
With
you.
the argument, Darth. Tell her to continue with the argument. That's
Yes,
what she-
I understand, but what I'm saying is, I'm not muting you, by the way. But what I am saying is that she's gonna have 2 minutes, then you're gonna have 2 minutes, then she's gonna have 2 minutes, then you're gonna have 2 minutes, because obviously you guys cannot like have this back and forth without absolutely crashing out. There's an issue here, obviously. I'm gonna start Katie on a 2-minute timer. She can make her argument in regards to abortion. Then you can come back and disagree or agree or whatever the fuck you want to do. Doesn't really matter for your 2 minutes. She can't interrupt your 2 minutes. When the 2-minute timer starts, that's when Katie's going to start talking and everyone else needs to shut the fuck up. Also, no one, especially not mods, should be jumping into tone police and do a bunch of other dumb shit. Y'all only need to jump in when they're screaming over one another. Moderation is literally hands off. You shouldn't be going, oh, well, this person's not doing this. No, that's not what moderation is. Moderation is, hey, they're screaming over one another. I'm going to mute the shit out of both of them until they listen to me because I'm a moderator. That's what it is. Taurus and Cat, I'm talking to both of you. I'm not singling either one of you out. I'm just giving you a general statement. It doesn't matter. If there's insults being thrown, it doesn't matter anything to the arguments being made. You're a moderator. You're not a fucking debater. Okay? So I expect the same thing from Protect tomorrow when I have my formal debate against Mr. Man. He should be hands off with the moderation. He shouldn't be moderating at all unless we're screaming over one another, which I don't think is going to happen. But I'm saying moderation is different than debating. You're not debating right now. You're not supposed to be jumping in because you feel like you're on one person's side or someone's insulting someone else. No, you should be jumping in because they're screaming over one another and there's no progress being made. Or they go wildly off concept or off topic, right? Where, like, if it's an abortion debate, they're going all the way over here where they're like, oh, the fucking Hillary Clinton's a lizard person. That's completely off topic. Has nothing to do with the debate. Right? That's when you bring it back. Hey, let's get back to the substance, which is what I'm trying to do right now. So I'm going to restart Katie's timer at 2 minutes. Stitch, keep your ass quiet. Let her go for 2 minutes. Then you'll get your 2 minutes. Even if she strawmans you, that's how it has to be at this point because there's not an open discussion possible at this point. Y'all just wildin'. Y'all are wildin'.
All right.
Fuck, man. Go ahead, Katie.
So it's my 2 minutes. So I'm gonna say what I want to say. I want to respond to your argument. Okay. First and foremost, Darth, why not for awesome moderation and for Taurus and Cat. Ad homs don't hurt me. It's not really ad homs. Insults don't hurt me. I haven't insulted you because I have a certain level of respect for men that you don't have for women. It so seems. It's fine. It is what it is. It's all good. Doesn't like water off my back. Don't fucking care. Now, in terms of substantiate the idea that the right to life exists without let me beyond forced doctrine. I have no issue with forced doctrine. Absolutely, rights are enforced by forced doctrine. But the fundamental, the right to life exists as a right to a natural death. You've granted God. I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, that we're granting the God of the Bible. So if the God of the Bible exists, the Bible says, "Thou shalt not kill." Therefore, you shall not be killed. Therefore, you have the by another person. Therefore, you have the right to a natural death. Assuming, like, obviously the caveat of self-defense, right, which we've already agreed upon earlier. All good. So obviously, forced doctrine is important because people are evil. People do evil things. The right to life is upheld by forced doctrine. I have no contention with the thing that you have brought up. I'm not sure. If I'm missing anything that I should have responded to, it got lost in the chaos. I apologize for that. If there's anything that you feel like I have not adequately responded to, please let me know. And other than that, I think I concede my time. My last 11 seconds.
Okay. So just to respond really quick.
Really quickly. We gotta enter countdown, and then I'm gonna start yours.
Wait, no. Can I add something
Go
before
ahead.
the countdown?
You start now. Yes. Oh my God. I guess that's fair.
Yeah, because
she
she
asked a
said some
question for
stuff beyond the
clarification.
countdown. I
Yes.
need time.
Yes. You can ask one question for clarification. You can get the
I'm not
clarification,
asking a
and I'll start
question.
your
I'm
countdown.
responding to a statement that she made. I guess I'll just use up whatever time I have. So fundamentally, she still didn't address my actual argument. She just again went back to God. We already had a God, or we already had the argument for God. Obviously, that went nowhere because she doesn't understand the fundamentals of fine tuning. But even beyond that, she said, well, I just have a hatred for women, or I hate women. I don't hate women. I hate particular women, particularly ones that think that they're smart or intelligent and like to downgrade people, and just be completely dismissing on things and don't actually engage with the arguments that are being made. So when you have particular women that are in a sphere just arguing just for the sake of arguing, not really understanding or trying to understand where the argument is coming from, I find that to be very disingenuous. You had multiple opportunities to do this. But besides the fact, when I say forced doctrine, I grant you that God may say this, that God may say, right, that we outnotch murder, we outnot do things, but these are just duties. These are duties that God is, sending out men and women not to do. However, if you grant that under specific circumstances it is permissible to unalive other people, then I would love to hear the argument on that. What is your argument? What are the parameters? Where in the Bible? What are you using in terms of theology to come to the understanding? But then I would also like for you to explain how these are even rights to begin with. If these are things that can be taken away, these are things that may can force onto other people, where very abstract, horrible men can just, force their will onto other people. What makes these things, quote unquote, immoral? What makes them wrong? If these things are just dependent on rights, things that are given by the government, or that you're just entitled to, then I would just love to understand how you're coming to that reduction of logic. So I just want you to actually engage with the argumentation that I'm presenting right now, because I asked you very specific questions to understand your argument against forced doctrine, or how forced doctrine includes with theology to come to your conclusion.
All right, I'll start a timer for Katie in 3, 2, 1.
So to just be really clear, I don't think that you hate women. I just think that you're being very disrespectful when I have not been that way to you. So to be clear, I don't think that there are multiple rights that exist. I think there is one single right that exists, and it is the right to life. I could be persuaded on more. But to clarify yet again, that right to life is a right to natural death. I'm substantiating that this right to a natural death exists as God says that you shall not murder, you shall not unalive people, is the common understanding. Obviously, this is negated in self-defense, and potentially in this whole death penalty sort of things. Like, I'm open to conversations. I don't know where I stand on that. So we've granted that self-defense would be the only exception to this for the sake of conversation we at the beginning. I don't think either of us have any issues. So the argument for that is going to be primarily Exodus 20, the 6th commandment, thou shalt not kill. It's going to be Proverbs 6, oh, I can't remember the exact verse, but it's the 6 things that God hates, 7 that are an abomination to him. The third one of those is hands that shed innocent blood. Over and over and over, we can see that God values life, and that God values human life, his creation, that he created us in his image primarily. That is in Genesis 1. That says that he created us in his image. We can see all echoed throughout all of Scripture that God values us as his creation and values us the most as his creation, and that he finds it abhorrent for unjustified ending of human life. And then he has given very specific parameters and when ending of human life is justifiable. And because the because I do not have the right to end another human's life, that person that I don't have the right to end the life of, they have a right to a natural death.
Okay, so again, just fundamentally, or actually, yeah, set the countdown. Just fundamentally not addressing the argument. You're just presupposing things from the Bible that I also agree with. So I don't understand what you're trying to argue right now. What I'm continuing with is this idea that these are even rights to begin with. They can be taken away. If you're saying, right, well, these are just preset conditions that God is establishing that people are not murdered, so therefore the person that is being murdered has an intrinsic right to life, doesn't actually demonstrate the argument as to why that is the case. You're just forming a conclusion. You're just connecting A to B and saying, well, this is the conclusion, guys. This is what it is because it says it right here. But I need the argument for that in order to be the case. Because if the argument is that a right is for example, an entitlement, whether it's legal or just morally, then under that presupposition, right, then these things, right, can be taken away. And I would just make the inference that these are not actual rights, these are just entitlements. When you talk about the Bible and what it allows us not to do, what we shouldn't do, should not do, or should do for the practice of Jesus Christ, then these are just duties, okay? These are duties. These aren't rights. I wouldn't take these to be rights because the idea of rights, which goes back to our earlier conversation, you said there were moral and legal entitlements. So if that is the case, okay, you believe these rights to be what I just described, then it doesn't logically follow that the right to life exists intrinsically. All that follows is that we have a duty not to unalive other people. And again, we can also go into the semantical disputes as well. You say, well, you can have some sort of self-defense if you find it permissible. Okay, who determines this permissibility? Is it subjectively? Is it alignment with God? What passage in the Bible are you using for this inference? So I need the full spectrum of the actual argument that contends with my argument.
Sure. Okay, whenever.
All right, let me start it. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, so really quickly, I don't. There's one single right that exists, right? The right to life. I don't think that there's any others. I don't think that this idea of a right being quote unquote can be taken away or violated negates the existence of this right. I believe that really just substantiates it because for it to be able to be violated, it must first exist. And you did use the quote, it's not an actual right, just an entitlement. An entitlement is what I consider to be a right. So I'm not really sure I really, it seems to me, and if the moderators, before we start his timer, if you guys can jump in and help me understand how I can make myself more clear, I would really appreciate that.
Can't do that as moderator, sorry.
Okay. But I'm not sure how to make myself more clear on that then. But you did say, and I quoted it, it's not an actual right, just an entitlement. I would take that to be a right and entitlement to be synonymous. So I think we actually agree on this. It seems that you have contention with me for the sake of contention. And then what, in terms, you were asking me to substantiate biblically, self-defense, it's going to be Exodus 22, 2-3. And it says the passage, it talks about a thief is killed while breaking into a home, and that there's no, that the homeowner has no guilt in his death because it is self-defense. It's very clearly a substantiation of self-defense under a biblical framework. I'm not really sure. I I think just because people violate the right to life doesn't negate the existence of the right to life. Abortion would be a clear piece of example, I should say, of the violation of the right to life.
If I could just ask a couple of questions, just semantically.
Let's start.
Okay. Well, I was hoping. Okay. Never mind.
Oh wait, I mean, okay, now that's not fair. Okay, I'll just let her ask.
Yeah, you can put a timer for like a minute or whatever. It's fine. So just semantically, when you say the word rights, what is your definition again?
A moral or legal entitlement, so morality coming from God. That moral entitlement would come from God, meaning that the law of God, thou shalt not kill, would establish that moral entitlement to the right to life, which is the only way.
Okay. So so it establishes the moral entitlement. Okay. So and then you said these things exist. In which way do these things exist? Are you just saying just conceptually?
I believe that they vary. I believe that the objectivity of God, that God is objectively true, and I believe that they objectively exist under the laws of God. Can you clarify exactly? If I'm not making that clear, ask. I'm happy to do what I can to make that more clear for you.
Okay, yeah, but you're saying that they exist objectively under God, but I don't see how that's the case, given that if they exist objectively under God, where you're not allowed to unalive, or these rights intrinsically exist objectively, do you know the difference between objective versus subjective?
Yeah, so it's going to be objective is going to be something that exists outside of my mind. When I'm talking about objective and subjective, yeah, of course, we can argue that something is subjective under as it comes from the mind of God. But I tend to separate the mind of us and the mind of God. If it exists outside of our mind, I consider that to be objective. And if it exists or depends, I shouldn't say if it exists outside of our mind. If it is true outside of our mind, it doesn't matter what we think. As humans, I consider that to be objective. If it matters what we think and our opinions influence the truth behind it, I consider that to be subjective.
But before you respond, I think that we're at a point now where we don't need to continue the timer. I think we can have a civil discussion. You guys can have some cross, and we can just go back to the timer if we really need it again.
I'm fine with that.
Well, I did have more questions, so we can make the determination after.
I'm happy to answer more questions, even though his timer is up.
Alright.
Well,
we can just pause the timer unless we need it again. You guys can just
I
go
think
back
the
and
semantical disputes are important, especially for
Yeah. I think that the semantical, I would agree. That's why I think that we can just cross and go back and forth. We don't need to have like 2 minutes for you, 2 minutes for you. 2 minutes for you. We can go back to just you guys responding to each other.
You guys promised you guys beginning of the debate, and then look what happened. But okay.
We'll see if we need to do it again. We're calmed down, I think. And I think it'll be more productive.
You may only have to do it for a short period of time. They can go at it, and then if it gets to a boiling point again, then put them back on timer.
Alright, so be it.
Well, with this understanding, just really quick, when you say, well, there's a difference between God's mind, and then there's, of course, between our minds and God's minds. So I would just ask you, what are the differences between my mind versus God's mind? And when you say, well, these things exist objectively, I just can't fathom. Can you describe how you see it objectively, or how they do exist objectively?
Yeah. So I believe that God, it is through God and by God that all things happen. And the universe, nothing happens except that He wills it or allows it to be. And there's objective reality, there's objective truth, and there's objective morality found in that concept. So within that, we live under, as part of creation, we live within that sphere, I guess, where He does not. And so God existing outside of our mind, He is the one who determines what is good and what is evil, what is true and what is untrue, all of these kinds of things. So if I have an opinion on I like green, it's my favorite color, that's a subjective thing. Whereas if I think that ending the life of children is permissible, that's objectively not true because the mind of God says so. Does that clarify things? If it doesn't, let me know and I'll do what I can.
Actually, I think there's an antithetical error when you say, well, it doesn't exist in our minds, but it exists in God's minds. So it's something that is objectively true that where it exists in God's minds. But I find this to be very what's the word? I'm not sure what word to use actually. I just find it to be insufficient because you're conceding to the fact that it only exists within God's mind. But if God is this otherworldly being that is beyond us, let's say, dimensional, like in the dimension of number 5, right? Dimensional 5. I don't know if you know about dimension theory, right? This idea that well, you have third dimensions, fourth dimensions, fifth dimensions, sixth dimensions. So if the idea is that God exists beyond our dimension, our current state of beings, if this is just true, right, then what makes it true? Because everything that you're saying is just very trivial. You're saying, well, I just believe this to be the case and it would exist within God, so therefore it must be true. But if these things exist beyond our dimensions, so beyond our understandings, then how can we come to a conclusion in which something is the case or true, or objectively is the standard or is the case if it exists beyond our dimensions?
Okay, so it seems like, and this is why I wanted the direct clarification that I was asking for on repeat earlier, that we are granting for the sake of this conversation that God exists and that it is the God of the Bible that exists as he says he is. That's why, because the whole, really what you're asking is to send us back to this whiteboard theory, the propensity theory, the fine tuning, all of this kind of stuff. And that's totally fine if you want to take it back there. But just to be clear, I thought we had granted this for the sake of the conversation.
Actually, no. I more specifically said that we already had the conversation about God existing. But what I'm doing right now is I'm just giving you, I'm not conceding to this, but I am just giving you this idea that God does exist. And I'm just simply applying your logic. If the idea is that God exists and therefore these other things must be true, then I'm just quite simply just arguing and saying, well, if these are like fifth dimensional beings, if this is a fifth dimensional being, we don't know how many dimensions there are, right? So if this is, for example, I'm not saying this is the case, I'm saying, for example, if this is a fifth dimensional being that is beyond our world, our understanding, and he created us, okay? He created us, he made us what we are today. If that is the case, then how can we fundamentally understand how God is God and what he says is objectively the truth? So that's kind of where it kind of doesn't align in terms of the argumentation, or it doesn't align. That's wrong wording. At least I don't see the argument that you're trying to present for this, because if this is the case, then you're just making like a trivial truth claim, and you're saying, well, it must be true because it logically follows that if God was in existence, that this would be the case.
So that's why I very specifically asked you for clarification earlier on, are we granting, when we left fine tuning, are we granting, right, that the God of the Bible exists as he says he is? I was getting cut off, so maybe you didn't hear all of that. That's why I was very specifically asking what I was trying to ask, so that when we got to this point, we could be like, okay, this is it. I also reject this idea of dimensional theory. I think that is just as religious and out there as any other theory, if you can find some evidence for it. But then in terms of how can we fundamentally understand how God is God, I think that there's a lot of things that are beyond our capability of knowing. For example, like 100 years ago, it was far beyond our capability of knowing certain aspects of science that we now know. And I think just like in this time and what God has ordained to be here now, there are some things about the existence of God and who he is that we cannot know, but we do know, because we've been told, since we've granted the God of the Bible existing as he says he is, we can know the things that he's given to us to know now. And then we know that there's more knowledge and information about who he is and what his will is to come in the future, and then when we meet him physically.
So to be very clear, I never granted you that God did exist. I did say, for the sake of this conversation, even though I hold a different view, that I would be taking the negation. So that's what I did say. However, I don't grant you within this argument in particular that God does exist. Never granted you this. What I stated was, more specifically, is that we already had the conversation of God when it came to fine tuning, and it got nowhere. But I want to make it very clear that you don't have to agree with the theory of 5 dimensions, 6 dimensions, or dimensional theory. I can just offer this in a hypothetical, and it would be the same argument that I am making right now, right? So even if you don't agree with this idea of a dimensional theory, I just offer you, just for the sake of conversation, if he's otherworldly beyond our understanding, if he's otherworldly beyond our understanding where he created us, where does he exist exactly? And in what world does he exist? Does he exist in our world, in our dimension? Or where does he exist? Because if you're just going to outright deny the claim of dimensional theory, which I find very, very contradictory to even the fine-tuning argument, if this is the case, then I'm highly confused. Are you just negating time theory as well, or gravitational theory, where, for example, if you go near a black hole, you can actually expand through thousands of years in evolution in a black hole, going near a black hole. So I'm just heavily confused as to why you would negate all of these other principles if you hold to the fine-tuning argument itself, if it presupposes that all of these other things are true as well.
I don't think that the fine-tuning argument in any way, shape, or form presupposes anything about dimensional theory. I don't think there's anything at all except for you asserting it that presupposes dimensional theory. But again, it all just comes back to, that's why I asked you, why I attempted to ask you before, and you did say yes, whether or not you understood the question I was asking you or not.
I didn't say yes.
That's why it's so important to be able to have civil conversations, right?
That's why it's pretty important to move on when we're having a conversation instead of hindering upon a point and we're not going past.
I'm not the one that did that, Stitch. That was
you.
You
are actually.
No, I told you multiple times that I was ready to move on from this, and that we fundamentally agree on the thing, whether we agreed from the get-go or you conceded. I don't know which, but we fundamentally agreed at the thing in the end, and I said several times that I was ready to move on from fine-tuning because we agree, and that it is that tally, according to you, because again, I quote, it grants the probability of the existence of God, and therefore is that tally on that whiteboard, right? Right, I said that multiple times.
Okay, so yeah, but within your argument of fine-tuning, you only condition life to existing on Earth, right? So that was, yes, you did. We can play it back. Yes, you absolutely did.
We can play it back.
And even within that argument, right? Again, you still didn't contend with my critique against fine-tuning, which I offered multiple different times. Even beyond that, right? In this current conversation, again, I told you very specifically that no, we're moving on. I'm not going to grant you the idea that God exists. And what I said very specifically is that all I did was take the negation of your stance for the sake of argument because, we wanted to debate. So that's not me conceding and giving you the proposition that God exists. Okay? That's not what it's doing. What it's doing is trying to evolve the conversation. And me granting you something does not concede to the idea that God exists in the first place. So even if I did grant you the idea that God exists, for the sake of conversation, does not concede the idea that God existed. or does exist?
So I didn't say that you conceded to the point. I said that you granted the point. And I very clearly asked you, before I was attempting to ask you multiple times, and that's why I wanted a clear yes or no. And that's why I feel like so frustrated in this moment, because I just genuinely feel like you've been really bad faith this whole time. And I feel like this is just another example of that, where I've asked you multiple times.
And I told you no, I don't do it, Katie. You want me to say yes? You want me to tell you yes? Yes, Katie. I concede to you that God exists when I clearly told you fucking no. Like, what are we talking about right now? Are we gonna actually debate or what?
Can I actually finish what I'm saying, please? So, earlier maybe it's because you weren't letting me speak for you to be able to properly hear my question. But that's why it was so important that I didn't want to move on until we had a mutual understanding, at least for the sake of conversation, whether or not the God of the Bible existed as he says he is. And that's why when I got a yes, and a very rude yes, you're stupid, you can't track, et cetera, all of the other nasty things you said about me.
Oh my God.
So I'm just trying to.
We just move on beyond that. Like, I'm just kindly asking you, can we move beyond? We already moved on beyond this. Can we not regress that?
Stitch, please. I'm not the one regressing back. You're the one taking it back to. Let me see if I can remember exactly what your. Hold on. Let me take it back. It was, how can we fundamentally understand how God is God? We've already granted. According to
I didn't grant this. I did not grant this, KD. I told you no. I answered your question. I told you no.
Can I please finish?
Sure.
Are you going to stay muted and let me?
No, I'm not going to stay muted because if you
Can
keep.
somebody handle him, please? Thank you. So, can we get some moderation to verify?
Bro,
like,
stop fucking muting me.
Can I?
Stop fucking muting me. Why are y'all muting me?
Alright, hold on. Fuck, man. Alright.
I'm telling her that I'm not conceding with this.
Really quickly. If it's open dialogue, then you guys can hash it out. If people get talked over, they get talked over. It's only if you guys are like screaming over each other, can't get a point out, that there's moderation needed. Now, right now,
For the record, I'm not muting.
Stitch chimed in because he was saying that you were straw manning what he was actually saying. That's why he was chiming in. I don't know what was conceded or what wasn't conceded. I was trying to order my fucking DoorDash and the motherfuckers didn't deliver half of my food, so I'm a little bit pissed off right now. Y'all can get back to it. Katie, if you want to unmute, just maybe you guys can hash it out. If not, we're gonna have to put you back on timers. It's just how it's gonna have to be. Yeah.
So again, like I've stated 100,000 fucking times, I never conceded to the idea that God existed. Never once. Never grant you do this either. Not once. When you asked me the question, I said no. I don't grant you this because we just had a conversation about God and it went nowhere. That's what I told you verbatim.
Can I get a moderator to
Bro, holy shit, this whiny little bitch. Oh my God.
Can I get a moderator to remind us of what actually happened?
I don't know how to do it, honestly. I don't.
Can I get a moderator to remind us what actually happened? Just to remind, like, this is exactly what I'm asking. When we left the fine-tuning argument, I very specifically asked, or I was attempting to ask, are you granting, for the sake of conversation, that the God of the Bible exists as he says he exists? And it was yes mixed in with a bunch of insults. Can a moderator respond and verify this?
That's not what I
said. For the whole thing.
Can a moderator?
I wasn't here for the whole
I don't care what the fucking moderators say. The two fucking broads at the bottom are for you. I don't give a fuck what the two fucking broads at the bottom have to say.
Here's the problem. Here's why I do care. It's because it's bad faith. Because it's bad faith. And you've been bad
not bad faith if I never fucking conceded
this is just another reason why you're being bad faith, Stitch. And I don't feel like it's like
Bro, holy, can we?
I don't know how to have a debate with somebody who's bad faith.
Bro, so shut the fuck up, you fat.
Okay,
no. Fucking conceded this.
Yeah.
I told you no.
All right.
I told you no. I don't.
All right.
I literally said no. I don't.
He just
backfire.
granted this to be. Wait, did you? Okay.
I'm not fucking granting her this. It's the core of her fucking argument.
Okay.
How fucking retarded do you think I am? I didn't grant you this.
I have to let him back up after that, but we can't use that R word. I'll let him back up. We can't use the R word.
So he did grant these things though. Am I hallucinating, mods?
All right, let's just continue. Let's just continue.
Bro, can you take the moderators away from these two stupid ass broads at the bottom? Just fucking keep them.
Going crazy saying that.
First of all, I have not said anything, and second of all, I'm not Christian. I don't believe in her God, and I've been trying to be very partial. So
You're not though. You're not
I think
though.
all three of you.
I
are-
never fucking granted this.
All right, let's just get to the. All right.
Hey, the problem that I have.
Protect. I would like to have the recording of this live because this is
I'll
fucking
send it to you.
ridiculous.
I'll post this on YouTube so you can rewatch it.
Don't post. Just send it to me before you post it because I want to do my own postings on this.
Okay.
Actually, can you please post it on YouTube? For
There's no way this fat donut eating fat broad does
the thing, I can't
Yo, come on, yo, chill the fuck out. Look, sometimes you gotta rule with an iron fist, protect. Chill the fuck out. Chill the fuck out. It's that simple. Chill the fuck out. Calm down. Like, genuinely, calm the fuck down.
So-
Like, you don't need to keep on going on and on and on about the same shit. Stitch,
Then tell
as
her
far
to
as what I
fucking
was...
move on.
Hold
Tell her to
Yo,
fucking
bro,
move on.
okay, great. Bro, you're not going to argue with the moderator.
Talking about?
That's not how debate works. That's not how debate works. I've been impartial this entire time. I missed a small portion of it because my fucking DoorDash was getting fucked up and I'm trying to get my fucking chicken, okay? So really quickly, what you're not going to do is you're not going to chime in and come at me as the moderator. If I'm moderating this debate, then I'm going to be impartial, which means that even if I agree with you and I disagree with KD, or I agree with KD and disagree with you, I'm going to be the same to both of you. If KD was doing the same thing, I'd do the same thing to her.
Tell me to
Both
move
y'all
on
need to
when she has
shut
to
the fuck up. Both y'all need to shut the fuck up, and Katie's already shutting the fuck up. Stitch. It's this simple. It's this fucking simple. It's this. Yes, it has been meta. It's been meta for a long fucking time. It's been meta the entire goddamn conversation. Given the fact that both of y'all are on fucking meta, neither of you were talking about abortion to begin with. You went into the God debate. We let you go into the God debate. You guys kept having the God debate. We allowed you to have the God debate. I was moderating the God debate. You guys went back and forth on that. Really quickly, Stitch, it's fine. Get back to the fucking substance of whether or not it's about abortion or not. You know. Hold on. Stitch, calm down.
Get back.
So, please, mods, 1 second. One more thing. Because I have not muted in a hot minute. I have muted Katie and I have muted Stitch both for interrupting, and I haven't had to mute Katie in a while. But whoever is in the comments that's not a mod on panel, please refrain from muting. I have not been muting you for a fat minute.
all I'm saying
People in the
is,
comments
look,
that are not mods,
let's
that are
get
mods and
back
not
to
on
the
the panel,
substance.
please
The
stop.
substance is what? Hold on. Let's hear
You wanna
both
tell
of
me
the
shit? She
arguments.
doesn't move on. I've been answering.
All right.
Then
Doesn't move on.
That's what I'm doing. Then I'm saying let's go back to the substance.
Yeah, after
for both
coming
of
at me,
you.
then fuck out of here,
Bro, you're fucking screaming about how she's a fat donut eating bitch. Like you don't. I'm trying to get back to the substance. You're over here like told the fat
You're not
bitch that
telling
eats
her to
donuts,
move
get
on.
back
You're
to the
telling me
substance.
to.
I am. I'm telling her to do it as well.
Bro,
Stitch,
fuck you.
Stitch, shut the. Yo, fuck you too. I don't care. Then leave. Then run away. No one gives a fuck, bro. I'm gonna be an unbiased moderator. I agree with you more than I agree with KD, you dumb fuck. But regardless, I don't think the fine-tuning argument's a good argument for God. I didn't jump in and say, hey, KD, you're wrong. No, I didn't do that. I let you guys have it out, right? That's what happens.
So I guess can I give my closing statement? I don't know what else to do. I feel like
I don't fucking know at this point either. This is what happens when you're an unbiased moderator. People want to crash out even if I'm literally on his side on this debate. As far as the God debate, I don't think the fine-tuning argument's a good argument. To be fair with you, KD, I really don't. But if I'm going to be an unbiased moderator, I'm not going to jump in. I'm only going to jump in if you guys are at each other's throats and can't actually debate cordially.
I know this is a core element to our abortion debate. I honestly forgot this whole debate was about abortion. Just move on.
If he granted it, then he granted it. If he didn't, he didn't. I wasn't here for the portion at which he granted it. All I'm saying is both of you get back to the fucking substance. If you're gonna leave, leave. If you're not, don't come back bitching again.
Okay,
It's
well,
that
I
simple.
didn't mean to scroll out. To be fair,
Okay.
I'm dealing with.
Well, then get back to the substance, both of you. It's fine.
That's fine.
Go ahead.
Fine.
can we just
Well, for the last fucking time, I did not concede to God existing.
All right,
Okay.
that's fair. That's fair.
I don't really care about that, honestly. Can I just say,
It's hard on it for 30 minutes if you didn't fucking get. Oh my god.
please, I beg you, let me say one thing, okay, without interrupting me. The whole
Go ahead. Lie again. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. So the whole, like, this whole debate happened because Stitch says he thinks that I'm a bad debater. He thinks that I'm not capable of having a good faith debate. I don't really view myself to be bad faith in general. I do view myself to not be, like, really philosophically inclined. Absolutely, I'll grant you that. I think that's 100% true. I don't really care about the philosophy of shit most of the time, because most of the time when I'm arguing abortion, I root it in science and objectivity and medicine, and I definitely, there's like a room for philosophical conversation in part of that, but the part that I focus on is science and medicine and objectivity. So I think that because of that, somehow you perceive that as I'm a bad debater and bad faith and et cetera, et cetera.
The argument.
I'm literally still speaking. So just to be clear.
Can we put a timer? If she's.
All right, fine. I'll give them.
Put a
Okay,
timer.
okay. All right, well, I'll go. We're going back to the timer.
Put her on a 1 minute timer because she's already been talking for about a minute, and then put him on a 2 minute timer because
Okay.
I don't think it's gonna work any other way.
Yeah. But so like the gist of it is this whole thing started because he said I was a bad faith debater and couldn't have a debate. That I was just a shit debater to begin with. I don't know how to continue to have a formal-ish debate with somebody who is not capable of being good or is not willing to be good faith in this moment. So I'm ready to just give my conclusion. I don't think that if
Okay, then just drop off then. Run away. Drop off.
You ran away. You ran away. So I'm ready to give.
We're interrupting. She has 20 seconds. You know what? Fuck it. All right, Stitch. Here's what's gonna happen. She's gonna get another minute just because your dumbass decided to jump in. Go ahead. Give Katie another minute.
Drop off.
Bro, calm the fuck down. Calm the fuck down, bro. Stop crashing. I get it. But you're having a formal where you've had basically no moderation this entire time since I came on. You've been open to talking back and forth. You were on a timer for a while. We said, hey, look, we trust you both, that you've calmed down enough to not go after each other's necks, and then you immediately went back to it. So now you're getting put on a timer again. You left. KD's talking. She has another minute now because you wanted to jump in during her time. I don't give a fuck whether I'm on your side or her side or anyone else's side. I don't give a shit. I'm being a moderator. That's what I'm doing. Stop fucking cutting in or you're going to get kicked at this point. You left already. You might as well get kicked. So shut the fuck up, Stitch. Shut the fuck up, Avani. Let KD finish out her last minute. Or shut the fuck up and leave like you did earlier. It's that simple.
Out, I didn't fucking leave. You faggot ass bitch. I did.
All right, wait, hold on.
Funny. A bit ironic there, huh?
Wait. I have to let him back up. You can't use that word. You can't use that word or the R word or any. But we'll just give her the 1 minute. Then Stitch can respond with 3 minutes. I think it's okay.
Okay, so as I was gonna say, like, I just don't know how to continue to have a conversation with somebody who's not willing to have a good faith conversation. I don't know how to continue with you because you keep backtracking and flip-flopping and changing your position and all of these kind of things. And we have evidence. We've had moderators substantiate the flip-flopping that I'm claiming you're doing. I don't know how to have a conversation with you because you're terribly bad faith. So if moderators are good with it, host is good with it, Avani is good with it, I am ready to just give my closing statement and be done. Simply because you're bad faith. So I'm not running away. I just don't know how to continue any other way, to be clear.
You are running away. You are. So.
Well, I was going to say that I concede my last 15 seconds, but you interrupted me again. So I'm going to monologue about random fucking shit that I don't actually care about and has nothing to do with it. And I'm really just going to yap for the last 5 seconds because you interrupted me yet again. So yap. All right,
I'll give him 3 minutes.
Anyways, so again, didn't continue with my argument. I offered my argument against the what's it called? The theory that you were using earlier for the substantiation of God, which is the fine-tuning theory. I offered my argument. You didn't contend with it. You flabbergasted around it. That's what you did. You just went around it. like you always do. You went in straight into the fucking meta. Didn't even provide any substance to the arguments. I offered probability arguments against it. Didn't interact with those. And again, you're just straight up fucking lying. You're saying that I contradicted myself. Never once made a proposition or a statement to anything. I just simply gave you the idea that we haven't found life on Mars. It really doesn't matter. Let's say I'm wrong about that. I gave you this, and you still went back to it like about 50 fucking times. And I don't care if everybody's saying that I'm crashing out. I fucking am. Because when I'm asking a stupid ass broad a question and she can't even answer the fucking question that I'm asking her over and over again, then she's just stupid. She has nothing in her fucking brain. And again, no fucking argument. No argument against my rebuttal to the fine-tuning argument. No argument against that. So again, then she wants to stay here and she wants to say, well, you conceded. You said that God existed when I clearly fucking said no. Said no, I don't concede to this because we already had the argument of God. It got to nowhere. You said let's move on, so we're moving on. So we did. We moved on. Now it's been meta the entire fucking time. I just wanted to have just a moral debate upon the moral principles that you are applying. But you have to turn it into meta every single fucking time. That's why you got dog walked earlier by Poochie. You got the fucking dog walk. You got your ass drugged because you don't know how to fucking debate. Dean also fucking did a number on you. So I'm sick and tired, and I don't care who gets mad. I know Angelita's gonna be mad. I know all the pro-life women are gonna be mad by what I've said up here. I don't give a damn if the two heifers down below me agree with you. They were on your side to begin with. I don't give a fuck if they agree with you on what I said or didn't say. We're just gonna play the fucking recording, and I'm completely fucking fine with that. Again, you provided no fucking argument for the existence of God. All you said is that there's a less probability of God existing, so therefore, of the naturalistic theory, so therefore God must exist. That doesn't provide an argument why God exists. All it does is list the probability variables between the two options, which I demonstrated earlier is very fallacious because I can do the same thing when it comes to the lottery or other.
All right. All right. Time's run out. That's it. Debate's done. At this point. No. You had your closing statement as well. I'm gonna be completely fair about it. Both of you guys had your closing statements. He ended his. I think that's where you guys cut it.
So I didn't realize.
Well, I think with this,
going to your closing statement.
Katie did say her statement was her closing statement.
No, I asked.
She said she was ready for closing statements.
Yeah, I didn't.
I thought she was going to be able to give her closing statements. I also must have misunderstood.
That was her closing statement, was it not? I just gave mine.
It was.
What the hell?
Right, here,
Bro.
Stitch. Shut the fuck, man. God.
No, I asked if I could get one.
No, that was Katie. You did explicitly say that was your closing statement, and that you had nothing else to talk about because he's a bad faith
I asked
debater.
if I could give my closing statement. To be clear, if I needed to make that more clear, I apologize. That's what Doris. Adam Mom Baby says she understood it to be that way as well. That was my intention. Was I just wanted to go into, I wanted to go into closing statements, and I was explaining why I wanted to go into closing statements.
I guess I'll kind of leave it up to the host
if
at
you
this
want to
point
give your
because it's
closing
his
statement,
panel.
then Stitch, host. What do you want to do at this point?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really see where this is going. This is very chaotic.
He said
I
his
allow this.
closing statement. I mean, I'm fine with it if I get the exact same amount of time. That's not. It's
Right.
fucking ridiculous.
Well, I mean, I gave you 3 minutes.
That's what I'm saying. You just got 3 minutes. She got about 2 minutes and 45 seconds because she had
That's
about
true,
15
Joel.
seconds left when I reset it. You guys both had closings. Even if she didn't intend for it to be her closing, it was a closing. If she wants to go again and Protect wants to allow it, then you also have to give it to Avani as well to respond to the response. That's all I can say. If you want to end it where it's ended, then end it there.
Yeah,
Those are
because
the
my
two
next
options,
question would
really.
be: are you gonna do it kind of like how Honey does it, where you're gonna let people come up and ask questions to Katie and Stitch, or talk about the debate,
Q&A.
or do you want
I
to
mean,
just?
this wasn't really like a super formal. This
Yeah.
wasn't like a super formal.
Point, I
it was
wouldn't
like-
even do that.
I
just
would
was
come
asking
down for
how you're gonna
questions.
do
I would love that. I was literally just trying to see if we could go into closing statements because he's been being bad faith. So,
Can you demonstrate that in your closing statement, please?
All right, stop. All right, both y'all. Hold on. Protect. Would you want that ending to be the closing statements, or would you rather them go into another 2 minutes each for closing statements, and then that's it?
Yeah, 2 minutes for each, and that's it.
Okay.
I don't see this going anywhere.
All right. We're gonna start with KD. Stitch, please don't interrupt. Just let her say whatever the fuck she's gonna say for her 2 minute closing statements. Then you'll be able to follow up with your 2 minutes, and that's it. Go ahead, Katie. You gotta unmute. 155.
There you go. Okay, just to recap, how is abortion impermissible? Because the right to life exists. The right to life exists because the God of the Bible exists, as he says he is. The argument for this is the propensity theory, the probability. This was granted at one point, even though he denies it now. It was granted at one point by Avani. So then it goes, he asked about force doctrine. I have no issue with force doctrine. I don't think that having to enforce the right to life for those who cannot enforce it for themselves negates it. I think that just indicates a violation of an existing right. And in terms of the questions that he says I didn't answer, I don't know what question that is, except for maybe how can we fundamentally understand how God is God, which happened after he had granted the probability of the existence, or the God of the Bible existing as he is for the sake of the argument. He and I agree on fine tuning. So when he says I didn't combat his contention with fine tuning, I don't have any contention with his contention. He said, and I quote, "It grants the probability of the existence of God," which has been my entire argument for every piece of evidence that I provided for the existence of the God of the Bible. So I'm not really sure what questions I didn't answer. I'm not really sure how I could have made myself any more clear. I'm not really sure what else I could have done. He spent most of his time telling us that women shouldn't speak and telling me that I eat too many donuts or something. And I'm not really sure how to have a good faith conversation with somebody who is unwilling to they themselves have a good faith conversation. I think that it really just comes down to he doesn't like me for some reason, and that's totally fine. I don't respect him enough to care.
All right, time. All right, I'll give him 2 minutes.
Okay, so after all, start the timer. I'm sorry.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
After all that schizobabble of this woman that seems to think that I said that women shouldn't speak, that's not what I said. I was cut off, I was muted, so you didn't hear the rest of what I said. What I said very specifically is that women shouldn't talk about God issues. If you're going to follow the book of Bible, you shouldn't be a hypocrite. And the Bible specifically states that women should not invoke the scripture of God in the form of teaching. This would be in a moment of teaching. If you're defending the Bible, you're defending God, this would be an instance in which you should not be speaking when it comes to the Bible. Also, if we're gonna sit up here, if we're gonna talk about the instances of which you didn't track, it's quite very simply this, okay? Arguing the probability of something occurring is not the same thing as saying that it exists, okay? So even if I grant you the idea that God has a probability of existing, does not grant that God exists. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to understand this. What I've been trying to get you to understand, very more specifically, is that, for example, if you're going to make the inclination that fine-tuning proves God, then you need to provide the argument why God would exist. You didn't do that. You just presupposed that because of the improbability of natural law theory, that somehow, because it's so improbable, it just seems to be the case that the other probability seems to be true. And I'm saying, well, this is just simply not the case. Because, and I invoke the principles when it comes to the lottery and all these other things. And again, I'm not going to repeat them. But again, it's very clear-cut and simple. You just didn't provide not one single argument for the existence of God. I offered a critique against natural law theory. You have yet to provide a rebuttal against what my critique.
On time. All right, we got that out.
Okay, are we going to answer questions? Because I would totally be down and I would love that if you're open for it.
Again, it's not really a formal debate, but sure. So I would like to move on to some actual op. Like, if anybody wants to join up and ask, by all means.
I have a question for both of them.
Yeah.
I'm not a moderator anymore. If it's
like, what are your responses to the debate? What are
Wait,
your
you're not?
thoughts on the debate?
Huh?
Nobody's
So
in
you're
a request
not-
right now.
Wait, hold on, Protect. What are you asking?
You said you're not a mod anymore. It's like I didn't remove your mod power.
No. I said I don't agree with. No. Like I'm not a moderator like for the debate because it's over. So like I can ask both of them a question.
Yep.
That's what I was saying. Like that way I'm not biased because the debate's already over. I'm already done moderating or whatever. I guess I'll start with Katie, just because she's up top. Katie, so the thing is that if you're arguing from probability, is it not the case that you're not proving God, you're just giving an argument for the possibility of God existing?
Yeah, so, and correct me if I'm using the wrong theory. I'm not like super philosophically inclined, but there's, I think it's called propensity theory, which is essentially the most probable thing is the most logical argument. And I believe that the most probable outcome is the existence of God of the Bible as he says he is. So therefore it's the most logical, and that is what I was trying to articulate. Again, not the most philosophically inclined, so if I'm mixing up terms, that might be an issue. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's essentially what it's trying to argue.
I get that. I would just the critique that I could give you, because both of you guys are on the same side. Like I'm gonna give both of you guys critiques here. If I could critique your position a little bit, if you're arguing for like some sort of like probability theory, or like it's more likely that God exists because of these factors or whatever, you're gonna have to give like a multitude of different philosophical arguments as far as like. It can't just be fine tuning. It would have to be like fine tuning paired with like the contingency argument,
I did.
as well as
Yep.
Yeah, I know. I wasn't here for the entire thing, so I don't know exactly what was given, but like, you would have to give all of 5 of Aquinas's 5 ways, and then that would sufficiently give probability to the point that like, because like just based off of fine tuning, well, they could say, well, fine tuning is just an emergent property of the universe. It's survivorship bias or some other sort of argument against you. For you to strengthen it, if you want to give like Aquinas's 5 ways, you're a Protestant. I'm not. I disagree with the way that you argue. I'm a presuppositionalist. You're an evidentialist. We disagree on these things, but if you want to strengthen it, you should look into Aquinas's 5 ways.
Okay.
And then for Stitch, yeah, man, I get it. Insulting, crashing out, stuff like that. I'm literally the fucking resident crash out of TikTok at this point. I get it. You can crash out, but optically though, it really doesn't look that great for you. My question is going to be, it's not even going to be to that was more so like the same way that I gave her a critique for evidentialism. I'm going to give you a critique, but then I'm going to ask you the question afterwards. My question to you would be is, why even debate the topic if you ultimately agree with the presupposition that God exists, or like deny the existence of God just for the sake of argument?
I don't agree with the presupposition. Well, just really quick. The reason
Yeah,
was
he didn't
the
hear
reason why
his lead
the
up to this
fucking
debate.
Christ, man. This is why I was crashing out so bad. This is why I crash out. Is this what the women do?
I'm not saying you
They
agreed with her
interrupt,
presupposition.
and
I'm
then
saying I
God
know
forbid I
your
do the
view.
exact same thing. Then they're fucking crybabies.
All right.
So to answer the fucking question that was asked to me, so again, the reason why all of this started is because fundamentally I do think that Katie's a bad debater. I think she did really horrible today. And I didn't mean that as an insult. I actually don't have anything against Katie. My issue is that when she debates the exact same thing that she did to me today, even though she has all the fucking women and everybody in the fucking comment section, I just find it hilarious. You can't You can't argue. You say that I argued in bad faith. I haven't not. We didn't even get into my proposition.
Okay, hold on. No,
Right,
no,
just
no,
really
bro,
quick.
bro. Hold up. No. You're not responding to her. You're responding to my
I am
question
responding
to
to
you,
you.
which was
I am.
no. My question was why argue against
holy
what you
shit.
believe just for the sake of arguing? That's my question.
I'm telling you why it started, Darth. Why we had this.
I don't care why it started. I don't need to get into the meta. My question
Bro,
is
holy,
if
you're
you agree with
asking
the
me
fundamental
why I argued
presupposition
on
that
the
God
opposite
exists.
side of what I believe in. Is that
Yes,
not your
my
question?
question is here's my question, Stitch. Okay, is why would you argue if you agree with the fundamental presupposition that God exists? Why would you argue
Because
against that?
we decided to
Holy
debate
shit.
based on other conditions that were established. That's why.
Okay, no problem. I'll just end it there. I don't think it's
Can
gonna
I?
get very
Okay,
much
Darth.
further than
So
that.
the whole reason that this started was because Stitch called Katie a bad debater.
I don't need to know. I
And
don't need.
Katie
I don't.
said,
I, look,
then
we don't need to
debate
know.
me.
I look the same way that I told
I never
Stitch. I
said
don't
then
need to know the
debate me.
meta.
Well, also
Don't
for the
fucking say
context,
that shit.
that's
That's
what
not what I
happened.
said.
I am
That's why he was
completely
saying
impartial.
then
Look,
debate
hold
her.
up, guys.
Just move
Holy
on.
shit.
Move on.
Holy shit. I don't need to know the meta. I told
Why
Stitch
this
I don't need to know the
fucking
meta.
slut ass bitch is fucking lying?
Oh my god, bro. Yo, shut the fuck up,
Alright,
bro.
we
Holy
should move on.
shit.
How do
I
we
don't
decide
need to know the meta. No, hold on, Katie. Hold on. I don't need to know the meta. That's all I'm saying, Taurus. I'm being completely impartial. I'm just asking one question and giving a critique to one side and doing the same thing for the other. I disagree with both fundamentally. Both
But
sides I
that's like
disagree
the
with of this
genuine
argument.
answer. That's not even me saying honestly, like I
No,
want to
okay,
respond
no,
to
I know,
that
but I don't.
because I'm not the moderator
But
anymore. The debate
hold
is
on,
over, and I
but the question wasn't but the question wasn't asked to you, Taurus. The question was asked to Stitch. So
That's fine,
Taurus,
he
now that
answered.
you're no longer now that you're no longer a moderator, you can go and ask a question to one side or the other if you so choose to do so. You can do that. Just ask the host. Like that's
To
all you
be
gotta do.
clear,
Hey, can
I
I
was
ask my
the one
question? Because
to
I'm not a
debate.
moderator at this point.
KD is the one that challenged me to a debate. That's why I did this, by the way.
That's what she said.
I agree. That's what I said.
People make me want to fucking Kurt Cobain, bro. I'm
Okay,
telling you,
well,
when I gotta be the
Darth, you
voice of
had your
reason in a
moment.
fucking
Darth,
debate.
you had your moment. You got to talk to Katie. You got to talk to Stitch. Like, let's let everybody else talk
Yes.
too.
So yes, go ahead. Yes,
Thank
I
you.
was just saying,
Sorry.
don't respond to me and my
No, I'm not.
question. Actually, give an argument of your own or a question of your own.
Yeah. So okay. So anyways, when it comes to like obviously like what I just said and like how this whole thing was set up, I have no like hard feelings towards either of you. I would say like my honest reaction to it was like, Katie, I agree a lot with what Darth said, where he was talking about like I think there are better arguments for God than the one that you were giving, and that's coming from me who I don't believe in the Christian God, but I think that there are better arguments for the Christian God than the one that you even gave just now. Yeah, and I honestly agree more with what like Stitch was saying in his critiques of your arguments. I think that they were really good critiques, and I'm honestly like I'm almost like disappointed that this like kind of crash out happened because I was enjoying listening to your arguments and I would have enjoyed to hear more, especially as you got into the abortion discussion. So that's how I kind of feel about the whole thing. And I guess like my question would just be like, would you guys ever be willing to kind of like after maybe cooling down a bit, trying to have another discussion?
Well,
The
if you do that,
I'll say
That was
this.
for me, I thought.
well, if you, wait, hold on.
Like you both, it was kind of for both of you. So
I have to cut in. If you do that, I want to see Katie investigate Ivani's stance. And
Yeah.
Also, can you not use the God to justify your stance because it leads into this? I don't want to.
it drives me crazy.
I'll say
It
this.
wasn't good discuss. It wasn't good
I'll
discussion.
tell you the reason why I've been crashing out this entire time, because it feels like here's my thing. People had an issue based on what I saw from KD. People had an issue what I fundamentally said. They said that you watched the entire video. I know Darth doesn't care about this. I'm not trying to bring this up as an argument. This is the reason why I'm crashing out. I can offer critiques to people without it being an insult. Me fundamentally stating that you don't really know how to debate is not an insult towards you. I'm talking about how you are debating. I don't know you as a person. So when I'm crashing out up here, it's because number one, I did feel like you were kind of gaslighting me a little bit because I did offer critiques towards your position that you never addressed. We just went straight into the meta constantly. And it's mind draining.
I
Okay.
really look
So
forward to
my
like
thing is, we can absolutely debate again where I don't crash out, but I don't need people, particularly certain types of people, saying the things that were said to me today just simply because I offered a critique towards you and your debate style.
Sure. Yeah, I would love to have. I really don't think that there was anything that I didn't address. From what I can gather, this has been out several days that I'm aware of that discovering that you just really don't like me. I'm not really sure what the cause of that is. That's fine. I don't really care. Um, but to say that this is anything other than like a personal vendetta that you have against me is pretty crazy because you were in Angelita's live talking shit about me. I don't know what exactly you said. That's fine. I don't care. It doesn't really bother me. I had multiple people come defend me for that, which I so appreciate. All of them who did. I have videos of
All
it.
of them.
Watched it. So speaking. I have videos of all of it. I will go watch it later. Water off my back. Like I said, I don't really care. I don't value your opinion because I don't respect you enough to do so. But it would
Same
take
here.
like some. Can I finish? But it would take you stepping out of this like personal vendetta. You're trying to say that Dean fucking Withers dog walked me or whatever when.
Yeah.
That's false. I have the video and I can't wait to publish it. And then Poochie died on the hill of child SA being okay and dodged a question about child porn. So to say he won that debate is also pretty fucking crazy.
You can die on horrible hills and still win a debate.
Yeah, great.
It doesn't mean that I agree with his proposition.
Yeah. So to be clear, he didn't actually. There wasn't any reason to believe that he actually either of those boys won that debate or any of the three men that I've debated today. I don't think there's any substantiation that any of the three men that I've debated today won a debate, and I think that I have fundamentally proven you wrong in this idea of Katie doesn't know how to debate, can't debate, is bad faith.
You
is
can't
stupid.
debate for shit. Just
I would
telling you
just
now, you
love
can't.
to respond
This
like
was
very,
horrible.
very quickly.
I just
Very
wanted to
short
announce on a
response here.
different note. I just wanted to announce they delivered my fucking chicken
Fuck
after I
yeah!
refunded my account. So you know.
Like-
Shit, man.
But yeah, to
Shit.
just
Hold on,
respond
wait,
like
wait,
with
wait,
this
wait,
question
wait.
that I asked,
Shit, man. Shit, we need
because
some
this was my
motherfucking
question. I just want to
watermelon,
respond
some
really
red
quick.
Kool-Aid in that bitch.
So
Boy, shit.
when I asked that question, like I have absolutely no idea of any of the context of anything that happened before this debate, and that's me being so
And I'm
genuine.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Like
for
I
how
had no
how
idea of any of the beef. I genuinely am just like, oh, I love
Taurus, I
listening to
will.
Katie debate, and I love listening to you debate Avani. So I was like, I
Taurus, I
I
will
care
say
about
I
both. Of you. I had
apologize
no
for.
idea at all of any of this.
I will
Genuinely.
say that I apologize for the name that I called you, but this has been fuming ever since the two simping men that simp to KD all the time, where they literally told me if I was to choose between KD and you, I would choose KD, and I literally yelled at them. I said, "Who asked you to say that? Who even asked you?"
But yeah, I
Who
like I said,
even
I came at
so
this
like
completely
my
unbiased.
thing
I had
is I
absolutely no
came in this
context,
live.
just so you know for the record.
I didn't mean to bring this up to add to the drama. What I'm saying is I came into this live already flustered because the two men that we're talking about, along with Angelita, I don't care if any of y'all like her, right? She was allowing these men to mod abuse, first of all. What I said was what I said today. I think you're a bad fucking debater. I think you do harm to the pro-life community when you're that fucking bad. When you say, well, no, women need to self-sacrifice, and you have no real argument for
Not a
this.
belief I hold, to be
So when you
clear.
sit up here and you have bad arguments, and I'm saying just objectively, and I even said in the live, I don't dislike you as a person. Who I said I disliked the most was Ash Attack. I have no issue saying that because she
Neither
always
Ash.
takes me from panel.
No.
So
Neither
I did
Ash.
say
It's
that.
because you
I
do
did say that
things.
verbatim. Hang on, really quick. I did say that. But my issue comes, right, when these two men, they cried that I said Spurgy. They cried when I said that they were Spurging out, when they were muting me, constantly muting me, right? They said, right, that I was talking this mad shit about you. I said, no. I just said objectively, I think she's a bad debater. And you know what's funny? They even said that. And I guarantee you they didn't send you the clips of that. They even said you were a bad debater, that you don't know dog shit of what you talk about. But you know what I find interesting? What they do on TikTok? They take what you say to start fucking drama, right? But they don't say what the fuck they said about you, right? I was just agreeing with them. They brought you up, sweetie. I didn't bring you up.
What, sweetie? Don't call me that.
All right.
So go back to your
Can I just
sipping
say
men.
really quick?
Go back
Poor
to that.
Max. Did you
Enough,
guys have
enough,
anything?
enough.
Do you guys have anything? Anything
It's
else?
really important.
Yeah, are there any other questions?
I
Fucking
had to say
hold on. Shit.
And it's really important that I clarify that I do not hold a self-sacrifice principle. I do not believe that women ought to self-sacrifice for the sake of their unborn children. I do not believe that. I don't know where Stitch would have ever gotten that from.
That yesterday, you troglodyte. What are you? Oh my god! I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna.
All right.
Yes, both of you mute
More
up.
Q&A.
Someone else can
Not
come
a
up and ask a
self-sacrifice.
question.
Can I, really quickly, I'm so sorry. That's not a self-sacrifice principle. It is saying that there is no medical condition that requires that we kill the child in the womb. There is not. That is not equivalent to a self-sacrifice principle.
When I asked you, you said mother should self-sacrifice. You don't hold it
No,
to be the
I
case.
did
You
not
deserve
ever.
it. Bro, you were
Never.
defending
All
it
right.
with Mr.
All right,
Man.
off the meta.
All right, that's a debate for another time. Get in line.
Off the meta, you guys. Hey, look, there's a Q&A tomorrow on the same fucking topic. Both of you can come up and ask fucking questions about it then. Ask about self-sacrifice tomorrow. Someone else has a question. Who the fuck does it go to next? Protect. Who was up first?
I believe it was who was it? I believe Concord was up first, right? Or Mac?
It was Concord and then Mac.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speed through this because I don't actually have a question for you two. I was just
Like
wondering-
Katie's been here the whole time. She was the other mom, and she hasn't gotten to ask either.
I hadn't get to ask anything. So.
She can go after me. This is quick. I'm not asking them. I just wanted to know when is the debate, Darth? When's your debate tomorrow? Or I guess today.
10
p.m. EST.
Is it the 23rd or 24th?
Right now it's the 23rd.
Saturday, 10 p.m. EST. So whatever it is for you right now, it'll be Saturday, 10 p.m. EST.
Saturday, 10 p.m.
Saturday
EST.
is not going to
Okay.
be. Yeah, it's not going to be different for like 20, 30.
Yeah, I got you. I was just making sure it was today, not tomorrow. All right, I got you. I was just wondering because I want to watch.
And off of that, who are going to be the moderators? Do you guys know?
I was actually wondering if you don't have a mod yet.
Protect is the host and the moderator. Then we have 3 judges. It's going to be Silver, Fortress, and Mac.
All right.
I'll go by
Well,
wish you luck.
That conversation hopefully is going to be very civil, so it won't really need help with mod. I have
Hyped. I'm so hyped.
I mean, bro, if you're host and you don't want to mod it, I'm fine with Concord modding it. He disagrees with both me and Mr. Man, so there's no reason for him to be biased one way or another. As long as he's hands off, if you want to take that off of your plate, Protect, I don't care. That's fine.
I'll definitely think about it. But I think it would be pretty civil with just you guys.
Mr. Man,
But yeah.
I'm just going to say, as much as I like him, he's going to get dog walked. It's not even funny.
Now he might surprise you. He might surprise you.
I agree, Mac. Like I love Mr. Man. He's great. He's so funny to listen to. But like the self-sacrifice principle is crazy. It's
I don't
really
even know.
crazy.
I don't even know what would possess him to take this debate against like Darth. Like, what the fuck is wrong with him?
It's a story for another day. It's just just move on.
Kate. I think Kate had a question, or
Wait, also, is Taurus Atom Bomb?
Yeah.
That's me.
That's
Oh,
her.
what the fuck is this your secondary account? Oh my god.
You got,
This is my main
All
one.
right, we gotta make this quick because I think we actually do have an actual op. This Brody person on the bottom.
I agree to disagree. I think KD did a good job. I think Stitch did a good job. It was intense, yes. But the thing is like the God situation, putting God into something is where it kind of fell off at, and it just was, all in all, not good debating God and abortion at the same time. That's why I would say just debate abortion at that point after you guys got finished with the God situation, and I think you both did a great job, even though both need some work. It doesn't matter. People have opinions. I need work. I need to work on my stuff. Other people need to work on their stuff. And it's just, in fact, that sometimes it's disrespectful just to, like, call people names and to swear constantly. I don't like swearing. Keep swearing to a minimum. And I think you guys did great.
Max. All right. Yeah, what was Max's question? Then we're gonna move on to Brody. You might
I
be
don't have a
on.
question. I'm just chilling.
All right, Brody. So what's your age? What's your stance? I think you're an actual op. You're kind of a lot of bars too.
Me too.
In the trees.
What's your stance? You have bars. It's very hard to understand you. All right, does anybody want to talk to Brody in a civilized manner?
Well, just to like be clear, like, just I guess, what do we do now? I don't know. Like,
the debate's over, so we're just moving on to actual pro-choicers.
yeah. So I think that there's a clear winner of the debate.
Not usually, but okay.
I'm gonna. I enjoyed it. I'm gonna.
All right, it's over. Well, we can decide it for another time. Does anyone
Have a good night.
Yeah. So, with that, Avani, you can go tell people you dog walked Katie, and then we'll actually watch the video.
All right, it's all right. Enough. Anybody want to talk to me?
Just leave, bro. That's what I'm talking about. And then she complains when I fucking come at her. Just fucking leave.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody want to talk to Brody?
Protect. I was just gonna ask if you're gonna put the video up. You can send me a link.
Yeah, I'm gonna put this on YouTube. I don't know how to send it to people, like, cause for some reason
you can connect it to your Google Drive and send out the link.
Yeah, I just want the link through Discord or something as well.
Yeah, we can look at Katie not answer any fucking questions or not continue with the argument.
Okay. I'll try to do that. All right. Does anybody want to talk to Brody?
I'm gonna actually drop down. Have a good night, guys.
I just want to say I felt gross taking the opposition on that, though, because I do believe in God. Not gonna lie, I felt really disgusted taking the opposition of God.
Aw, man. Yeah, we can hear you, but you still have bars. Like, it's kind of really hard to understand you.
Oh, my bad, bro. My hand's bad.
Wait a minute. Is this that guy? If it is, I'm not gonna talk.
Sounds like him.
This is like the 18,000th time we've spoken to you. Okay, we're just gonna move on.
Okay.
I've spoken to this guy. He always has a different account.
He does. His voice sounded very familiar.
Crazy.
He was just on a
I
debate.
don't know why people act like we can't figure out who they are.
Yeah.
Like, just hear, like, people know who I am when they hear my voice. So that's Mac. Like, yep. It's like, bro. Anyway.
All right, any other ops? I entertained that for a while. So any ops?
That was a while. It started at like 5.
I've never argued against God's existence because I do believe in God, and I felt really, again, I feel really disgusted by taking that position.
You should have done you should have affirmed that, and she should have the negation.
Bro, I tried, bro. No, but I tried to grant her this, and then she tried to use it against me by saying that I conceded to it.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy, not gonna lie. All right, any other ops?
Is Noodle an op?
I have no idea.
I'll say it.
Anyone? Yeah. I entertained that for way too long, so.
My time started at like 11:45, and now it's 1:43.
Yeah, it's 1:43. It's been a long time, bro. I need to get to sleep. I need to actually earn some money tomorrow. I didn't earn all the money I needed today.
Hey, Stitch, I have a question for you, bro. Just real quick.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, let's just imagine like you had a friend, like a friend of yours or whatever that you talk to. Would it really matter much about who calls who more? Or is it like just the friendship itself that matters?
Can you repeat the question again?
Yeah, let's just imagine you had like a friend of yours or whatever, and because clearly Joel in the comment section, he's saying that I called him many times, which obviously is true, right? But there are also other occasions where he called me, and just to be clear, I don't see how that would be a problem or how that's relevant. Like what? Anyway,
Yeah,
No.
either way, not the
don't yeah,
any application.
I don't see how that's relevant. Like saying, like even if it were true that I did call you, like it's in reference to the conversations or about stuff that I've discussed on this app or with other people. Like what? And he claims that I spammed his Instagram. Yeah, so I used to follow him on Instagram, and I used to send like videos, reels, and quotes from whatever. A lot of it was like religious stuff having to do with like Christianity and Islam. Other things I sent him were like food and just regular stuff or whatever. So like he's saying I spammed Instagram. Like okay, like I don't see the reason you're bringing that up in a live. Like what? Anyway,
I don't know. He was trying to say that I was arguing him, and that, I don't know. I don't know what he's talking about.
anyway. But the whole thing with you and KD, Stitch. KD, I like her as a person. I don't think like I don't have any contention with her at all. But she can't debate, and I'm just gonna say that. Like I understand like folks on the medical stuff, like it's important. We have to know these things. Or like understand that most abortions are going to be elective. Like this isn't explaining a moral issue here as to why abortion should be allowed or why they should not be allowed. And I think she fails to understand that. Like we can talk about the medical stuff all day, but that's not really relevant when it comes to like a is ought claim. Does that make sense?
Right. But
Yeah.
if they make a claim about something, they need to substantiate, and that's where KD comes in. It's like you can't just make these false statements. Like I'm not going to let someone make a claim that it's a parasite and not substantiate. Because we did have someone on the panel who made a bunch of assertions, and he couldn't substantiate anything.
But my thing is this, right? Here's my thing. I have no issue against JD. All I simply stated is that she's not a good debater. And two men, will not name them, but these two men got their panties in a bunch. But they said the exact same fucking shit. The exact same fucking shit.
Well, Stitch is just going to be analytically true that Katie is not a good debater, and that's not saying that she's a like bad person or whatever. It's just the fact of the matter that she can't debate. It's just,
One of them's up
just
here
true.
right now. One of them's up
All
here
right,
right now.
no drama. We're just waiting for.
It's just true. Like she can't debate.
And chill.
Yeah, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just that when you're engaging in these types of conversations, you have to know what you're talking about. Otherwise, you're going to look like a fool.
She's not a philosopher. She's not a Phil bros, which is fine. I'm not either. It's like
No, Protag, but here's my thing, nobody's judging her, Protag. Here's the reason why I was crashing out the entire time is because she wasn't critiquing anything that I said. She made it seem like I was just talking about whatever. She made it seem like I said that life existed, or actually I did say this, but she made it seem like I conceded to this. And no, I didn't. All I did was grant you this. So it does become an issue, and nobody's judging her. And you know what? We're just gonna leave it at that. We're not.
And some people, like I said, they need to work on debating. They need to work on how to debate it, their stance a little bit better than what she was doing. And like for everybody, that goes for everybody, you know?
I don't know. I'm just tired. I'm sick. I'm not acting like a victim. I'll say exactly what I want to say, just like you did too, Jacob. When you said she was a bad debater, you said it, I think Kat, weren't you there?
Yes, I was here when he had come up. I was, and it was awful. Like, you don't come up and do that to people. You have to respect one another on somebody else's live and not, oh, man.
Bro, holy shit. Now he's calling me a victim, even though he said the exact same
No
thing.
one's the victim here. No one's claiming to be a victim.
all right. Anyways, move on. Any other ops? If not, we're just gonna call it a night.
Call it a night.
I think we need to call it on Protect. Thank you for doing this. I'm sorry that I spoke down on your platform. I needed to, honestly, because that was insane. I hope next time is better.
Yeah. So tomorrow's debate at 10 o'clock Eastern time. It's going to be Mr. Man holding the affirmative that women ought to self-sacrifice for pregnancy, and Darth Whatnot will hold the negation. 5-minute introductions, 5-minute closing statements, and 1 hour cross-examination. And there will be a Q&A at the end. in my first formal debate I'm going to be hosting.
Yep, I'll be there tomorrow. And yeah, I feel good after sparking out. Not gonna lie.
Yeah,
Really
if
a
you,
lot
if
of
you do
stuff.
want a formal debate with Meatball, I can ask her. You can let me know if tomorrow goes.
Yeah,
well.
please. I love Meatball, bro. I would love to debate Meatball.
Yeah, formal debates. Yeah, sure. I would like to have that as well. All right. Seems like everything's settled down. So we have no other ops. I'm gonna call it a night, unless anybody is an op. But other than that, seems like everybody here is pro life. So I'm gonna probably end. You should probably download this on the
Or
one.
it's tomorrow. It's tomorrow. Is it 10 Eastern Standard Time?
Yeah, 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, Orb, it's tomorrow at 10 Eastern Standard Time is when the debate is tomorrow.
Yeah. 10 Eastern Standard Time, yes.
I just want to say it was crazy having the police stake out near my house. And there, I think they got a warrant from my neighbor's house. I'm not sure if they went in, but there was like 6 cars over here, so that was insane. I was dealing with a lot while debating. That's why I kind of spurred out too, bro.
Yeah.
I was already dealing with a lot.
Yeah, hearing the GPS in the background is like, oh, okay. Yeah. But I guess nobody else wants to join. I think everybody else here is pro life, so I'm gonna end. Thanks everybody for coming. Very heated debates, obviously. So yeah, like I said, this is gonna be on YouTube. I'm gonna send this to people. But yeah, I'm gonna call it a night.
Alrighty.
All right, have a good night.
Good night.